Chapter 32. Huey couldn't help but let out a small, incredulous chuckle. "Well, I appreciate the generous offer," he replied with a hint of sarcasm. "But I already have a master, thank you very much." The old man's laughter boomed in Huey's mind, so loud Huey wondered if others could hear it. Fine. No need to be so formal. How about this? I'll take your master as a disciple, too. With my unparalleled wisdom, I'm sure they'll leap at the chance to learn from a true immortal. Who wouldn't? Huey's mouth twitched. This ring isn't just ugly, it's eccentric, too. "Oh, I'm not quite sure he'd go for that," Huey retorted. "He's a bit old-fashioned, doesn't believe in switching masters willy-nilly, especially for ones living in, jewelry." The old man harumphed, the sound vibrating through Huey's skull. "Living in jewelry? I'll have you know this is a highly sophisticated form of existence, free from the mundane needs of the flesh. And besides, what's not to love? I'm like a wise mentor you can carry in your pocket." Huey's eyebrows knitted as he glanced at the ring on his finger. "How did you end up in a ring in the first place?" The old man cleared his throat, an awkwardness seeping into his usually boisterous tone. You see, there was a minor incident where my body got, destroyed." Huey raised an eyebrow. "And you couldn't find anything better than a ring to inhabit?" The old man's voice bristled with indignation. "Now, young man, I'm sure many respectable elders get trapped in rings. It's probably quite common in the higher realms, you know." In his mind's eye, Huey could easily imagine the old man shaking his fist at him, trying to appear intimidating while stuck in an accessory. Sighing, Huey asked, "Oh, all right. What's your name? I don't want to keep calling you old man. I have enough old men in my life," he thought bitterly. Puffing up with pride, the old man announced, "I am Li Fengao, the illustrious sect leader of the Heavenly Cloud Sect." He paused for dramatic effect, letting his words hang in the air. "A ninth stage greater immortal, I'll have you know." Huey looked at him, or rather the ring, a little confused. "Never heard of it," he replied dismissively. Li Fengao laughed heartily. "It would surprise me more if anyone from such a backwards place like this had heard of it." Huey smirked. "You talk big for someone stuck in a ring, former sect master." He emphasized the word former, drawing out each syllable. The old man quieted for a second, then muttered, "If it wasn't for that damned chicken, He halted, then cleared his throat. "Never mind that. Just know I'll be out of here soon." Not entirely convinced, Huey simply nodded. "Sure." Li Fengao, sensing the skepticism, pounced on the opportunity to reassert his prestige. "Aren't you the least bit impressed? Me? A greater immortal? Ninth stage at that? Almost at the—" Huey waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. "Listen here, old man. How do I know you're not just trying to trick me? Anyone can talk a big game. Why don't you prove your grand claims?" Li Fengao spluttered. "Prove it? I'm in a ring. How do you suggest I do that?" Huey had to bite his lip to keep from smirking. Time to swindle an old monster. Memories of his younger days flitted across his mind. Those times he'd scam unsuspecting victims out of their money. Initially, it was to fend off starvation, but eventually it became a game. A game he was really good at. With a contemplative expression, Huey mused aloud. Let me think." He feigned deep thought for a moment, before leveling his gaze at the ring. "You say you're a greater immortal at... what was it again?" Li Fengao's voice interrupted with a mixture of pride and impatience. "Ninth stage!" Yeah, Huey waved dismissively. "So as a greater immortal, you must know some heaven-rank techniques. I mean, any immortal worth their salt would surely possess one." Li Fengao burst out laughing, the sound echoing strangely in Huey's mind. "Boy, I practically breathe heaven-rank techniques. Heavens! I even know a few obsidian-rank techniques. Huey's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Obsidian rank? He'd never heard of such a thing. Yet he kept his expression neutral. All I've heard so far is a lot of bragging, old man. Where's the proof? Show me these techniques. The old man huffed, sounding somewhat defensive. Fine. Since you're so insistent, I'll teach you the dimensional slide. It's an obsidian He began, then stopped abruptly. Wait just a moment. You're trying to pull one over on this old man, aren't you? Shaking his head with exaggerated innocence, Huey retorted, If anyone's attempting any tricks, it's you. Why on earth would a greater immortal be desperate to take on someone like me as a disciple? Unless you're hoping I might help free you from your ring-shaped prison? Li Fengao fell silent. How did this seemingly simple-minded brat figure it out? The old man wondered, genuinely taken aback. Huey leaned in, a sly smirk on his face. I think you need to prove your worth to me. In fact, he said with feigned magnanimity, maybe, just maybe, if you impress me enough, I'll consider taking you on as a master. Trapped for millennia, the old man had grown frustrated, even as a greater immortal. No matter how powerful he was, life had its limits, and he was inching closer to its end. Not a single one of his descendants, neither cultivator nor mortal, had ever sensed his presence in the ring. You know, in my prime, the old man began, sounding irritable, disciples would climb mountains, cross vast oceans, just for a chance to learn from me, and here you are, demanding a technique like you're asking for pocket change. You really have some nerve, brat. With a sigh that sounded suspiciously like a defeated groan, he continued, But so be it. You want to learn the technique? I'll teach you. Huey couldn't help the grin spreading across his face. Another one swindled, he thought gleefully. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure he could assist the old man, but it seemed his bluff had spectacularly paid off. Li Fengao started detailing the technique. It's called the dimensional slide. It allows the user to momentarily traverse into a pocket dimension, enabling them to instantaneously appear at another location. He paused, seriousness creeping into his voice. But this dimension is not a sanctuary. It's a viper's nest with its own perils. Linger too long, and it might just be the death of you. Huey's eyes widened in awe. This is leagues beyond anything I imagined he'd cough up. Noticing Huey's impressed expression, the old man couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that seemed to warm him slightly. With this technique, lad, you'll be untouchable. No one could catch up to you. Yet Huey couldn't resist poking fun. And yet, it didn't save you from a chicken. Li Fengao's voice caught in his throat, a mixture of irritation and embarrassment. That was no ordinary farmyard fowl. That chicken was... Huey interrupted, a playful smirk on his face. A chicken is still a chicken, old man. The old man let out an exasperated sigh. Regardless of your paltry opinions, know this, with the dimensional slide, you'll be unmatched in speed. Absolutely no one in this realm will be able to catch you. Let's test that out, Huey declared, searching for a suitable spot for training. After wandering for a bit, he found a secluded area distant from the village. Standing at the village's edge, he cast a lingering glance backwards, nostalgia briefly touching his eyes. Will I ever return here? Li Fengao, seemingly oblivious to Huey's introspection, piped up with, Your talent shines brightly, lad. Quite impressive, at least for this realm, he mumbled under his breath. Clearing his throat, he continued, I believe you'll grasp the dimensional slide without much difficulty. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, Huey couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Yes, breakthroughs in cultivation came somewhat easily to him, but learning new techniques, that was a different story. He'd always envied how his senior brother Calum seemed to master numerous sword techniques effortlessly while he struggled, Huey decided it was best to keep this bit of information from the old man. "Now listen closely," the old man started, his tone serious. "First, you need to focus your chi, but don't rush it. Let it build steadily. Feel it flow through your body, ready to burst forth, but under your complete control." As the old man continued, detailing the intricacies of the dimensional slide, Huey found his teachings surprisingly clear and intuitive. But despite that, his mind stubbornly refused to grasp the concept. "It's like trying to catch fish with your bare hands," he thought in frustration. Sensing Huey's readiness, or at least what he mistook for readiness, the old man asked, "Are you prepared to give it a go?" Swallowing his apprehension, Huey nodded. Taking a deep breath, he tried to summon the image the old man had described, focusing on his feet and visualizing something. But instead of a rift, all he managed was a small puff of dust as his foot stomped the ground. The old man's chuckle filled the air. "Well, at least you managed to master the dusty foot stomp. Very impressive." Huey grimaced, feeling a pang of embarrassment. "Well, practice makes perfect, right?" The old man continued to chuckle, clearly enjoying himself. "Indeed, Brett. But perhaps let's start with something simpler. Like standing still." After a few grueling hours of practice, Huey had nothing to show for his efforts. Not even a hint of a rift had materialized. Fed up, he flung his hands up. "Are you certain this move isn't exclusive to nascent soul cultivators?" he groaned. Nascent soul practitioners had the ability to create minor rifts in space, albeit only stretching across short distances. The dimensional slide, on the other hand, offered access to the vast expanse of the void, a wholly different dimension. Li Fengao snorted. "Why, I utilized this technique all the time when I was at the core formation stage." He paused, his brows knitting in thought. "Although, now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone else managing it until they'd reached nascent soul." Huey's eye twitched in exasperation. This ring-wearing, rambling old geezer? "So," he mumbled, "the technique's practically useless then?" The old man's voice took on an intrigued tone. Hold that thought. I might have a little idea to speed up your progress." Suspicion flared in Huey's eyes. "What sort of idea?" Li Fengao responded, "I'll impart my comprehension of the technique directly to you. An information dump of sorts." Huey's face scrunched in confusion. "If you could do that all along, why waste hours watching me fail repeatedly?" The old man's lamenting sigh sounded almost like a deflating balloon. "Oh, you youngsters have no patience. Who even is your master? Didn't he teach you anything about the Tao?" He paused to gather his thoughts. "Imparting comprehension directly can be a double-edged sword. Yes, it can speed up initial learning, but it might hinder your personal understanding of the Tao later on. The Tao isn't a one-size-fits-all. It needs to be understood and interpreted by each cultivator individually." Huey grimaced, clearly unimpressed. "Everyone always goes on and on about the Tao. I just want to get stronger, plain and simple." He paused, tilting his head slightly. "What's so great about this Tao everyone keeps yammering about anyway?" Li Fengao's voice turned contemplative. "Ah, lad. The Tao is, well, it's many things. But that's a lesson for another day. Everyone's got a different answer, and it's up to each to find their own." Then, in a more biting tone, he added, "Now cease your relentless questions and let me concentrate." After a few moments, a surge of green chi spiraled out of the ring. It slowly made its way to Huey's temple, embedding itself there. It was like a river of knowledge, every twist and turn, every ripple, explaining the intricacies of the dimensional slide. For Huey, it felt like thousands of pages of instruction compacted into mere moments of understanding. After processing the flood of information, Huey blinked a couple of times, looking bewildered. "Old man, why didn't you explain it like this from the start? It's so straightforward." Li Fengao merely huffed, rolling his eyes. "Arguing with a fool is truly a waste of breath." He then nudged Huey forward. "Give it another try. If my comprehension doesn't help you open a rift now, then I'm afraid nothing will. Ignoring the jab, Huey took a deep breath and began channeling the technique. The air around him seemed to shimmer, and then, with a tearing sound, a rift appeared. It was like a doorway to another world, the edges glowing with a bluish tint, and the center was pure, endless darkness. Do I just walk in? Huey questioned, pointing towards the rift. Li Fengao's voice dripped with sarcasm. No, you dance your way in. Of course you walk. Huey scowled. Hey, I'm just being cautious. What if it leads to the abyss of 10,000 demons or something? If you had been paying attention, Li Fengao responded with a huff, you'd remember it leads to the void plane. From there you can decide where to emerge next. Huey mumbled. Sounds like an unnecessary extra step. Taking a tentative step, Huey entered the rift. The world around him shifted. Everything was in stark black and white, like an old photograph. It was eerily silent. Just as he was about to question the aesthetics of the void plane, a cold shiver ran down his spine. A massive, ethereal beast hovered in the distance. It was translucent, its body like that of smoke, but its form was clear. The beast possessed twisted, antler-like protrusions atop its head, long, jagged claws, and piercing eyes that seemed to glow. Though it was a distance away, Huey felt ensnared by its gaze, like a rabbit facing a predator. Li Fengao's voice screamed in Huey's mind, Move, you imbecile! Move! But Huey felt paralyzed, ensnared by the otherworldly gaze of the phantom beast. All he could think was, why didn't the old man mention this? Ding! Your disciple Huey has encountered an otherworldly being. Warning, your disciple is in mortal danger. Task, save Huey. Reward, disciple loyalty increases. 10,000 karmic credits. Failure, outcome 1, death of disciple. Outcome 2, your disciple has been saved by another. Disciple loyalty will be adjusted. Chapter 33. Move, boy! Move! The old man's urgent voice reverberated in Huey's head. Seeing the young man remain rooted to the spot, Li Fengao released an exasperated sigh. This is going to set me back decades! Suddenly, the ring on Huey's finger glowed a soft green. He felt a rush of unfamiliar energy coursing through him, startling him back into action. Without a second thought, he leaped backwards into the rift, re-emerging in the training ground. Catching his breath, Huey heard the weakened voice of Li Fengao grumbling, You truly have dog shit luck. Huey's ears reddened. No one had ever accused him of being unlucky before. Everywhere he went, people often envied his fortune. What was that creature? His voice trembled. The sheer pressure from the being was unlike anything Huey had ever experienced before. Not even the Origin Realm expert he had encountered made him feel so insignificant. Li Fengao let out a deep sigh. They are called void walkers, beings that inhabit the void plane. It's exceedingly rare to come across one, especially for a first-timer like you. Huey shuddered at the thought. If the old man had mentioned that these creatures were common in the void, he might have sworn off the technique altogether. The old man continued, Even greater immortals tread lightly around them. Trying to sound comforting, though in a peculiar way, he added, Given your current cultivation, you're no more than an ant in its eyes. Had it truly noticed you as a threat, not even I could have saved you. Huey looked even more pale. So, every time I use the technique, there's a chance I'll run into them? The old man chuckled. Well, technically, yes. But think of it as crossing a busy street. You might get hit by a carriage, but with experience, you'll know when to walk. That's his version of reassurance? Huey grimaced. Seeing Huey's reaction, Li Fengao huffed. You youngsters need thicker skin. In my time, we faced void walkers with just a twig and some good intentions. Huey raised an eyebrow. Really? The old man sighed. No, not really. But it sounded good, didn't it? Huey shook his head at the old man's antics. Anyways, thanks for saving me back there. The old man smirked, puffing up his chest. As your master, it's my solemn duty to protect my disciples. Like I said, I've already got a master, and with that little adventure over, I think it's time for me to head back. Huey hesitated, his thoughts drifting to Amelia. She probably thinks I'm dead by now. Trying to reel Huey back, the old man persisted. You sure about going back to your so-called master? What stage of the immortal realm is he at, anyway? Huey scratched the back of his neck. He's in the ascendant realm. Li Fengao paused, his eyes widening in mock shock, and then, out of nowhere, a roaring laughter erupted from him. Ascendant realm! Your master would kneel and beg for me to take him in as a disciple. Why, back in my prime, ascendants used to shine my boots. Huey couldn't help but roll his eyes. Trying to change the subject, he asked, What kind of name is Li Fengao, anyway? The old man's laughter died down instantly, his face reddening as if he'd been slapped. In the immortal realm, we have names fit for men. As for here, well, you lot have the peculiar names. With a look of distaste, he tried to mimic Huey's name with a mocking tone. Hoogie! Sounds like someone choking on a fishbone. Huey chuckled. Well, Li Fengao sounds like someone sneezing during a poetry reading. Li Fengao huffed. You have no appreciation for the elegance and depth of an immortal's name. Huey laughed heartily. You really are something, old man. I'm just speaking the truth. And remember, brat, it's Master Li to you. Huey smirked. In your dreams, Grandpa. The old man grumbled, muttering something about disrespectful youngsters. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached late Foundation Establishment realm. Reward, 200 karmic credits. Slifer emerged from his closed-door cultivation session, rubbing his stomach. The rumbling in his belly was hard to ignore. The worldly needs of the flesh. Stretching his limbs, he thought with satisfaction, it won't be long until I enter the core formation realm. His confident smile, however, quickly faded when a system notification caught his eye. Ding! Alert! Critical condition detected. Disciple designation Huey. Status fatally wounded. Task administer advanced healing to Huey. Time limit 1 hour. Warning, if Disciple Huey remains untreated within the specified time frame, it will result in the Disciple's unfortunate demise. Caution, death of a Disciple incurs severe consequences. For specifics, hidden. Slifer's heart nearly stopped. But the real shock was that the alert had appeared 5 days ago. In a frenzy, he quickly checked the status of all his disciples on the system. When he saw that they were all safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. I told that boy to stay out of trouble, he exclaimed, exasperated. He shook his head. Of course, this is the kind of drama I should expect when mentoring a protagonist disciple. I wonder how he managed to wiggle out of this one, though, he pondered. Several tropes came to his mind. A sudden power surge? An unexpected ally arriving in the nick of time? Or maybe a hidden legacy awakening within him? Shaking his head, he decided to scroll through more notifications. It wasn't long before another one caught his eye. Ding! Your disciple Huey has found a heaven-ranked treasure. Alert! Your disciple's loyalty is being tested. Special condition activated. For every action, there's a reaction. Should your disciple Huey prove loyal, you will be rewarded. However, if his loyalty falters, you will face consequences. Reward for disciple's loyalty, 1,000 karmic credits. Comprehension card level 1. Consequences of losing a disciple, hidden. Slifer frowned, wondering. What kind of heavenly treasure could possibly test his loyalty? He tried to piece together the events. Could the heavenly treasure be the reason he survived? But when Slifer compared the timestamps, the events were days apart. Nah, probably not related. But what could that treasure be? He took one last glance at the notifications, shook his head, and decided to grab a bite. After all, he reasoned, an empty stomach won't help in deciphering Huey's antics. As Slifer left his courtyard, a sudden tear in space appeared before him. Reflexively, he retreated several steps, ready to defend himself. A woman with raven black hair and piercing eyes stepped out of the spatial rift. The singular word that flashed in Slifer's mind to describe the woman was matron. The emblematic black rose sect symbol on her robes made him swallow hard and straighten, feigning nonchalance as though her abrupt appearance hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Sheesh, you can't just pop out of nowhere like that, he thought. Ah, the woman remarked in a poised tone, just who I was looking for. Slifer raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm in his thoughts. Why make it sound like a surprise when you literally appeared outside my courtyard? He was about to address her when he realized he couldn't recall her name. The original's memories were fragmented at best, yet from the aura she radiated, he figured she was a Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Slifer began, clasping his hands together and giving a slight nod. What brings you here? The stern expression on the woman's face transformed into an awkward smile. Supreme Elder Slifer is too polite, she said, waving off his formality. Regaining his composure and recalling his newfound status, Slifer coughed lightly. While my cultivation may have advanced in terms of age and wisdom, I remain your junior. The Grand Elder's eyebrows raised in surprise. The Slifer she remembered was notoriously arrogant, but his cunning nature also came to mind. This must be one of his games, she deduced. She then gestured to the rift, and another figure emerged. Regrettably, she declared, Amelia will no longer be welcome at the medicine hall. Slifer's eyes widened as he gazed upon Amelia. The young disciple appeared distant, her normally radiant face now pale, her eyes tinged with redness. What on earth happened to her, he wondered, his gaze shifting between the Grand Elder and the disheveled Amelia. Grand Elder Lydia continued, her tone heavy with disappointment. Amelia has perverted the essence mend technique. She's broken the sacred oath taken by all healers to never bring harm to patients. Instead, she's used it malevolently to torture disciples who are in desperate need of healing. Slifer's eyes darted to the oath's specific wording. It specifies not to harm patients, but says nothing about others. Every demonic sect boasted a division of healers. These disciples, unlike their brethren, weren't inherently malevolent. If they were, who would dare seek their medical expertise? Yet these same healers didn't strictly tread the path of righteousness either. They existed in a gray zone. Neutral when you were under their care, but possibly dangerous if you crossed them outside the healing chambers. While Slifer mulled this over, memories of his recent notifications flooded back. Among them were several notifications of karmic credit earned. The only act he recalled that granted a single karmic credit was torture. He let out a weary sigh, not surprised in the least. I see. Slifer gestured for Amelia to approach him. She shuffled her feet, her eyes blank, and took her place beside her master. The ensuing silence was palpable as Slifer and Grand Elder Lydia locked eyes, each waiting for the other to break the tension. Does she expect an apology? Slifer thought. Clearing his throat, he turned to Amelia. Apologize to the Grand Elder. Amelia's voice was hollow, devoid of emotion. I apologize, Grand Elder Lydia. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, but kept her gaze fixed on Slifer. The air grew thick with expectation. She wants me to apologize too, Slifer surmised, his annoyance flaring. She can wait forever. It wasn't me who twisted Amelia this way. That blame rests squarely on the original Slifer. As seconds ticked by, Grand Elder Lydia's patience waned. Without another word, she stepped back into the spatial rift. Just before she vanished, she muttered, Seems you truly haven't changed, Supreme Elder. She'll get over it, Slifer thought dismissively, but his gaze softened as he turned to Amelia. He'd never imagined seeing his spirited disciple in such a despondent state. A sudden realization struck him. Could she be blaming herself for Huey's death? What is troubling you, Amelia? Slifer inquired gently. Hidden beneath her cascade of silver hair, Amelia's voice came out as a whisper. I'm a terrible senior sister. Slifer, trying to exude patience and understanding, gently prodded. Why do you believe that? I feel like some school therapist. Next thing I know, I'll be asking her about her childhood. Because of me? Huey? Amelia's voice cracked as she struggled to get the words out. Died! Nah, there it was. Slifer had suspected as much. With a gentle smile, he reassured her. Huey is not dead. She shook her head vigorously, a hint of anger in her eyes. You don't know, Master. During our mission, a Nathan's soul cultivator attacked us. Huey, he sacrificed himself for me. Suppressing a chuckle, Slifer mused. A single nascent soul cultivator, please. It would take an army of them to threaten a protagonist like Huey. If she had said a horde of them were after him, maybe I would have been more convinced. Did you check his soul lamp? He asked, eyebrow raised. Why would I? He couldn't possibly have survived that, she retorted. You underestimate our Huey, Slifer grinned. He is like a cockroach, indestructible. A slow smile spread across Amelia's face. With a delighted squeal, she leapt into Slifer's arms. Huey's alive! Slifer's body stiffened. Oh no, why did I stand so close? While Amelia's embrace tightened around Slifer, a sharp chime resonated in his mind. A system notification floated before his eyes. Ding! Your disciple Huey has encountered an otherworldly being. Warning, your disciple is in mortal danger. Task, save Huey. Reward, disciple loyalty increases, 10,000 karmic credits. Failure, outcome 1, death of disciple. Outcome 2, your disciple has been saved by another, disciple loyalty will be adjusted. His focus shifted from the clinging Amelia, who, for some reason, was burrowing her face into his neck with a peculiar grin, to the message. He sighed. Guess I won't be getting food anytime soon. For a brief moment, he contemplated the idea of anchoring Huey to the Sect with some mystical chains. At least then I wouldn't be on constant rescue missions. However, another thought wormed its way into his consciousness. With rewards like these, perhaps letting him loose and playing the hero isn't such a bad idea. The weight of the reward troubled him. 10,000 karmic credits. I might need a miracle to save him this time, like a deadly strike card. Slowly, Slifer tried to disentangle himself from Amelia, who gave a reluctant pout. I need to fetch Huey, he explained, rubbing the back of his neck, before some savior swoops in and steals his loyalty. Amelia's face fell a little. Can I come with you? Slifer was quick to shake his head. No! And when I return, we will discuss your ban from the medicine hall. You will face consequences. As he began to move away, his thoughts raced. He would need to get to Huey as fast as possible. I guess it's time to see Val. Chapter 34. As Slifer arrived outside the guest quarters, where Leah was currently staying, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Val, in her smaller dragon form, was energetically chasing Leah around the courtyard, breathing out many fireballs that Leah barely evaded. Of all the things to walk into, Slifer thought, rolling his eyes. However, as Val transformed into her enormous form, Slifer's amusement turned to alarm. The fireball forming in her mouth was nothing to scoff at. She's going to kill her, Slifer thought in alarm, knowing that Leah did not have access to her cultivation. Val! Stop! Slifer commanded as he took a hasty step back. He did not want to get caught in the blast. Val froze in midair, reverting back to her smaller form. With a wobbling lip and teary eyes, she squeaked, Master, shout at Val! Slifer sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I told you to watch over Leah and not turn her into a roasted duck. Val, shaking her small head, protested. Val only playing, though. Slifer's attention shifted to Leah, who appeared rather peeved at him. Upon receiving a quizzical look from Slifer, she grumbled, "Yeah, we were having fun until someone ruined it. Val can't control herself. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been ashes by now," Slifer thought as he remembered the time that Val had gone overboard in their training session. Clearing his throat, he offered diplomatically, "Master didn't want our guest harmed. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding." Val's eyes grew round. "Master, sorry?" Slifer had to stop himself from sighing aloud. "Why does everyone expect an apology from me?" "Yes," he reluctantly muttered. "Master is sorry." But internally he added, "Well, not really." Val's gloomy expression shifted to one of delight. "Val, forgive Master." Smiling gently at the dragon, Slifer tempted, "Since Val forgives Master, would Val like to go on a mission?" Val's enthusiastic nodding made it clear she was thrilled at the idea. Slifer glanced towards Leah, whose posture tightened at his attention. "I trust you enjoyed your stay here," he said. She offered a timid nod, her gaze drifting to Val, her reluctance to let the dragon leave apparent. Slifer shook his head inwardly. Yet another heart bewitched by Val. Ding! Task name, Dragon babysitting a crazy lady. Task description, ensure Val stays beside Leah for 7 days. Status complete. You have received 70 karmic credits. Suppressing a grin, Slifer felt a slight satisfaction. Not only had he earned karmic credits, but Val had indeed softened Leah's edges. At least she didn't try to spit on me this time. Val's voice cut through Slifer's thoughts. What a mission, Master. Val getting tweets? The mention of tweets drained the color from Slifer's face. A chilling memory surfaced. The original Slifer would take Val hunting for humans. Hastily he replied, No, we're searching for your junior brother. Who we missing? Val's vibrant energy dimmed a little. Slifer nodded solemnly. Yes, and only Val can rescue him. Val's dragon pride surged, her chest puffing out in a show of determination. With a majestic transformation, she expanded to her gigantic form. Without hesitation, Slifer leaped onto her back, signaling her to take off. Val save Hooey! She roared, launching herself into the skies. A sense of exhilaration washed over him as they soared. No matter how many times I experience this, the thrill never fades. As Val carried him away from the Sect, he still felt Leah's lingering gaze upon them. Hours of flying turned into a rhythmic blur, but Slifer's patience was running thin. There's still so much ground to cover, he thought with a sigh. To assist in the search, he had been using a special treasure, a soul compass. The item connected with the fragment of soul inside the soul lamp, revealing the whereabouts of a cultivator. Yet its limitations were glaringly evident. Instead of pinpointing an exact location, it marked a broad region. Not to mention, there was a delay of about 15 minutes, making tracking a moving core formation expert like finding a needle in a haystack. Ding! Task, save Huey. Status, failed. Your disciple has been saved by another. Huey's loyalty has decreased by 30%. The sudden task notification caused Slifer to sigh. I was too late. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, then shrugged. At least the boy survived. Glancing at Val, he said, Find a secluded spot away from any humans. Val tilted her head. Hooey here? Shaking his head, Slifer responded, Your junior brother is safe for now. I have something else on my mind. He couldn't help but glance at the dwindling timer indicating his remaining lifespan. Lifespan remaining 23 days. The urgency to use one of his reversal cards bore down on him. He'd been saving them, hoping to use several together when the right time came. But now time itself seemed to be running thin. When will I next leave the Sect, he pondered. It's not like I can use it within the Sect unless I'm fine with wiping out half the disciples as collateral. Once Val touched down in a forest clearing, Slifer leapt off her back. Val, he began, stay away until I call for you. With the soul bond, he wasn't worried about losing her. Val's eyes lit up with mischief. Thou look for food? Slifer hesitated for a moment. He knew her predatory nature all too well. No humans, he emphasized, but anything else is fair game. The idea of Val hunting humans made him uneasy. She's a dragon and it's natural for her, he rationalized. However, the concern that she might go too far and attract unwanted attention was real. Yet the last thing I need is a vengeful protagonist on my doorstep due to Val's dietary preferences. Val pouted. Master me! Without waiting for a reply, she flapped her wings and soared away. After making sure Val had truly left, Slifer chose a spot and sat down. He wondered briefly, is the lifespan given by the reversal card always the same fixed amount, or does it vary with the amount of life essence it collects? Well, I guess there is only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, he activated the reversal card. Instantly, a brilliant white aura emanated from him, pulsating outwards like ripples in a pond. As the light touched the plants, they wilted almost instantly. Tall trees, once teeming with life, became gaunt as their leaves crisped away and their bark turned gray and lifeless. The creatures of the forest weren't spared either. As the aura reached them, they frantically attempted to escape, but their efforts were in vain. Birds dropped mid-flight from the sky, their life essence sapped. Insects on leaves paused, then stilled forever. Even the small mammals that had been hidden in burrows and underbrush met the same fate, their life force drawn into the white aura. The further the aura reached, the more desolate the clearing became. What was once a lively and verdant place was now rapidly turning into a barren wasteland devoid of life. Slifer felt the surge of life essence flow into him. The sensation was intoxicating, a heady mix of vitality and power. Drawing in a deep breath, he couldn't help but exclaim, This is true sustenance! This is far better than any delicacy I've ever tasted, he thought, a grin forming on his face. And for someone like him, who was known for his insatiable appetite, that meant something. Huey focused intently on the dimensional slide technique, silently praying that he wouldn't stumble into another Void Walker. As the portal to the Void Realm appeared and he cautiously entered, a sigh of relief escaped him upon realizing that the space was free of those phantom-like beings. If there was one waiting for me, I would seriously question my luck. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the Sect's entrance and opened another breach. However, when he stepped through the new rift, he found himself amidst towering mountains and thick forests, certainly not at the Sect's entrance. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Huey felt a terrifying force attempting to pull the very life essence out of him. What's happening? He whispered, clutching his chest. Li Fengao's eyes widened in shock as his ethereal vision locked onto an elderly figure seated cross-legged in a clearing, casually absorbing the life essence around him. How is this even possible? The heavens hadn't merely forbidden the absorption of life essence through strict mandates, but had ensured it was fundamentally unattainable. Heavenly tribulation was the sole genuine method to lengthen one's lifespan without drawbacks. Over the eons, many cultivators had sought alternate ways to prolong their lives, yet they all had severe, sometimes debilitating repercussions. Li Fengao's vision went blurry as he felt a tug on his own life force. Escape! Use the technique and escape now! He shouted mentally at Huey as a sliver of his life essence made its way to the mysterious figure. Without wasting another moment, Huey created another fissure in space. This time, he reappeared right outside his sect. Panting, he tried to regain his composure. The old man couldn't contain his frustration. Boy, in all my years, I've never seen someone with luck as horrid as yours. How can it be that every time you use a technique, you narrowly escape death? Do you have a death wish? Huey's ears turned a shade of crimson. He felt the sting of the old man's words, but there was no counter to it. The old man was right. His recent encounters had been nothing short of catastrophic. Is my luck truly that terrible? He wondered. He then recalled his master's attempts at holding his hand during past lessons. Those touches somehow curse me, he shivered. Li Fengao continued to grumble. I've taught numerous disciples and traveled countless realms, but never have I seen a lad attract disaster like a moth to flame. Is this some special talent of yours? I don't know, Huey mumbled. Ding! Warning! You are attacking your disciple, Huey. Huey? Slifer's eyes snapped open in surprise. Of course it's Huey. Where did that boy suddenly pop up from? Despite extending his spiritual sense, he couldn't find any traces of the young cultivator. While the delicious stream of life essence continued to flow into him, he kept an eye out for Huey. I mean, if he could dodge some strange being from another dimension, a tiny life essence tug should be like a gentle pat on the back. Right? Ding! Cease your attack. The death of a disciple by your own hand will have severe repercussions. The message from the system felt like a slap in the face. As per the system's design, the reversal card, or any other card once activated, could not be stopped midway. Oh, come on, system! You're the one who gave me these cards! Why couldn't you add a pause button for those things? Slifer began to feel a hint of anxiety. He genuinely wasn't sure if even a protagonist, however lucky, could escape the system's grip entirely. He better be okay. For both our sakes. Ding! Congratulations! You have absorbed 0.0000001% life essence of a greater immortal. Chapter 35. A rush of pure life essence unlike any other Slifer had ever felt surged through him, leaving him gasping. Greater immortal? The intensity of the energy sent him into a state of euphoria so potent that focusing on anything else became a Herculean task. But survival instincts kicked in, forcing his eyes wide open as he scanned his surroundings fearfully. A greater immortal? Here? The thought was as terrifying as it was perplexing. Aren't they supposed to be in the higher realms, not meddling in the affairs of ants like me? He half expected the offended immortal to materialize from the ether, delivering a slap potent enough to end his existence for the audacity of stealing even a sliver of their precious life essence. Slifer knew all too well that none of his cards could save him from a greater immortal's wrath. Deadly strike card against a greater immortal? Might as well throw pebbles at a mountain. Fight or flight. Both seem equally futile before such a being, he thought grimly. But as moments ticked by and no divine retribution descended upon him, Slifer's tense muscles began to relax. That's odd. His thoughts began drifting back to Huey. Could there be a connection? Shaking his head, he decided to find out how much lifespan he gained. Status! Name Slifer, race human, alignment demonic, cultivation late foundation establishment, lifespan remaining 10 years. Karmic credits 5,700. Skills, Insight Basic, items, Reversal card, Peak Slifer card, Whimsical Wind card, abilities Mirror Mastery level 1, Techniques Sunrise Slash level 2, Stellar Nova Strike level 1, Weapon Mastery Sword 5%. That 0.00001% gave me a whole decade? Good heavens! What kind of monstrous longevity do these greater immortals have? Slifer mused, his eyes widening in disbelief. Man! If only that greater immortal had been feeling a tad more generous. A tiny bit more and I could have seen the next ice age. His train of thought was cut short by a sharp pain that pierced through his chest. He quickly extended his spiritual sense inwards, examining his body. There he saw the chaotic swirl of pseudo-origin realm energy battering against the chi condensation seal, which now showed alarming signs of fracturing. Damn it! Is this backlash from clashing with Huey's luck? He wondered, his thoughts punctuated by pain. A barrage of system notifications popped up, but Slifer dismissed them with a flick of his mind. Doubled over in agony, he hurriedly opened the system shop, seeking something, anything, that could stabilize the situation. The following cards appeared before his eyes. Chi Purge Seal. When activated, this seal creates a temporary pathway for the excess chi to flow out of the body, cost 500 karmic credits. Chi Storm Dispersion Array. When activated, this array disperses the excess chi in the form of controlled energy storms, cost 700 karmic credits. Chi Conversion Meditation. Convert the unstable chi into pure spiritual energy, accelerating cultivation progress, cost 1,000 karmic credits. Chi Armor Manifestation. Gain the ability to manifest a protective chi armor around the body to enhance defense, strength, and agility, cost 1,500 karmic credits.
Purging the pseudo-origin realm chi would be a waste,
Slifer muttered under his breath. With risk comes reward, after all. The options to absorb the chi were tempting, promising an immediate breakthrough, but he knew it was an unnecessary shortcut with his heaven-rank cultivation method and pills. If only it promised a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Without any hesitation, he purchased the Chi Armor Manifestation. Without any critical block cards left, a reliable defense was paramount. Stellar Nova Strike probably isn't enough. Activating the card, he felt the rampaging chi within him quell, transforming into a smoke-like chi armor. It enveloped him, creating a defensive shell at the peak nascent soul level. The minute traces of origin realm energy overwhelmed by the conversion was lost in the process. With his body only at the body tempering realm, the armor's effect was clearly evident. He could already feel it enhancing his physical abilities.
With this, core formation cultivators shouldn't pose much of a threat,
he muttered, a smirk forming on his lips. But as he moved, the armor fractured, fissures spreading across its smoky form until it dissipated into nothingness. Slifer sighed, a touch of frustration in his voice.
Seems my body can't handle this armor for more than 10 seconds.
He shook his head. It seemed he would need to focus on body cultivation. Slifer thought about the difference between body cultivators and their spiritual counterparts. Body cultivators tempered their flesh, bones, and blood through arduous and, more often than not, torturous training, transforming their very bodies into weapons. As for spiritual cultivators, they sought internal harmony, meditating to refine their spiritual energy and chi. One path is like forging iron under relentless hammer blows, while the other is like nurturing a delicate flower. He shuddered at the thought of undertaking the brutal regimen body cultivators endured. But if I want to extend the chi armor's duration, I have no choice but to strengthen my physique, he concluded. With a shake of his head dismissing the unpleasant thoughts, he decided it was time to return to the sect. He reached out with his soul bond, calling for Val. Within moments, he noticed the silhouette of the little dragon in the distance, flying quickly towards him. But something was amiss. Val's posture was slouched, her head lowered, wings drooping slightly. She had the look of a child who knew she'd done something wrong.
"What's wrong, Val?"
Slifer asked, though part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know. Val covered her face shyly with her wings, her body language screaming of guilt. Time to check the notifications, Slifer thought with a growing sense of dread. As he feared, he was met with multiple identical messages. Ding! Your disciple has attacked a righteous cultivator. 120 karmic credits have been deducted. Had it been one message, perhaps Slifer wouldn't need to worry, but attacking 3 righteous cultivators would definitely spell trouble.
Val?
Slifer sighed, rubbing his temples.
What did you do?
Val peeked through her wings, her eyes big and round.
Promise Master won't be mad.
Heaving another sigh, Slifer said,
All right, I promise. What happened?
Val looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears.
Val made wickle mistake. Now Badman chase Val. Slifer's heart sank. Just what I needed, more trouble.
However, seeing Val's earnest eyes, he couldn't find it in himself to scold her.
All right. Master would deal with it,
he said, forcing a smile. I really hope it's something minor. It would be quite the scene if an ascendant cultivator had to flee from lesser cultivators. His thoughts were interrupted by a distant shout. Looking up, Slifer saw a group of 5 nascent soul cultivators flying towards him, led by an old man whose aura suggested he was at the origin realm. Oh, Val, you're going to be the death of me, Slifer groaned internally. One of the nascent soul cultivators laughed derisively. "You finally gave up running," he taunted. Another nodded in agreement, sneering. "Your master will pay for your sins, beast!" "You dare devour my grandson?" a third accused, his voice thick with grief. Realizing that not even the last peak Slifer card could save him from the situation, Slifer felt a tremor of fear threaten to shake his legs, but he held his ground and knew that he had to give off the aura of an expert if he wanted to bluff his way out of the situation. Behind him, Val cowered, peeking out from her hiding spot. "Master mean men," she whispered, pointing a small talon at them. The nascent soul cultivators paused as their leader raised his hand. He squinted at Slifer, sensing something familiar. As recognition dawned, his complexion turned ashen, and he plummeted to the ground, bowing his head in a submissive posture. "Forgive me! Forgive me!" he cried out in horror. What just happened? Slifer's brow arched in surprise at the sudden turn of events. 200 years ago, the old man remembered with a pang of fear. He had been ambushed by none other than Slifer. The attack was swift, merciless, and almost took his life. By a twist of fate and sheer luck, he managed to escape with his life, but his treasured luminance blade was left behind. That cherished heirloom, passed down through generations, was taken by Slifer, who then corrupted its pure nature and left it to gather dust for years before bestowing it upon one of his disciples as a casual gift. "Foolish!" the old cultivator chastised himself. He had always intended to retrieve his family's blade and seek revenge on Slifer. But news that Slifer had advanced to the Ascendant realm changed everything. "It's certain death to provoke an Ascendant, especially one as ruthless as Slifer," he agonized. Seeing the old man's reaction, the nascent soul cultivators exchanged confused glances. Their leader, on his knees and begging for mercy. This was a sight none of them had expected. What are you doing, Sect Master?" The old man, his forehead still pressed against the ground, motioned with his hand, urging his followers to mimic his actions. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he addressed Slifer. "Had I known the dragon was under the protection of Ascendant Slifer, I would have gladly sacrificed a few more disciples to appease her." The surrounding cultivators began quaking in fear. They looked at each other with wide eyes, realization dawning on them. "This is Master Slifer, the rumored new Ascendant cultivator," they thought collectively, cursing their rotten luck as they quickly followed their sect master's lead, dropping to the ground. As a smaller righteous sect, lacking an Ascendant cultivator of their own, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill of humiliation. And who said I had dog shit luck? Slifer cleared his throat, giving them a displeased look that sent shivers down their spines. "My disciple informed me you were bullying her," he said slowly. Their eyes widened at the mention of disciple. It was truly unheard of for a beast to be considered a disciple, but given the unpredictable behavior of Ascendant cultivators, they dared not question his choice. In their desperation to appease, they began kowtowing fervently, their heads thudding against the hard ground with each bow, leaving red marks on their foreheads. Feeling emboldened by the turn of events, Val puffed out her tiny chest proudly as she stood on Slifer's shoulder. "You bully, Val!" she accused, trying to sound as righteous as possible. The cultivators exchanged anxious glances. "Bully?" they thought incredulously. "She was the one who attacked us unprovoked!" They remembered how she'd ambushed a disciple in the forest, and when reinforcements arrived, she'd gobbled them up without hesitation. She had even made a snack out of an elder at the nascent soul realm, but they held their tongues, not daring to argue with the stubborn creature. With lowered heads, they mumbled, "Yes, we bullied you." Slifer, suppressing a smile, turned to Val. "How do you think they should be punished?" he asked. Val's face scrunched up in thought. After a moment, she responded with an innocent pout. "Val really hungry." Chapter 36. The men's faces went ashen at Val's innocent declaration. Slifer quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If I let her try to eat them, they'll fight back, and they will realize I'm not the ascendant cultivator they believe me to be. He cautiously mulled over their options.
Besides that,
he suggested to the baby dragon, trying to steer the conversation away from something that could end badly for him. Val scrunched up her face in thought.
"Thou like treasures?"
she finally declared with a nod. That might actually work, he pondered. If I let them go without any action on my part, it would seem out of character for the original Slifer they know. But demanding treasures, it's a middle ground. Not too aggressive to provoke retaliation, yet assertive enough to fit my perceived image. Slifer's expectant gaze settled on the men, who hesitated only for a moment before they started to empty out their storage rings. A plethora of items soon littered the ground. Jade pendants glowing with soft light, orbs infused with condensed elemental energy, and pills sealed in exquisite vials. "Please, find it in your mercy to accept these humble offerings," stammered one of the nascent soul cultivators, sweat beading on his forehead. The nascent soul elder, whose grandson had been devoured, stepped forward with a forced smile, his body quivering like a leaf in the wind. "May the heavens bless me with more grandchildren," he said through gritted teeth, "so that Master Slifer's esteemed disciple can partake in more gourmet feasts." The words tasted like poison on his tongue, but he knew that his survival depended on it. The leader, with a resigned sigh, unhinged a splendid sword with an emerald handle from his waist, laying it beside the rest. He had once lost an invaluable heirloom to Slifer, and now history was mocking him with its repetition. He then performed one last kowtow, his forehead lightly thudding against the ground. "Master Slifer, I will never forget this graciousness." That sounded more like a veiled threat than a sign of gratitude. Lucky for him, I'm not an ascendant cultivator. Otherwise, a slap would have been the least of his worries, Slifer thought wryly. As he dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand, the trembling men scampered away without a backwards glance.
"Treasures!"
Val squeaked as she transformed, her form expanding enormously. The change in form seemed to have sped up the digestion of the cultivators she devoured, because a mid-nascent soul aura came off her in waves, making Slifer flinch at the intensity. "Ding! Your disciple Val has broken through. Reward 100 karmic credits." "Great. 100 karmic credits. Not enough to make up for the loss, but it's a start."
"Vowels! Vowels! All vowels!"
She began to gobble up the treasures, each item disappearing with a satisfied gulp.
"Spit it out!"
Slifer commanded, his expression stern. He realized that despite Val's current loyalty, she was still a wild beast at her core. Even though he saw her more of a child than a pet, she was still a higher-level being, albeit a baby version. A dragon's pride was tremendous, and he needed to show her that he was in charge. An out-of-control adult Val would not be something he would be able to handle. I can't only blame her. She doesn't know any better. I need to do a better job as a parental figure. Val's ears cowered back, and she reluctantly spat out the treasures she had eagerly consumed.
"Master told you to stay out of trouble. Thou sorry?"
Slifer shook his head.
"Sorry isn't enough,"
he said, pausing for emphasis.
"You need to make up for the trouble you caused. You are to complete 10 missions for me and no humans as a meal unless I allow it. Understood?"
Ding! Your disciple Val's loyalty has increased by 5%. Ding! You have received 20 karmic credits for disciplining your disciple. Seems like I made the right choice.
"Val will be good this time."
A full sentence from the dragon surprised Slifer. Has the breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage affected her mental age? If before Val was equivalent to a 5-year-old, she now seemed more similar to an 8-year-old. But this was all guesswork from Slifer. He didn't really know enough about kids to be certain. When she breaks through to the origin realm, would she be in her teens? The relationship between Val's cultivation and her mental age was comforting. Slifer didn't know the first thing when it came to taking care of a kid. As for a teenager, Slifer mused, a smirk playing on his lips. First, there's the angst phase, where everything is the worst thing ever. Then the obsession with the opposite sex, or the same. And can't forget the rebellion stage. You're not my real master. That'll be a fun one. Shaking his head, Slifer turned his attention to the spoils. I'm rich. For a supreme elder, he was, in fact, living in poverty, but his true cultivation was at the Foundation establishment realm, so in reality, he was drowning in riches. As the treasures flowed into his storage ring, he felt a strange connection to one of the items. It was the sword the Origin Realm expert wielded. On closer inspection, Slifer's eyes widened. Activating his insight skill on the sword, the information presented stunned him. Name, Sky Fade Emerald Blade. Rank, Heaven Rank Treasure. Realm, adaptable to user's cultivation base. Condition, perfect. Now this is a pleasant surprise, he thought, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings on the sword. Unlike the sword Elder Olakin had given him, which demanded an Origin Realm cultivation to even handle, this Sky Fade Emerald Blade was perfect for him. It was adaptable, a treasure that grew with its master. Slifer couldn't help but murmur, I should probably pay that old man another visit sometime. Who knows, he might have another treasure tucked away. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Val shrank down to her petite form. Hovering over to Slifer, her face displayed a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Master, why was Val scared? Dragons are never scared, she mumbled, her voice tinged with a hint of shame. Slifer put two and two together, realizing she'd been overwhelmed by the emotions transmitted through their soul bond. She felt my fear and assumed it was her own. Gently patting her head, he reassured her. Val is just a baby dragon. It's okay to be scared sometimes, but remember, Master will be here to protect you, and then when you're big enough, you will protect Master. Master is Val's favorite. She looked up at him with teary eyes. Slifer chuckled, ruffling her scales affectionately. Then you should stop causing so much trouble for your favorite master. Val puffed her cheeks out, nodding vigorously. When Val is big, Val will protect Master! Huey was waiting in Slifer's courtyard. He had finally gotten the hang of the dimensional slide technique, landing him in the Sect rather than in another near-death experience. He didn't know if his luck could save him a third time. Beside him, Li Fengao, trapped within a spiritual ring, was mid-rant, boasting about how he'd make Huey's master bow before him. And then, Li Fengao's voice crackled from the ring, your master will be so impressed he'll happily hand you over to me. I'm not some ornamental pot to be handed around, Huey retorted, though a part of him felt oddly flattered. He'd always imagined being fought over by jade beauties, not crotchety old men. Suddenly, the silhouette of a dragon appeared on the horizon, winging its way towards them. It was Val! Li Fengao began to laugh. Watch and learn, brat! But his voice faltered as his eyes narrowed on the figure riding the dragon. The old man's voice turned to a strangled wheeze. How is this possible? Huey, surprised by the old man's reaction, asked, What's got your beard in a twist? Keep my existence a secret, Li Fengao managed to croak out, his earlier bravado evaporating like morning mist. Huey raised an eyebrow. I thought you were going to show my master who's boss. Why is the Grey Immortal so scared all of a sudden? This is no time for jokes, you brat! Li Fengao snapped, his aura retreating into the ring, shrinking smaller and smaller until it was imperceptible. Humph! I'll explain later. Huey sighed in exasperation. Great, he mumbled to himself. Even this old geezer doesn't want to be anywhere near my master. Slifer and Val descended into Slifer's courtyard, where Huey was already waiting with an uneasy expression. How did he get here before us? Slifer wondered. Dismissing Val, Slifer walked up to his disciple. Huey, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, snapped back to reality and hastily greeted Slifer with a bow and clasped hands.
"Rise," Slifer said, noticing Huey's discomfort. "Your senior sister was quite worried about you."
Huey, feeling a twinge of guilt, awkwardly scratched his head. Slifer waved off his concerns.
"You have done well," he said,
referring to Huey's efforts in protecting Amelia. Huey shifted uncomfortably. He knew that when his master acted nice, he generally wanted something. Slifer, curious about the heaven-ranked treasure Huey found, probed further.
"Did anything interesting happen while you were away? Perhaps you found a treasure?"
Huey stifled a nervous gulp.
"If I had found one, I'd offer it to you, Master."
But internally he grumbled, "I'm tired of lending my stuff to Master." Knowing that Huey was lying to him, Slifer glanced at the loyalty stats of his disciples. Huey's number flickered, settling at a disheartening 35%. I guess the loyalty stat isn't just a useless number after all, Slifer mused with a frown. This sparked a troubling thought. Is someone trying to poach my disciple? He felt a twinge of unease. Could it be the handiwork of that greater immortal? To clear his suspicions, Slifer started scrutinizing Huey for any trace of the greater immortal. With his cultivation, he would be a fool to believe he would be able to spot anything. That was where the insight skill came in handy. He doubted even a greater immortal could hide itself from the system. Meanwhile, Huey's face flushed. "Why is Master looking at me like that?" His master's gaze felt uncomfortably intense, and when a strange look appeared on Slifer's eyes, Huey felt a shiver down his spine. "I need to say something. I can't let Master think he can just ogle me like this." Just as Huey mustered the courage to voice his thoughts, Slifer's eyes narrowed, causing him to swallow his words. "Can Master read my mind?" he thought, feeling more self-conscious. Clearing his throat loudly, he asked, "Master, is there something on my face?" But Slifer's attention was firmly on the system message that had just popped up. Name: soul-bearing ring, occupied. Rank: heaven. Condition: poor. Occupied? A grim realization dawned on him. Someone was trying to poach his disciple, and it was an old man trapped in a ring. Focusing on the ring, Slifer once again activated Insight. Name: N.A. Realm: Greater Immortal. Known techniques: N.A. Disposition: N.A. Of all the cliches, Slifer thought with a silent groan. Is this one of the benevolent types, or the evil kind who'll devour Huey's soul? Either way, Slifer was determined not to let anyone, especially a grandpa in a ring, snatch away a protagonist under his watch. Maybe the greater immortal provided Huey with a technique, Slifer wondered. That would be a cunning way to poach his disciple. Mirror Mastery. Name: Dimensional Slide. Rank: Obsidian. Description: allows the user to transverse through the void realm. Obsidian rank? Slifer pondered with a furrowed brow. What on earth is an obsidian rank technique? The highest rank he was familiar with was heaven. His mind raced as he tried to fathom how a core formation realm cultivator like Huey could use such an overpowered technique. That explains his sudden appearances. Protagonists really don't play by the rules. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Slifer thought, well, if it's up for grabs. Without hesitation, he activated the mirror mastery skill, and the technique's knowledge began to imprint itself onto his mind. Minus 500 karmic credits. Mirror mastery skill. Technique copied. Dimensional slide. As expected, no credit conversion needed for righteous techniques. Nice. Slifer's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Almost immediately, another system notification chimed in. Mirror Mastery level up. Mirror Mastery level 2. Copying a disciple's technique will be 20% cheaper. You have gained 100 karmic credits. Slifer mentally gave himself a pat on the back. This is exactly why having protagonist disciples pays off. They do all the heavy lifting and I get the spoils. Slifer restrained his excitement. The old man likely still had access to his cultivation, even if it was limited. Slifer knew he had to mask his discovery. The last thing I need is for him to recognize me. If he recognizes me from the little life essence incident, I'm toast.
Huey, you were saying...
Slifer coughed, feigning ignorance, his tone as casual as he could manage.
Master, I asked if there was... something on my face?
Huey shifted uncomfortably. His master had been silently staring at him for the past minute. That, coupled with the strange expressions on his face, only worried Huey further. Slifer blinked, abruptly realizing how his actions must look.
No, just checking for injuries, he replied, waving his hand vaguely.
Huey, rattled by his master's lecherous behavior, vowed inwardly, I need to get stronger so I can fend off whatever this is. Ding! Your disciple Huey's loyalty has fallen to 30%. Warning, if a disciple's loyalty falls below 30%, there is a high risk of betrayal. Chapter 37. Shit, Slifer thought. He desperately needed to find a way to increase Huey's loyalty. The most straightforward approach would be to get rid of that pesky ring and ensure Huey remained close. However, he knew that couldn't be done. 1, he was certain the greater immortal would smite him, and 2, the ring would undoubtedly find its way back to Huey, possibly due to some heaven's will or other such nonsense. Suppressing a sigh, Slifer lamented to himself. He didn't possess any technique or hidden treasure to win over Huey. If only he had an abundance of karmic credits, then he could buy his disciples' loyalty. Damn it, I really don't have anything to give. Suddenly an idea sparked. Val! Perhaps letting Val spend some time with Huey might stabilize his loyalty. While it might not significantly elevate it, at least it could hover above that risky 30%. Huey, who had been waiting for his master to dismiss him, couldn't help but think, what's with Master these days? Ever since his breakthrough, it's either he's been getting distracted mid-conversation, leering at me oddly, or staring into space. He couldn't help but think of the grandpa in the ring and his strange behaviors, and sighed. Cultivation sure does a number on one's brain. I wonder if anyone thinks the same about me. Nah, I'm sure that only happens once you reach the nascent soul realm. Slifer coughed, breaking the silence.
As the disciple selection ceremony is approaching, I want you to remain within the sect, he instructed.
Huey opened his mouth to protest, but Slifer continued.
Since I will be choosing a disciple, I expect all current disciples to be present.
Huey's protest died in his throat, and he lowered his head.
Also, Val has been getting into trouble recently, and as her junior...
Huey shot him a skeptical look, and Slifer quickly corrected himself.
As her senior brother, it's your duty to discipline her.
Huey couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, right, that's my job. But all he said was, Of course, Master. I'll look after Val. Slifer opened his mouth to offer further guidance, but Huey was already racing off, calling over his shoulder, Actually, I'll do that right now! Watching Huey's retreating figure, Slifer couldn't help but scoff.
Low loyalty indeed, he muttered under his breath.
Now alone in the courtyard, Slifer decided it was the perfect time to experiment with his new technique. He closed his eyes and focused, recalling the information about the dimensional slide technique. It required him to channel chi to the ends of his fingers or feet. He would need to manifest the chi, then transmute it into space chi, and finally use it to tear open a rift in space. Slifer opted for the finger method because, well, fingers seem less embarrassing if this goes south. Following the instructions, he successfully focused his anima chi, the life force within every cultivator, to his fingertips, but the next step was trickier. Anima chi could be converted into elemental chi like fire, water, or wind. However, transitioning it into something as complex as space or time chi was on a whole other level. It was akin to turning water into wine. You needed a certain divine touch. It probably sounds harder than it is. He consoled himself, recalling Huey's dismal comprehension stat of 2. As he tried to convert it into space chi, he was met with resistance. He grunted with the effort, sweat beading on his brow.
"You're a stubborn fella," he muttered.
The only reason he had managed to handle light chi was because he had glimpsed its essence during an enlightenment experience. But space chi was proving to be an entirely different beast.
"Come on, space chi! Be a good little chi and transform,"
Slifer coaxed, waving his finger as if trying to lure a stubborn cat. But, like a cat, the chi seemed to have a mind of its own, completely ignoring Slifer's attempts at persuasion. He concentrated harder, but no matter how much he tried, it remained stubbornly anima chi.
"Maybe if I just,"
he murmured, flicking his finger in what he hoped was a space-tearing motion. Instead of a rift, all he managed was to flick a pebble across the courtyard. Slifer gazed at the space in front of him, utterly flabbergasted.
"Huey, with a comprehension of 2, mastered this in a day?" he muttered, raking his fingers through his hair. "If that's the case, then is my comprehension stat 1?
He pondered momentarily. A 0 would likely mean one's brain was akin to a potato. That unsettling realization made Slifer groan.
"Great! I'm nearly a sentient vegetable. Just what the realm needed."
He tried to shake off the disheartening thought. Until the system reveals my stats, there's no point getting worked up. Maybe space chi just isn't my thing, Slifer reasoned, though not entirely convinced. With a resigned sigh, he decided it was time to check the cost of leveling up the technique through the system. He had avoided this path before, as the system had a penchant for exorbitant charges. Last time I checked the prices, I nearly had an aneurysm. He shook his head, trying to clear it of negative thoughts.
"The dimensional slide is crucial. It's my get-out-of-jail-free card, and with my luck I'll need it sooner rather than later. And let's be honest, who else in the human realm can boast about wielding an obsidian-rank technique? It could be my best shot at escaping a dire situation before I reach the immortal realm."
Teleporting, he thought wistfully, recalling the movies and comics that had fueled his childhood fantasies. Just like in Jumper or Nightcrawler from the X-Men. A soft chuckle escaped him.
"I mean, who wouldn't want the convenience? Get to the fridge without moving an inch? Perfect for a former couch potato. Or a nearly sentient vegetable."
Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself.
"Okay, let's rip off this Band-Aid,"
he whispered, ready to see the cost of upgrading the technique. Focusing intently on the dimensional slide technique, he was presented with 3 distinct options in bold. Impart, sell, upgrade.
"Let's see the damage,"
he sighed heavily, hesitating just a moment before selecting upgrade. The anticipation was killing him. He half expected to see a price that would make his heart stop.
"Please don't make me regret this system," he mumbled,
fingers crossed for good measure. Cost, 500 karmic credits. He gritted his teeth. It was as he expected. No matter the technique, upgrading from level 0 to level 1 always cost 500 karmic credits. This might not seem like much, but each subsequent upgrade only got more ridiculous, doubling each time. Normally, Slifer would rather spend a few days practicing a technique to reach level 1. After all, it wasn't like he did much else. His disciples were usually the ones farming the credits. Months could go by, and I still might not get it, Slifer thought with a heavy sigh. Resigned, he clicked buy. He felt a strange sensation, akin to the Enlightenment phase, but more like a mini-Enlightenment period as his understanding of space and the technique improved. That makes more sense. He laughed as he finally understood why he wasn't able to convert his chi into space chi before. Ding! Dimensional slide technique level up. Closing his eyes, he focused on the instructions of the dimensional slide technique. His chi flowed to his fingertips and transformed into space chi. With a swift tearing motion, a small portal materialized before him.
"Now that is awesome!"
he exclaimed with a chuckle. Ding! New affinity unlocked. Light 20%, fire 5%, space 2%. So, The system wanted me to begin learning 3 elements before deciding to add it to my stats. Slifer shook his head at the system's strange and seemingly arbitrary requirements. Just as he was about to step into the portal, he hesitated. Better safe than sorry. Who knows what's waiting for me in the Void Realm? Activating the nascent soul armor, smoky black armor enveloped his body. He took a deep breath and stepped through the portal, which snapped shut behind him. Moments later, Calum appeared in the courtyard with a flash of chi, his expression fraught with distress. Master, this useless disciple needs your help. He cut off abruptly, realizing that Slifer was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he muttered to himself, I swear I sensed Master here a moment ago.
It's over! It's over! I'm finished!
Li Fangao rambled, pacing in the ring like a caged beast. High above him, Huey, perched on his flying sword while scanning the skies for Val, sighed heavily.
What are you grumbling about now?
Huey called down. Li Fangao pointed a shaky finger to the sky, mumbling,
Life essence! You can't just absorb it! There are heavenly rules!
His eyes widened as he added,
But your master's technique, it doesn't care about such rules!
Huey chuckled. So what? That just means my master is more awesome than we thought. Which is honestly a sentence I never imagined saying. Li Fangao shook his head wildly.
No! Any cultivator who can ignore the laws set by the heavens is not simple. They go on to do great things, scary things. Ascendant cultivator? Your master is no ascendant cultivator.
Huey's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, are you saying Master's been hiding his cultivation? He hasn't truly reached the Ascendant realm?
No, you fool!
Li Fangao said, his voice dropping to a whisper.
Your master is not immortal. He's at least an immortal, but most likely a greater immortal.
He fell silent, his eyes darting around as if expecting Slifer to pop out of thin air. Master is an immortal? Huey blinked in disbelief. That can't be possible. Are you sure you haven't had too much spirit wine, old man? Li Fangao glared at him, suddenly looking deadly serious.
He sensed me. I felt him stare right into my soul. Do you think I'm immortal? Has that kind of power?
Huey, taken aback by the outburst, raised his hands in a placating gesture. Easy there, old man. Take a deep breath. Li Fangao heaved a sigh, his shoulders slumping.
It doesn't make sense, he mumbled. Why would your master let me live? If he used that technique at the immortal level, he could have drained me dry of life essence.
Chuckling, Huey teased, Sounds like the mighty greater immortal is a bit rattled. With a scowl, the erratic elder retorted,
In my prime, I could have slapped your master into the next realm. But...
He paused, glancing around nervously.
For now, let's be a tad wary of him, all right?
Be wary of Master? Huey questioned, raising an eyebrow. The idea was absurd to him. Sure, there were those recent instances where his master showed a bit too much interest in his disciples, particularly in Huey. That had led Huey to speculate, with a shudder, that maybe Master had different tastes. But despite tales of his master's ruthlessness, he had never harmed his own disciples, at least not intentionally. Neglect maybe, but not harm. Why should I trust a grandpa trapped in a ring over my own master? Huey shot back.
Your master is definitely hiding some secrets, brat,
Li Fangao retorted. Huey snorted. Which cultivator doesn't have a closet full of secrets? Li Fangao shook his head vigorously.
No immortal being would willingly hide in the mortal realm unless they're planning something major. Either that or they've lost their marbles, but your master seems to have all his faculties intact.
Sensing that Huey wasn't convinced, Li Fangao whispered,
I sensed great desire from your master when he stared at you.
Huey's face paled, and he gulped audibly. So he wasn't just imagining things. I guess being careful can't hurt, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Li Fangao nodded. He was reluctant to deplete the chi he had painstakingly restored over countless millennia of confinement. However, he recognized the gravity of facing a greater immortal, particularly one that followed the demonic path. I would
would rather blow us all up than fall into the hands of one of them.
Slifer appeared in the void realm with a disoriented blink.
This looks like a black and white movie,
he commented, surveying the eerie landscape that made him slightly uncomfortable. It was a dead land. No trees, no living beings, nothing. Just a barren, desolate expanse.
It's depressing,
he muttered to himself, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Shrugging, he decided it was time to leave. The technique was a great way to move around unhindered, but this place was too creepy. With a casual flick of his wrist, Slifer expected the familiar swirl of the dimensional slide technique to materialize instantly. But instead of the usual portal opening, there was nothing. Just the empty air where a gateway should have appeared. His confident expression faltered, turning into a mix of surprise and disbelief as he stared at the empty space.
That was, unexpected.
Shaking his head, he repeated the gesture once more. Then again, and yet again.
Why isn't it working?
Slifer frowned, a twinge of panic creeping into his voice. He paused, his eyes widening in horror.
Don't tell me I'm stuck here!
The very thought of being trapped in this lifeless realm sent shivers of dread through him. Being alone here would drive him mad, and if he wasn't alone, well, that was an even worse prospect. The only beings that would reside here are beings that could squash me like an ant, killing me without even realizing they stepped on something, he thought, his face paling. Slifer let out an awkward laugh, which quickly turned into an ugly grimace.
Don't tell me this is karmic retribution for copying a protagonist's technique!
His musings were abruptly interrupted by a roar. But this wasn't any ordinary roar. It was a ghastly sound that made his skin prickle with fear. Instinctively, he turned towards the sound, his eyes widening at the sight of two behemoth-sized, Dementor-like figures in the air having a standoff.
Holy spirit stones,
Slifer whispered. His breath caught in his throat. He felt very small and out of place. How can they be so far away, yet look so big? Slowly, Slifer began to edge backwards, every muscle in his body tensed. I need to get out of here and hide, he thought, tiptoeing as quietly as possible in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the ghastly roar escalated into ear-piercing screeches as the two Dementor-like beings clashed. The shockwave from their collision sent Slifer flying forward, tumbling through the air. As he sailed uncontrollably away from the battle, a begrudging sense of gratitude washed over him. At least it's pushing me away from those two, Slifer thought grumpily. No wonder no one wants to live here. Chapter 38. Fenlock felt like it was time to return. Killing 10 demonic cultivators should be enough to meet his master's expectations. A sigh slipped from his lips as he stepped onto the Sect grounds. Unlike many others in the Sect, he never found joy in tormenting the weak. Engaging with cultivators at the same cultivation had always been a walk in the park for him, particularly since his specialization in sound cultivation often gave him an unexpected edge. His master had sent him on this mission, perhaps hoping it would steel his resolve against his senior brother's so-called bullying, a term Fenlock found exaggerated. In his view, restraint was a virtue. Sharp words were something he could bear with without lashing back. Senior brothers aren't bullying, they're just giving advice, he rationalized. Shaking his head, he admitted to himself that his nature had always been to sidestep conflict, a trait that had put him at the receiving end of many beatings from his former master, Elder Fraun. Lost in thought, Fenlock was suddenly jolted from his reverie by a sudden appearance. A silver-haired girl appeared before him, her abrupt presence making him tense instinctively. Oh, what does she want now? He thought, barely suppressing a sigh. Junior brother! You're back! She exclaimed, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Fenlock nodded slowly, opting for silence. He had learned the hard way that his junior sister, Amelia, had a knack of looking for a petty excuse to instigate a fight. Less talk, less trouble with her.
"Master is out. He went to fetch Huey," she said,
her excitement palpable at the mention of their junior brother. Fenlock found her enthusiasm strange. Why is she so excited about Huey, he wondered, but then shrugged it off. It was not his problem to worry about. Perhaps Huey's her next target. He realized that his master had been right. He was being bullied. But it wasn't by his senior brothers. No. The real bully was the little silver-haired tornado standing in front of him. Yet confronting her seemed more trouble than it was worth. Ignoring the girl was, after all, the path of least resistance. Amelia's chatter blended into the background as Fenlock's mind drifted away. However, a few moments later, a voice snapped him back to the present, breaking through his haze. "Hey, Fenlock! Where have you been hiding? It's been a while since we've seen you!" Both Amelia and Fenlock turned, spotting 3 male cultivators approaching them. The leader, a tall man with black hair streaked with silver, was flanked by 2 others, one slender with a quick darting gaze, the other more muscular and carrying a large halberd. "Senior brother Zonrak," Fenlock greeted with a bow, clasping his hands together in respect. Zonrak was more than just a fellow cultivator. He was Fenlock's unofficial relationship guru. Without his advice, I'd have never mustered the courage to ask out junior sister Lenvari. Zonrak chuckled heartily, patting Fenlock so hard on the shoulder it almost made him stumble. "Ah, Fenlock, still as stiff as ever," he laughed. Amelia's brows furrowed slightly at this interaction, but she remained silent. Zonrak's teasing then took on a sharper edge. "Still meddling with that sound cultivation, huh? That's hardly a man's art." The slender cultivator chimed in.
"Yes, it's rather enchanting in a way," he giggled.
The larger cultivator added, "A method more suited to serenading ladies than real combat, I'd say." Fenlock, ever oblivious, mistook the jibes as genuine advice, nodding in appreciation. "True. I always look for ways to enhance it." Amelia's face twisted into a scowl, her short temper getting the better of her. With a sudden push, she sent Zonrak stumbling back.
"Do you think I'll just stand here and let you bully my junior brother like that?" she spat out.
Fenlock waved his hands in a placating gesture. "Senior brothers are only offering their guidance," he tried to explain. Amelia scoffed.
"If you think that's advice, then you're more naive than I thought."
Zonrak, red-faced from the unexpected shove, retorted, "Mind your place, little girl." Amelia's laughter chilled the air.
"You won't find me little when I stand over your corpse," she sneered.
With each word, her appearance shifted horrifically. Her skin paled, as her eyes hollowed out, leaving a blue glow. Black veins snaked across her face and neck. Her mouth opened grotesquely, revealing a maw filled with jagged, menacing teeth.
"I bet," she whispered,
her voice echoing as if from a deep cavern,
"your soul tastes delicious."
Zonrak's stance shifted subtly, betraying a hint of unease. Not because of Amelia's grotesque transformation, but due to her notorious reputation. The girl was infamous for her random assaults on disciples. Lately, though, she had been suspiciously quiet, but Zonrak couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that he might be her next target. In the meantime, Fenlock stepped in, the peacemaker between 2 rising storms. "Senior brother, junior sister, please, this is unnecessary," he urged, hoping to diffuse the tension. Amelia released a resigned sigh as she let her ghastly features revert to her usual delicate appearance. The last thing she wanted was for her master to catch her attacking another innocent disciple. Her master's prohibition against bullying had been a thorn in her side, so she had hoped to goad Zonrak into a fight, giving her the perfect pretext to claim his soul. But, unfortunately, her plan had failed. Seeing Amelia back down, Fenlock's shoulders sagged in relief. He wasn't entirely confident in restraining his junior sister. She did have a tendency to lose control. However, Zonrak's pride had taken a blow, and seeing Amelia stand down only boosted his confidence. "Look at the mighty predator," he sneered, eyeing her small stature, "barely taller than a child." Fenlock's heart raced, well aware that height was Amelia's sensitive spot. He quickly spun around, confronting Zonrak. "Senior brother, she stepped back. Let's leave it at that." Zonrak scoffed dismissively. "Perhaps you're accustomed to being spoken to like that by a woman, but I am a real man." Fenlock's brow furrowed in confusion. What does being a man have to do with this petty squabble? He suspected Zonrak's pride was clouding his judgment. Unsatisfied with Fenlock's lack of response, Zonrak pushed further, a wicked grin on his face. "Perhaps a real man should keep junior sister Linvari company tonight, instead of a mere sound cultivator like you, The color drained from Fenlock's face, replaced by a deep blush. His threshold for personal insults was high, but dragging Linvari into this, that was a different matter entirely. The fire in his eyes revealed a rare anger. A slight smirk curled the corners of Amelia's lips, which went unnoticed as Fenlock's mouth opened, and an ear-piercing sound erupted forth. The waves of sonic energy caused Zonrak and his cohorts to clamp their hands over their ears, their faces contorting in agony. Fenlock honed the sound on Zonrak, amplifying its intensity. The senior brother crumpled to his knees, blood trickling from his ears as his screams punctured the air. The pained cry snapped Fenlock out of his blind rage, and he quickly closed his lips, his expression morphing into one of shock. Zonrak lay slumped on the ground, whimpering in pain, as Amelia delivered a hearty slap on Fenlock's back. "Master would be proud," she exclaimed with a wide grin. Fenlock shook his head, a look of regret washing over him. This isn't me," he whispered. They were interrupted by a soft thud. A bald man, Boss Morvran, glided down gracefully from his sword. Amelia's face lit up at his sight. "Boss Morvran!" she greeted. Morvran's sharp eyes darted between Amelia, the fallen trio, and Fenlock, his expression serious. "Your master won't be pleased when he hears about this," he warned, as his gaze returned to Amelia. Amelia, always one to relish in mischief, declared, "Oh, this wasn't my doing." She pointed at Fenlock. "It was all him." Attacking fellow sect members? Fenlock's thoughts churned. He had always felt a sense of loyalty to his sect, but for what reason he could not explain. Cultivators outside the sect are one thing, but this... Morvran's eyes widened ever so slightly. "Didn't peg you for the type, kid. Always thought you were too... gentle," he remarked. Fenlock's gaze fell to the ground, the after-image of his actions etching themselves into his conscience. This isn't the path I wanted to walk? Morvran remembered Slifer's instructions to Fenlock on how the boy needed to learn to stand up for himself. Approaching the conflicted disciple, he offered what he felt was encouragement. "You showed a spine for once, but it isn't over yet." Fenlock looked apprehensively at Morvran. "I've already done too much," he thought. Unperturbed by Fenlock's silence, Morvran pressed on. "I wasn't too pleased with your performance in our last lesson. I expect more from you this time." He paused, eyeing Zonrak's bloodied ears. "Sound attacks seem even better than breaking bones," he muttered to himself. Turning to Fenlock, he commanded, "Well, don't stop now!" Fenlock's head shook vehemently. "No, I won't be pressured into torturing my own sect members, not again." Morvran's frown deepened at Fenlock's reluctance. It was then that Amelia stepped in, her smile beaming with mischief. "I'll heal Zonrak so Junior Brother doesn't have to worry about accidentally killing him," she volunteered cheerily. Without waiting for a reply, she positioned herself beside Zonrak, her hands radiating a green hue as she channeled the Essence Mend technique. Typically, the technique would soothe and heal. But as Amelia applied it, Zonrak's screams of pain pierced the air as he regained consciousness. Amelia's smile only widened at the sight. It was no fun when they weren't awake to feel the pain. Morvran, observing the scene, couldn't help but nod in approval. Healing to inflict pain. The juniors these days are indeed creative in their methods of torture, he remarked. Amelia beamed at the compliment, her mind wandering. Perhaps Master made me learn healing arts for this very reason, she pondered. She always found it strange that her master wanted her, a demonic soul cultivator, to learn healing. During this exchange, the other two disciples, sensing an opportunity, began to slink away discreetly. Although Morvran noticed their exit, he made no move to stop them. His attention focused on Amelia's unique application of her skills. Nodding his head a few times, Morvran then turned to Fenlock and studied him intently before speaking. To survive in a demonic sect, or even in the vast immortal world, one can't avoid the darker aspects. He sighed, attempting to be encouraging. At least today marked progress for you. Fenlock remained silent. He had accepted that it was useless to argue with crazy people. Oh yes, the real reason for my visit, Morvran suddenly recalled. Your master has yet to return to the sect. As his disciples, you're required to attend the disciple selection ceremony in his stead. Follow me. Amelia's eyes lit up, thinking about the possibilities of a new junior brother to toy with. She leaned down to Zonrak's semi-conscious form and whispered menacingly in his ear, I'll be back for you, big boy. Pulling back slightly, her lips brushed against his in a mockingly tender kiss. She hummed appreciatively, delicious, tasting the lingering fear and pain that clung to him. A feeble groan escaped Zonrak as he trembled under her soft touch. His vision dimmed as he once again lost consciousness. Fenlock, trailing behind, couldn't help but shudder at the sight. His head hung low. A thought crept into his mind. Would life have been easier if an immortal cultivator had discovered me instead? In the desolate expanse of the Void Realm, Slifer's expression darkened as an unexpected system notification appeared before him. Ding! Your disciple Fenlock's loyalty has decreased by 10%. 10%? What the devil did I do? Slifer nearly let a curse slip. He was baffled at the drop in loyalty when he hadn't even interacted with Fenlock. Chapter 39. The verdant Serenity Valley was a sight to behold. Lush and vibrant, cradled within towering mountains. It was here that the Black Rose Sect's disciple selection ceremony took place. After the ceremony, the sect master would traditionally claim the privilege of first pick among the new disciples, followed by the 5 grand elders, and then the nascent soul elders. Those not chosen but talented enough might be taken in as outer sect disciples, where they would serve as servants with dreams of one day ascending into the inner sect, the only true disciples of the Black Rose Sect. At the heart of the valley stood a large pagoda, in which the Grand Elders were seated. The main seat, however, remained empty, as it was reserved for the sect master who had yet to exit closed-door cultivation. Grand Elder Darius, who sat at the right-hand side of the seat of authority, scoffed. Where is that brat? Just because he has broken through to the Ascendant Realm doesn't give him the right to show us such disrespect. Grand Elder Tenzin, attempting to soothe the situation, replied, Perhaps there's something holding the Supreme Elder up. I believe he'll be here shortly. His eyes shifted, betraying a slight hint of anxiety. Grand Elder Lydia remained silent amidst the bickering. Arguing as always, like hatchlings in a nest, she mused. Her gaze was fixed on the sea of participants below, searching for a successor to the medicine hall. Amelia had promise, yet her violent streak was more suited for the battleground than the healing gardens. The medicine hall demanded cultivators who could temper their inner demons, a trait Amelia sadly lacked. Grand Elder Wyatt, a bald man with a long white goatee, who had the frail appearance of a scholar, but the shrewd gaze of a seasoned manipulator, let out a weary sigh.
If the Supreme Elder doesn't arrive within the next 15 minutes, we shall commence the ceremony without him. Unfortunately, we simply cannot delay any longer.
Grand Elder Tenzin frowned. He had emphasized the importance of the ceremony to Slifer, but the Supreme Elder remained absent. Even Slifer's servant, the bald fellow, seemed to have vanished without a trace after being dispatched to fetch him. Just where did he disappear to, he wondered. Breaking the mounting tension, Grand Elder Lydia finally spoke. Grand Elder Wyatt, may I have a look at the jade slips?
Of course,
Wyatt replied, handing over the jade slips to her. Jade slips were crucial at such events. There were over 1,000 participants, and each had a jade slip detailing their background and character. It was vital that their character was suited to becoming a demonic cultivator, or they showed signs that they could be molded into one. The Black Rose Sect couldn't afford to nurture a disciple who might later spew righteousness at every turn. The participants looked around nervously, exchanging whispers and speculative glances as they awaited the commencement of the selection ceremony. Over 1,000 hopefuls from cities under the Black Rose Sect's dominion were present. I heard the Jexlaren clan sent their top 3 talents this year, murmured a tall youth with striking silver hair. Pfft, they're nothing compared to the Vexoran clan from Wick City, sneered a girl with piercing green eyes. While major cities like Wick, Kaiser, and Rosarian were well represented, there were also participants from smaller villages and towns within the Black Rose Sect's territory. Just my luck to stand out like a sore thumb, thought a young man in white robes. His attire was a far cry from the extravagant silks donned by those from the major cities, but while his clothes spoke of simplicity, his eyes held a sharpness that belied his humble origins. Every so often, a collective gasp or murmur would rise from the crowd. Look, that's Ivor from the Zyklon clan. They say that he is descended from a thunder eagle. Amidst the murmurs, the shared dream was palpable. To be chosen by the sect master was a rare opportunity. Yet the name on everyone's lips was not the sect master, but Elder Slifer. Rumors had spread like wildfire about his cultivation level.
Do you really believe that Elder Slifer has reached the Ascendant Realm?
A young woman from Kaiser City whispered. It's more than just a rumor, said another, looking around cautiously before leaning in. My cousin in the Wizaron clan said it's true. Can you imagine training under him? A third chimed in. Sure, he's known to be ruthless, but the chance to study under an ascendant cultivator? Who wouldn't risk it? William Wick stood tall amidst the crowd. His robes of deep blue embroidered with threads of gold that showed off his status as a spoiled young master. His youthful face, framed by raven black hair, was alive with laughter as he chatted with the scions of the Vexoran and Zirklon clans. Suddenly his laughter was cut short as a boy bumped into him. William stumbled, catching himself just in time, his face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. The eyes of his peers were upon him, waiting to see how he would react. Straightening his robes, William turned sharply to face the clumsy offender. Before him stood a plump boy, his eyes wide with alarm. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, the boy stammered, bowing apologetically. The cheap fabric of the boy's attire was enough for William to grasp the full picture. With a disdainful sneer, he reached out and slapped the boy, causing him to lose balance and fall onto the muddy ground. How dare a mere village bumpkin touch me? He said, sneering as he brushed off his robes with an exaggerated disgust. Laughter erupted around them. Look at the fatty, one of the Zirklon clan members jested. Tears welled up in the village boy's eyes as he touched his reddening cheek. I didn't do anything wrong, Dusty thought bitterly. The weight of his oversized robe had been his downfall. His mother, in her eagerness to send him off looking presentable, hadn't considered the practicalities of such attire. I was just looking for my friend, Dusty muttered, his voice barely audible over the mockery. The onlookers whispered and chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. William stood tall, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Let this be a lesson," he said loudly. "In a world of cultivators, your place is beneath our feet." Dusty was aware of his ignorance. The city boys around him spoke of realms and cultivation as if they were common knowledge, while he knew next to nothing. And now he found himself face down in the dirt, humiliated. I thought this was a ceremony for an immortal sect. His mind raced. The realization that he was in a demonic sect filled him with dread. But it's too late to back out now. The young man in plain robes hesitated, his foot hovering mid-step. He was about to intervene when a voice cut through the tension. "Hey! Leave him alone," a new figure declared, stepping protectively in front of Dusty. William's gaze slid from Dusty to the newcomer. He was tall, with broad shoulders that spoke of hard physical labor. Despite having an imposing presence, William sensed no spiritual energy from him. "Oh? And who might you be?" "I'm Nomad," the tall boy stated simply, extending a hand to Dusty, who gratefully accepted it and scrambled to his feet. "And I'm this one's friend," Nomad added. William, feeling the eyes of his companions on him, forced a sneer. "I thought the Black Rose sect had standards, but it seems they let any village riff-raff sully these grounds." He spat out the last word with contempt. Nomad's eyes narrowed at the insult, but he held his tongue. "Let's go," he said to Dusty, and the two of them began walking away to find a different spot. William's group burst into fits of laughter, taking jabs at the retreating duo. "Look at those rags!" one jeered. "Probably never seen a silver coin in their lives," another chuckled. Yet deep within, William felt a pang of unease. That gaze, he reflected, remembering Nomad's cold stare. Did I make a mistake? But he quickly pushed the thought away, reassuring himself, "I'm the young master of the Wick clan. Why should I worry about a village bumpkin?" As they walked, Dusty whispered, "I didn't think you'd make it in time. The village elder was so worried when he couldn't find you." Nomad gave Dusty a warm, reassuring smile. "I wouldn't miss this for the world," he declared, pausing briefly before clapping a hand on Dusty's shoulder. "This ceremony, it's our ticket to a better life." Dusty nodded with enthusiasm. If anyone from our village could impress the sect, it'd be Nomad. He's always been exceptional at everything he tried. After the 15 minutes had passed, Grand Elder Wyatt cleared his throat, drawing attention as he stood up.
"We can't wait any longer," he declared.
Grand Elder Tenzin released a resigned sigh. "I agree." Turning towards the crowd of participants, Grand Elder Wyatt greeted them. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried effortlessly, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. The participants fell silent instantly, their eyes drawn to the imposing figure atop the pagoda. "Examinees," Grand Elder Wyatt began. "You have already passed an initial evaluation to stand here today, which deems you qualified to attempt the Black Rose Sect tryouts." The participants listened intently, hanging on his every word. "The first of your trials will be the trial of will." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in.
A formation will transport your souls to an illusory plane. There you must ascend a mountain. Only those who reach the summit shall pass. Should you fail to do so within 6 hours, you will be eliminated. Oh, and 8 out of 10 participants fail this test.
A wave of murmurs, a blend of shock and awe, rippled through the crowd. 80% fail? Some thought, their confidence wavering. Sensing the rising anxiety, Grand Elder Wyatt raised his hand for silence. However, he continued, his voice stern, those who surmount this trial will be guaranteed entry into the Black Rose Sect. He paused, then added almost as an afterthought, even if it is as a mere outer disciple. This time the murmurs were different, tinged with excitement and determination. I will be one of those who succeed, many thought. Their spirits reignited. Silence! Grand Elder Wyatt commanded, quelling the rising chatter. As for the subsequent trials, I will not waste words explaining them now. Only those who pass the first will need to know. His tone left no room for questions. Nomad, staring up at the Grand Elder, thought resolutely, as long as I pass this, nothing else matters. He didn't care about being taken in as an elder's disciple. He just needed to enter the sect. Beside him, Dusty shivered. If I knew it'd be this scary, I'd have stayed in the village herding goats, he whispered to Nomad, trying to lighten the mood. At least goats don't judge you if you can't climb a mountain in your mind. Meanwhile, the young man wearing white robes narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the Grand Elder. Will is not something I lack, he thought confidently, looking down at the sword at his waist. Only the strongest of wills are qualified to wield a sword. William snorted dismissively at the first trial. Just as I was told, a test of will. He mused further. If my source is correct, then talent will be next, followed by comprehension. He wasn't content with mere entry into the sect. His ambitions soared higher. His gaze flickered across the Grand Elders, searching for a specific figure. For this to work, you need to be here, William muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Just where are you, Supreme Elder? Chapter 40. Exhausted, Slifer found a cave that seemed safe enough to catch his breath. It was a simple cave, adorned with a few vines clinging to its walls, but nothing else of note. Unlike the other caves that looked like they spelled trouble, this one felt warm, almost inviting. But Slifer knew you could never trust a cave, even an innocent-looking one. After a thorough check to ensure no monsters were lurking inside, he allowed himself to slump down against the cold wall. Slifer realized that no matter how far he ran, the Dementor-like beings remained in view, never seeming to diminish in size. His earlier comparison of being an ant was disturbingly accurate. Trying to steady his racing heart, he couldn't shake off the overwhelming sense of dread. It was an intrinsic fear, the kind one feels when facing a superior predator. He had watched in horror as one of the Dementor-like beings devoured the other. To his astonishment, the victor seemed to grow larger. Just how much bigger can these things get? Slifer gulped, consoling himself with the thought that he was too insignificant to even be considered a snack for such monstrous entities. I'd be lucky to even get stuck between their teeth, he thought grimly. What to do now? After some contemplation, Slifer realized he had 3 potential ways to escape the Void Realm. The first was to keep trying the dimensional slide technique, hoping a portal would form. The second option was to use credits to upgrade the technique and then attempt to open a portal. The last was to gamble and pray the system granted him a teleportation card or something similar. Using the dimensional slide technique repeatedly could draw unwanted attention, Slifer thought. Upgrading it seems sensible, but what if it's only marginally more effective? That would be a waste of 1,000 karmic credits that could have been used to potentially get a useful card. A part of him was tempted to stay, lured by the possibility of acquiring something powerful in this bizarre realm. This is where protagonists in the stories find their cheats. Even though he already had the system, he would prefer something more reliable. In the end, Slifer decided the best course of action would be to find a cave to hide in and gamble with the system. That's enough excitement for this trip. I'd rather play it safe and maybe win something useful than risk wandering around this unpredictable realm. That's practically suicide.
Let's see how many credits I have. Status!
Name Slifer, race human, alignment demonic. Cultivation, late foundation establishment. Lifespan remaining 10 years. Credits, 3,060. Skills, Insight, Basic, Nascent Soul, Armor, Level 1, Items, Reversal card, Peak Slifer card, Whimsical Wind card, Affinities, Light 20%, Fire 5%, Space 2%, Abilities, Mirror Mastery, Level 2, Techniques, Sunrise Slash, Level 2, Stellar, Nova Strike, Level 1, Dimensional Slide, Level 1, Weapon Mastery, Sword 5%.
I have enough karmic credits to gamble first. If that doesn't work, I'll just upgrade the technique.
Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now? Yes, no.
Yes.
Ding! Unsuccessful. Better luck next time. After over a dozen unsuccessful attempts, Slifer finally acquired a useful card, the staple critical block card. It then only took him several more tries before the familiar ding of success echoed again. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Soul Fire. Description: conjure ethereal flames that burn not the flesh, but the very essence of the soul. Warning: can only affect those below the immortal realm. Burning the soul? Sounds like something straight out of a demonic cultivator's handbook, Slifer mused, surprised by the nature of the technique. Didn't the system have some sort of agenda against the demonic path? After checking its price in the shop, Slifer found it was worth a staggering 15,000 karmic credits. This single card alone made his gambling efforts worthwhile. Yet Slifer wasn't comfortable with the idea of using such a technique. Torturing the soul seems too cruel. If I have to kill, I prefer it to be swift and clean, not drawn out like a certain someone's methods. Shaking his head, Slifer decided to continue his gambling spree. It was only after another few dozen attempts when he finally won a decent card. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Reflection card. Description: creates an energy barrier that reflects attacks back at the attacker for 20 seconds. While Slifer could see its usefulness in battles with other cultivators, he doubted its efficacy against the gargantuan void beasts. Reflecting their attack is pointless if they just swallow me whole, he thought. Nevertheless, he welcomed the addition of the Reflection card to his arsenal. Just as Slifer was about to purchase another random card, he felt a chilling sensation creeping over him. Something was wrapping around his body. This can't be! I checked this cave thoroughly. There were no creatures here. Slowly looking down, Slifer's eyes widened in shock as he saw the seemingly innocent vines that had been clinging to the cave walls now crawling over his body. Vines? Attacking me? His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. The vines, which had appeared so harmless at first glance, were now tightening around his body, slowly squeezing the life out of him. I was just thinking I would prefer not to use this on anyone, but you left me with no choice. Soulfire card, activate! Instantly, the vines fell to the ground and began to thrash violently. Although there was no visible fire, their reaction seemed as if they were being scorched by intense flames as they let out a strange, sizzling sound before falling still. Must be one enormous vine, Slifer realized, when he saw that not a single vine in the cave was left alive. A regular fire technique would have harmed only a part of it, but a soul attack like this affects the entire being. Ding! You have gained 1,000 karmic credits. I gained 1,000 credits. Just what was its cultivation level? Insight? Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered an otherworldly being. You have gained 100 karmic credits. Name NA. Species void plant. Realm early ascendant realm. Known techniques NA. Known affiliations NA. Disposition NA. Early ascendant realm? Slifer was astounded. Even a simple-looking vine here is ridiculously powerful. If it wasn't for its overly affectionate nature, Slifer joked to himself. I would have been dead without even realizing what killed me. Sure, the critical block card would have kicked in, and then I'd have used the Soulfire card, but any normal cultivator would have ended up as vine food. Remembering that this cave seemed the safest, Slifer shuddered as he wondered what beings were lurking in the others. Shaking off the unsettling thoughts, he made sure to use insight on every nook and cranny in the cave. Even the pebbles weren't let off the hook. After completing his thorough examination, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he muttered, a hint of fatigue in his voice. As he stretched his arms high above his head, his exhaustion seemed to vanish, replaced by a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Now, on to the truly crucial and, coincidentally, vastly more entertaining task at hand. Gambling! Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now, yes, no. Yes. Again, the cards Slifer was getting were all duds, but after a while a smirk appeared on his face. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Avatar. Description: creates a complete clone of the user that can independently cultivate. Warning: the avatar cannot access the system or its cards. My own Kage Bunshin! Chapter 41. The trial will now begin! With that, the formations on the ground came to life, releasing a blue hue. The participants felt a wave of exhaustion sweep over them, causing their limbs to feel like jelly and their eyelids to droop as they slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the illusionary realm, a lone mountain rose from the ground. Its peak, covered in mist, reached the heavens. As the mist cleared, figures began appearing at the foot of the mountain, each disoriented and surveying their surroundings. William blinked rapidly, adjusting to the sudden change. He looked down at himself, flexing his fingers and moving his limbs. It feels so real, almost like my very body has been transported here, he murmured. Lifting his gaze, he assessed the mountain ahead and the participants materializing next to him. Not wanting to lag behind and seeing a few already starting, he took a step forward. With every step, an increasing weight pressed down on him. Observing those around him, William noticed some participants collapsing, unable to withstand the pressure. He sneered. Weaklings. As Dusty appeared in the illusionary realm, he took one glance at the towering mountain and felt his knees buckle. They can't expect us to scale that monstrosity, he said, his hand self-consciously patting the rolls of fat on his belly. Look at me! I'll drop dead before I even get halfway. Nomad, who appeared beside him, laughed, clapping Dusty on the back. My friend, you could weigh as much as 10 oxen, but that won't affect your climb, he said, grinning. Remember, it's not the flesh that's tested here. It's the spirit, the willpower. Dusty grumbled. Well, if they wanted to test my willpower, they should have just checked how many pies I could eat in one sitting. Sounds a lot safer to me. I mean, a pie never hurt anyone. Meanwhile, in the Void Realm, Slifer, ever vigilant for lurking void beasts, sneezed unexpectedly. He instantly froze, his senses alert for any movement. When none came, he relaxed slightly but couldn't help but think, why would I sneeze? It's not like cultivators to catch colds. Back in the illusionary realm, Nomad shook his head. Get moving, or you'll have to explain yourself to Grandma Sully if you're sent back. Dusty visibly paled. Grandma Sully's idea of punishment was a strict regimen of fasting, which to him was crueler than any physical torment. Nomad took a step forward, immediately feeling a whisper of pressure, like the touch of a feather. He would have missed it if he hadn't been braced for some form of resistance. Dusty, however, instantly turned red as his breaths came in short bursts. It feels like I'm looking Grandma Sully on my back again. He cast a sideways glance at Nomad and the other slender participants who moved with ease. Catching his breath, he continued, I tell you, this is unfair. Clearly this blasted mountain has something against us heavyweights. Back in the pagoda, Grand Elder Wyatt casually waved his hand, causing water to coalesce out of thin air, swirling until it formed into 1,000 distinct screens that hovered in the air before them. Each one captured the image of a different participant as they faced the mountain's challenge. As a cultivator's power grew, so too did their ability to multitask. For those in the core formation realm, watching over thousands of such screens with their spiritual sense was a trivial matter. But for these Grand Elders who had entered the Origin realm, such a feat was not even worth mentioning. "The clans have indeed sent their finest," Wyatt commented. His eyes paused on one particular screen where a young man progressed steadily. "Rays of the Rizarian clan not only defeated the heirs of both Corvex and Zion in a single battle, but crippled them." Elder Tenzin, standing beside him, watched the screen with interest. "He has certainly earned his place as the prime seed." When recruiting disciples, the sect relied on a seed system that ranked potential disciples based on talent and background. Though the brief screening was not infallible, years of refinement had honed the system to a point where its estimations were not too far off the mark. Grand Elder Darius watched the images before him, a glint of approval in his eyes.
"This Rizarian boy would serve well within my disciplinary home," he remarked with a confident nod, eyeing his fellow elders for any sign of contest. But seeing none, a smug smile appeared on his face. "The next 3 seeds hail from the Jexlaren clan." Grand Elder Wyatt's voice cut through the silence, drawing attention once again to the screens. "Rice, Kalen, and Dara." Grand Elder Lydia's expression tightened slightly. "And what of the other clans within Kaiser City?" she asked. "It's the Jexlaren clan," Grand Elder Tenzin interjected smoothly. "They've been expanding, pouring resources into their youth. They have ambition the other clans have not been able to keep up." Wyatt gave a nod of acknowledgement. "In a few generations, we may well speak of Jexlaren City, not Kaiser." Lydia's frown deepened at this. "The Wizeron clan's talents in healing are unmatched. It is unsettling that we see no new talents from them of late." As they discussed, Grand Elder Wyatt's gaze drifted to another screen. The image of a topless, muscular young man appeared on it. His eyes sparked with occasional flashes of bright yellow. "Ivor, of the Zirklon clan," he muttered. Grand Elder Darius leaned forward, interest piqued. "Is he the one descended from the Thunder Eagle?"
"Indeed," Wyatt confirmed. "The Zirklon clan's bloodline usually runs thin, but this... Every few centuries, a Zirklon with a decent bloodline emerges. Ivar's soul shows signs of the Thunder Eagle, signs that are far stronger than any we've seen in a millennium." Grand Elder Darius eyed the image of Ivor keenly.
This scion of Zirklon also seems a worthy candidate for my disciplinary home," he declared.
The other Grand Elders said nothing, their silence an accustomed response to Darius's assertive nature. With a deliberate cough, Grand Elder Wyatt shifted the attention to another screen. A young man appeared, radiating arrogance as he walked up the mountain. The youth frequently glanced back with a smirk plastered across his face as if to mock those behind him.
"This is the young master of the Wick clan,
William," Wyatt announced in a neutral tone. The gathered elders remained unimpressed, having seen too many like him. Proud due to their lineage, yet insignificant without it. Young masters like him often crumble without the support of their clans, they thought collectively, their eyes scanning past William's image indifferently. "It appears the trial has truly begun," Grand Elder Tenzin observed, gesturing towards the screens. The images now showed several participants brought to their knees, others sprawled on the ground, their wills broken by the mountain's base. As their souls flickered back to the physical realm, a scornful scoff escaped Darius.
"What weaklings!"
he sneered with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"What has our demonic sect become? Afraid of a few casualties?"
He shook his head in disdain at the use of an illusionary realm. In my days, hundreds such as these would be crushed by the trial. Boulders would smash them. Falls would claim them. They wouldn't return, at least not whole. Grand Elder Wyatt shook his head slightly, his beliefs aligning more with the sect master's progressive vision.
"A sect without rules, even a demonic one, is doomed to implode," he muttered quietly to himself.
William was already halfway up the mountain. He was breathing heavily, more from the exertion than he would care to admit. "This is more challenging than I expected," he acknowledged internally, wiping sweat from his brow. It was crucial that he not only avoid falling behind, but also that he do so with the grace expected of a wick. He sneered as he glanced back and saw the bulky figure who had stumbled into him at the start of the trial. The overweight man was panting, his hands on his knees in a pitiful attempt to catch his breath. Struggling so soon, pathetic, he thought with contempt. His gaze then shifted to the other villager, the companion of the stout man. To his surprise, the villager was making decent progress, closer to the middle than the base of the mountain. Impressive for a commoner, I suppose, but still laughable compared to a noble like myself. William then scanned the path ahead. As expected, the young master of the Rizarian clan, Rays, was at the forefront, with the three prodigies of the Jexlaran clan at his heels. Yet William's expression turned to one of disbelief as he witnessed a white-robed youth overtake them like he was taking a stroll in the park. This can't be. Is he somehow cheating? William pondered with a scowl. How could an unknown possibly surpass the young masters? The white-robed male, known as Kalen, had no interest in the Black Rose sect under normal circumstances. He was not a demonic cultivator, and the sect offered nothing he could not obtain from his own clan. His sole motivation for infiltrating this event was the chance to observe a sword cultivator rumored to have reached the sword will stage, an achievement exceedingly rare in the mortal world. Even immortals struggle to grasp such a state, he thought, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps there is something I can learn from a mortal realm cultivator. As Kalen continued walking, he overheard the grumblings of a participant behind him, but paid them no mind. That white-robed guy! He just overtook Rays! Who is he? The puzzled voice questioned. He's not even sweating, another murmured to a fellow participant nearby. You don't think he's... The other shook his head. Who can say? But if he's cheating, the elders will surely catch him. Every now and then, Kalen's hand occasionally brushed against the hilt of his sword, and his eyes narrowed. Let's see if this sword will stage cultivator is worth my time. Who is that boy? Grand Elder Lydia's voice cut through the silence, her finger pointing to a screen showcasing a white-robed youth overtaking the supposed first seed. Wyatt's brow creased as he extended his spiritual sense to sift through countless jade slips, murmuring, I do not know him. His eyes narrowed. Somehow the young man had bypassed their meticulous screening. How dare this boy infiltrate our sect? Grand Elder Darius boomed, his face flushing with anger as he rose from his seat, his hands clenched. No, let him be, Wyatt interjected firmly, gesturing for Darius to sit. Let's watch how this unfolds. An impostor would be revealed by the formations, he reasoned. Unless this boy is an immortal, he cannot hide his true soul from us. Though displeased, Darius resumed his seat, acknowledging Wyatt's crafty mind with a begrudging nod. Discipline and punishment are my realms. Wyatt knows the subtler arts of control. Tenzin's gaze, meanwhile, narrowed on the young man's weapons. A sword cultivator, he whispered. In the illusionary realm, personal weapons did not manifest, but a sword cultivator's blade in the higher realms was an extension of their very soul, inseparable even in illusion. Grand Elder Darius's frown deepened at the sight of the sword. Sword cultivators, too stern, too inflexible, he thought distastefully.
and demonic sword cultivators were even worse in his eyes. Often they would lose their minds to the very blades they wielded. Both types did little more than sour his mood. While the attention of the Grand Elders was split between the young masters and the white-robed male, a humble-looking figure and his pudgy companion were largely ignored. Among the sea of participants that were struggling up the mountain, they were just two more faces. Nomad slowly trudged up the mountain, a sigh escaping him. The trial before him was laughably simple. He could hardly believe it was designed to test one's willpower. Is there a flaw in the formation, he wondered, his gaze sweeping over his fellow participants. They were drenched in sweat, their breaths coming in ragged gasps while he felt as if he were out for a leisurely stroll. Stand out too much and you invite trouble. Fade too much into the background and you become prey, he reminded himself, feigning a pained expression as he pretended to labor over the next step. Being average is an art in itself. Nomad found this performance, the act of pretending to be an ordinary cultivator amidst the sea of struggling bodies, far more taxing than the trial itself. His gaze swept the mountain path, taking note of those who were ahead and those who trailed behind, calculating his pace to fall squarely in the middle. The idea of catching an elder's attention was the last thing he wanted. Keep it average, keep it safe, he thought. Glancing back, he caught sight of Dusty, his friend's legs wobbling, his resolve clearly faltering as he paused for another break. Come on, Dusty, you can't stop now. He couldn't help but want Dusty to succeed. Oi! Dusty! Nomad called out. If you linger any longer, the mountain might mistake you for a new peak! A ripple of laughter spread through the nearby climbers, and Dusty's face broke into a weary grin. With a renewed spark, he pushed off his knees and resumed his climb, Nomad giving him the nudge he needed. Ha! Don't underestimate me! I'll race you to the top, and the last one there owes the other a meal! Dusty hollered back. Of course it'd be a meal. Nomad let out a genuine smile, even as he continued his charade. Just make sure you're not last, my friend. Grand Elder Wyatt's fingers ran through his long goatee, his gaze fixed on the white-robed youth on the screen. Impressive. To enter undetected is no small feat, he thought, his curiosity piqued more by the boy's cunning than his leading position. Next to him, Grand Elder Darius had his eyes shut, a picture of disinterest. He only occasionally sent out his spiritual sense, sweeping the mountain for a certain presence. Where is Slifer hiding? He pondered, itching for the moment he could overshadow the so-called Supreme Elder. On another side, Grand Elder Tenzin's eyes moved meticulously, tracking the 3 talents from the Jexlaren clan. He nodded slightly, acknowledging their prowess. The clan patriarch's donation might have been unnecessary after all, he mused. Grand Elder Lydia, on the other hand, barely concealed her lack of interest. Healers. Only they are the true jewels in this mundane lot. Her mind was already leaping ahead to the trial of comprehension, eager to find those that were worthy of her guidance. Their silent assessments were abruptly disturbed by the unexpected arrival of Morvran and his entourage. The cultivators on their swords landed with an inelegant thud on the pagoda. Morvran lowered his head. Esteemed Grand Elders, he greeted respectfully, followed by nods from Amelia, Fenlock, and Huey. Even little Val tried mimicking the gesture. Seeing Slifer's disciples arrive without their master, Darius's features contorted into a scowl, his aura flaring like a storm cloud on the horizon. The pressure it exerted was palpable, heavy as the weight of the very earth. Where is your master? He growled. Chapter 42. Feeling the oppressive force of Grand Elder Darius's aura bear down on them, Amelia's face twisted into an angry scowl. You won't be acting like this when my master arrives, she snapped back. Then you'll be on your knees, begging for mercy.
Perched on Morvran's bald head, Val puffed out her tiny chest and hissed,
Master slap bad man! Val then eat bad man!
Her baby teeth, more adorable than intimidating, flashed in a display of dragonette bravado. Watching the scene unfold, Fenlock held back a sigh. Val's behavior was excusable. She was just a baby, and a dragon at that. Her pride was as vast as the heavens. But Amelia, why must she always provoke those stronger than us? He pondered the idea of giving her the title of senior just to avoid these headaches. Maybe as a senior she will learn to hold her tongue. Actually, come to think of it, she would just drag us down with her. Huey shifted uncomfortably at the prospect of the old man attacking them. With everything that had happened recently, it wouldn't surprise him. He felt Li Fengao stir within the ring. The ancient spirit's voice grumbled, If that insect doesn't stop yapping, I will come out and slap him to death. Huey couldn't help but mentally question, Do you still have the power to do that? Li Fengao muttered begrudgingly, I've got enough left for a few life-threatening situations. Then, as an afterthought, he added, But for that buffoon, I might just make an exception. You'd think someone who's lived for hundreds of thousands of years would be more patient, Huey thought with a shake of his head. Grand Elder Wyatt observed Darius's increasingly erratic behavior with a hint of disapproval. This isn't what we agreed on. We can't allow him to simply bully the Supreme Elder's disciples. The other Grand Elders will not ignore such conduct, and neither can I. Reputation is still a thing to maintain, after all. With a discreet cough to regain control of the situation, Wyatt's face blossomed into a practiced smile, full of apologies. Please excuse Grand Elder Darius's impatience. Turning to Darius, Wyatt's smile remained plastered as he counseled, I'm sure the Supreme Elder will have a good explanation when he arrives. Darius let out a derisive snort and flopped back into his seat.
If the Supreme Elder even bothers to turn up,
he muttered. Morvran's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. As if I would confront an Origin Realm Elder without a plan, he mused, already considering which of his underhanded schemes would best inconvenience Grand Elder Darius. Perhaps it's time to unleash that wily Dentos on him. Dong! The sound of the bell indicated the end of the first trial. All eyes, both the elders and the disciples, shifted to the water screens. The images revealed that 250 participants had managed to reach the mountain's summit. At the forefront was the mysterious white-robed figure, followed by the Rosarian young master. The Jexlaren trio secured the next 3 spots, with Ivor from the Zirklon clan taking the 6th. 250? That's a bit higher than the last time, Grand Elder Tenzin remarked, his eyes skimming over the screens. Grand Elder Wyatt gave a contemplative nod. Indeed. But the real question remains, how many among them possess true talent? In the illusionary world, Nomad offered a hand to Dusty, whose large frame was splayed awkwardly on the ground. I told you I'd make it, Dusty panted out, his hand clenching Nomad's as he was hauled to his feet. His face glowed red, more from anger than the exertion. All that work and not a pound lighter, he lamented silently. Nomad couldn't help but laugh. Taking last place is a feat in itself. You got everyone's attention, he joked, helping Dusty to his feet. Dusty responded with a scowl. Who'd have thought you, of all people, would barely make the cut? 125th place? I expected more. Nomad's smile was one of someone who had everything going according to plan. Exactly in the middle, he mused silently. Aloud, he simply said, What matters is we both passed. Dusty nodded, catching his breath. And I won't have to face Grandma Sully again, he added with a shudder that was only half feigned. Nomad couldn't help but laugh at his friend's simple joys. If only life were as simple as escaping a scolding, he thought wistfully. William's expression darkened when he overheard the banter between the last-placed Dusty and the middle-ranker Nomad. To be content with such mediocrity, he thought disdainfully. I suppose village life dulls one's ambitions. His mind wandered to his own performance. 10th place wasn't shameful among the lot, but it wasn't first either. He felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of facing his clan after such a result. Being bested by other young masters is one thing, but that unknown swordsman... As he was lost in thought, the sensation of his body dissolving jolted him back to reality. Panic briefly flickered across his face before settling into understanding. The trial was over, and they were returning to the real world. He materialized back in the valley, noting other participants materializing around him. Grand Elder Wyatt's voice cut through the chatter and confusion. "Congratulations on passing the first trial," he announced. "You have all earned the right to join the outer sect of our Black Rose sect." A murmur of relief and triumph washed over the crowd, cut short by the Grand Elder's next statement. "The next trial," he continued, his gaze sweeping over the young faces, "will decide whether you remain in the outer sect or advance to the inner sect." The disciples straightened up at the mention of the inner sect. It was well known that the true privileges and resources of the Black Rose sect were reserved for the inner disciples. Each of the 4 halls, the disciplinary hall, led by Grand Elder Darius, the meticulous medicine hall, under Grand Elder Lydia, the martial arts and spiritual hall, that was Grand Elder Tenzin's domain, and the treasure pavilion, filled with artifacts and managed by Grand Elder Wyatt, represented a different path in cultivation. "And as for those that perform exceptionally well, the Grand Elders may take you in as their personal disciple." As the Grand Elder's words sank in, murmurs of excitement spread through the crowd. The notion of being a Grand Elder's disciple was too great to ignore. "I'd rather be Grand Elder Darius's disciple," one participant whispered ambitiously, only to be countered by another with, "Are you mad? Grand Elder Lydia is far more composed. Grand Elder Darius is, well, too intense." Laughter broke out among a small group. "Intense? We're in a demonic sect, friend. Intense is a mild way of putting it." A more wistful voice joined the conversation. "You all can squabble over the Grand Elders. My sights are set on the Supreme Elder." "Yeah," someone scoffed, "like he'd notice any of us. He didn't even show up today." Grand Elder Wyatt raised his hand, hushing the crowd as the earth itself rose, obeying his command. 5 pillars surrounding a large stone that pulsed with a green light appeared in the center of the valley. "This stone," Grand Elder Wyatt began, "is a luminaris quartz. Its glow will vary with the potential chi each of you channel." The Grand Elder continued to explain that the stone was tied to a formation that linked it to the 5 pillars. Those that lacked talent would not be able to light up a single pillar, whilst those that were destined to remain in the outer sect would only be able to light up 1 pillar. Being able to light up 2 pillars would ensure that the participant would be able to enter the inner sect. Yet, it was only by lighting up 3 pillars that one would be able to catch the eye of a Grand Elder and attain the title of Core Disciple. If a disciple was talented enough to light up 4 pillars, then that would be sufficient to draw the attention of an ascendant cultivator. Seeing the Grand Elder grow silent, one of the disciples from the village mustered the courage to ask, "Well, what about 5 pillars?" "Huh! If any one of you were able to light up 5 pillars, then an immortal from the higher realms will descend and whisk you away." Grand Elder Wyatt let out a dismissive laugh. In the history of the Black Rose sect, not a single disciple was able to light up 5 pillars simultaneously. Wyatt didn't even believe such a thing was possible. The aspiring disciples exchanged glances. Some wore expressions of confidence, while doubt shadowed others' faces. "I forgot just how poor the talent in this backwards realm is." A small frown appeared on Kalen's face. Not too far away from him, Nomad's eyes narrowed.
3 pillars. It seems a bit too much. I should aim for 2. Sensing the shift in the crowd, Wyatt continued.
Each of you has passed our pre-selection process, and it is more likely one of you will light up 4 pillars than fail to light up 1.
A collective breath of relief swept through those that were worried they would embarrass themselves by not being able to light up a single pillar. However, his words did little to console William, who had never considered the possibility that he, the young master of the Wick clan, would do worse than a village bumpkin. No, he had his sights on something greater, something that even he was unsure of. That man said it should trick the stone, but would it be enough to light up 4 pillars? William felt his mouth dry up as the pill under his tongue grew heavy. The future of the Wick clan depended on him. If I can't catch the Supreme Elder's eyes, then the Wick clan will be...
The trial of talent will now commence!
Chapter 43. One by one, the participants nervously stepped forward when called. However, after placing their hands upon the Luminaris quartz, one after another, they walked away with their spirits dampened, having lit only a single pillar. "Circa!" came the next call. A young girl, no older than 14 summers, her legs shaking, approached the stone. The crowd held their breath as she reached out. The first pillar lit up, and a tentative smile touched her lips. She expected no more than this, an outer disciple at best. But then, a gasp rippled through the crowd as a second pillar burst into light. Circa's heart leapt into her throat. Maybe. Just maybe. As the light crept up the third pillar, the Grand Elders leaned forward in their seats with budding interest. Yet, when it became clear the third pillar would not fully ignite, halting midway, they relaxed, disappointment etched into their features. Circa, however, couldn't contain her joy. "I did it," she whispered to herself, a grin spreading across her face. She was going to be an inner Sect disciple. "After the completion of the final trial, you will choose your path within the Sect," Grand Elder Wyatt stated, a hint of warmth in his otherwise stern voice. Circa nodded, her enthusiasm uncurbed as she skipped back to her place among the crowd. For most of the participants, passing the second trial was sufficient, a guarantee of entry into the inner Sect. The trial of comprehension that followed was more a matter for the elders, a chance to spot a disciple tailored for their unique cultivation methods. As participant after participant stepped up to the Luminaris quartz, it became a familiar scene. A single pillar lighting up, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but rarely more than that. The few who managed to illuminate a second were met with nods of approval from the onlookers, mostly young masters and mistresses from the local clans who held their heads a little higher with the acknowledgement. "Dusty!" Grand Elder Wyatt called out for the next participant to come forward. Dusty, hearing his name, felt his clothes cling to his ample frame like a second skin as he began to trudge forward. Nomad, seeing his friend uncharacteristically anxious, gave Dusty an encouraging slap on the back, grimacing at the slick of sweat his hand came away with. Like patting a wet whale, he thought wryly, trying to hide his disgust. Reaching the stone, Dusty hesitated, his hand trembling as he placed it on the cool surface. A hush fell over the crowd, the kind of silence that seemed to amplify the slightest noise. The stone remained dark for a torturously long moment, and whispers began to spread among the other participants. Seeing no change in the pillars, Dusty's face burned with embarrassment. "You said everyone had talent," he seethed internally. "What kind of sick joke is this?" Finally, a weak light emerged, barely illuminating the first pillar. It flickered as though it was the last ember of a dying fire. "Outer Sect," Grand Elder Wyatt announced, his voice tinged with clear disappointment. Head bowed, Dusty made his way back to Nomad, who enveloped him in a sweaty hug. Think of all the amazing food you'll find in the outer sect, Nomad consoled, trying to keep the hug brief. Better than anything we had back in the village. I guess, but make sure you sneak out some of those fancy intersect snacks for me, okay? Dusty managed a small, wistful grin. Their moment was cut short by a sneer from William. Looks like I'll have new servants soon enough. Don't worry, I can take both of you on. Nomad's face darkened at the comment, yet he held his tongue. There's a time and place for everything, he reminded himself, and this isn't it. As the trial progressed, the few notable participants worthy of mention were the 3 youths from the Jexlauren clan, 2 of which managed to light up 2 pillars, securing their place in the inner sect. As for the 3rd of the Jexlauren clan, Bryce, he was able to illuminate 2.5 pillars. With Grand Elder Tenzin's intervention, it was possible he could gain the title of core disciple. Nomad! Nomad straightened as his name was called. It was finally his turn. However, before he could make his way forward, he noticed from the corner of his eye Dusty's sweaty palm approaching him. With a nimble dodge to the side, he avoided the blow, leaving his pudgy friend grappling with the air. Unbalanced, Dusty stumbled and tumbled to the ground. Nomad couldn't hold back his laughter. It was more the sweat than his sidestep that was to blame. Very funny, Dusty grumbled from the ground, shaking his fist at Nomad's retreating back. Nomad just shook his head with a chuckle, walking towards the stone that would judge his talent. He took a deep breath, feeling the hidden mark on his chest. A claw-like scar concealed under his simple village attire, pulse with a faint red light. It was so fleeting that not even the keen eyes of the Grand Elders caught the glimmer. Lucky for me they have no interest in a nobody like me, Nomad thought. Placing his hand on the stone, he watched as the first pillar lit up, followed swiftly by the second. As the third began to glow, the Grand Elders leaned forward, their expressions taut with interest. But then, abruptly, the light from the third pillar snuffed out, leaving only 2 pillars aglow. The Grand Elders exchanged puzzled glances. Has the stone malfunctioned, they wondered. For Nomad, that brief moment when the third pillar fully lit up was heart-stopping. Only when it faded did he allow himself a measured breath of relief. 2 pillars is a safe middle ground, he consoled himself. In a sect, Grand Elder Wyatt announced, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion that Nomad was quick to ignore. A modest smile played on Nomad's lips as he returned to Dusty, who erupted in cheers. I knew you had it in you! A shame about that third pillar, though. Dusty patted his stomach thoughtfully. Core disciples probably feast like kings. Nomad nodded, playing along. Intersect will do just fine, he agreed, while inwardly he repeated, that was far too close for comfort. Finding no issues with the stone, the Grand Elder called out the next name, William Wick. With a haughty smirk plastered on his face, William approached the stone. Let this pill work, he silently prayed, not feeling a tenth as confident as he portrayed. He felt the capsule dissolve beneath his tongue. The pill was a rare treasure known as the Celestial Chi Amplifier, a concoction that could temporarily heighten one's affinity with Chi. Just don't scan me too closely, William thought, hoping the Grand Elders would refrain from scrutinizing him with their spiritual sense. As the pill took effect, William felt a profound connection to the energy around him. His pores seemed to open as if thirsty for the Chi that permeated the air. He quickly placed his hand on the stone, absorbing its energy. Instantly, the first pillar lit up, followed swiftly by the second. A half-hearted glow began to creep up the third pillar, hesitating momentarily before ascending to the full height. Up in the pagoda, the Grand Elders watched with rapt attention. We may have underestimated the young Wick, Grand Elder Tenzin remarked, his eyebrows lifting in mild surprise. This one might just be cut out for the disciplinary hall, Grand Elder Darius grunted in agreement. Grand Elder Wyatt beamed at William. "You will be considered for a core disciple position," he declared. "Should you have a preference for a particular hall, inform us. The Grand Elders will take your wishes into account during the selection process."
"I would like to study under the Supreme Elder," William declared loudly, his voice filled with the hunger of ambition and a tinge of desperation.
Grand Elder Darius's expression soured as a disciple dared to choose the Supreme Elder over him. He unconsciously crushed the armrest of his throne, the wood splintering beneath his grip. Grand Elder Wyatt, however, maintained his composure, offering a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "The Supreme Elder is presently indisposed," he remarked diplomatically. "However, we shall convey your preference and see what arrangements can be made." With a nod, William headed back to his original position, letting out a sigh of relief once out of the Grand Elder's immediate scrutiny. If only they knew how close I was to not even lighting up 3 pillars. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple at the memory. Death would be his last concern if a demonic sect such as the Black Rose Sect discovered any cheating. His thoughts then turned towards the pill, causing a frown to appear on his face. Father will have to go through great lengths to repay that debt, but if it catches the Supreme Elder's interest, it will be worth it. Passing by the lesser beings, Dusty and Nomad, William felt his mood lift, and he couldn't resist falling back into his arrogant young master persona. "Perhaps a servant from the inner sect would be more fitting than one from the outer sect, wouldn't you agree?" he asked Nomad. Nomad's jaw tightened. What exactly are the sect's rules on inner conflicts, he pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought as an unsettling presence descended from the pagoda. All heads turned, eyes widening as Grand Elder Wyatt landed gracefully to the valley floor. Whispers rippled through the crowd. What could bring a Grand Elder down among us? The Grand Elder stopped before the young man draped in white. "Impressive indeed, for one to slip into our sect unnoticed. But what is to stop me right now from extinguishing your life?" Unfazed, Kalen met the Grand Elder's gaze head-on, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, assured smile. "Grand Elder, there isn't a soul in this sect capable of that feat." From within the pagoda, Grand Elder Darius's fury erupted like a volcano. "I shall sever your head myself, you insolent pup!" he bellowed, ready to leap into action. Yet Kalen remained undisturbed as he leaned close to Wyatt and whispered, "Even the venerable Black Tree Sect would think twice before raising a hand against me." The color drained from Wyatt's face as the gravity of Kalen's words settled in. The venerable Black Tree Sect, a demonic sect situated in the immortal realm, was the backbone of their own Black Rose Sect. "This youth is no ordinary cultivator," Wyatt realized, a flicker of unease passing through his eyes. Darius found himself sinking back into his seat. If someone's ties made the parent sect of the Black Rose Sect hesitate, even he knew provoking them was to court death. With a forced chuckle, Wyatt smoothed over the tension. "Well, I suppose our sect can always make room for one more, especially one as unique as yourself." He gestured grandly towards the stone. Kalen approached the stone, debating internally whether he should conceal his true capabilities. "No, subtlety won't serve my purpose here," he concluded, dismissing the thought with a mental wave. To garner the Supreme Elder's attention, he needed to be bold. The moment his skin grazed the stone, 3 pillars erupted in a radiant glow, drawing gasps from the other disciples. Without pause, the 4th, and then the 5th pillars ignited, bathing the valley with a sight it had never witnessed before. "5 pillars? How?
is this possible?
Chapter 44. The Grand Elders in the pagoda exchanged worried glances, each one unsettled by the white-robed youth. "We can't possibly admit him into our sect," Elder Tenzin whispered. Grand Elder Darius, known for his impulsive decisions, nodded in rare agreement. A disciple of such extraordinary talent was more a harbinger of doom than a boon. Assassination attempts from rival mortal sects were manageable, but the pressure from the venerable sects of the immortal realm was an entirely different matter. Grand Elder Lydia rose to her feet. "We must inform the sect master immediately," she declared, but Tenzin quickly interjected. "No, we cannot afford to disturb him during his ascension to the immortal realm," he countered urgently. Lydia's expression soured, but she reluctantly sat down, recalling the sect master's strict orders not to be disturbed unless the sect faced imminent destruction. Down in the valley, William's gaze lingered on Kalen, his envy palpable. Any previous thoughts of the white-robed youth being an unremarkable figure had evaporated. Could he be from the same realm as him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Dusty, standing nearby, grumbled lightheartedly. "Bet that guy's going to get the tastiest grub now. Probably never even heard of a potato." "Maybe he'll share some with you," Nomad chuckled at his friend's comment. "You'll probably eat it all before it even reaches us." Kalen, observing the reactions of those around him, second-guessed his decision momentarily. Did I push it too far? He quickly dismissed the doubt. No, this should definitely draw out the Supreme Elder. Grand Elder Wyatt held back a sigh, already having anticipated the outcome the moment the venerable sect was mentioned. In any other circumstance, the sect would have eagerly concealed the fact that a disciple lit up all 5 pillars and groomed him in secret, potentially shaping him into the next sect master. But with the youth's ties with the immortal realm, that plan was off the table. Rejecting him outright wasn't an option either. They had to let things unfold as they would. Clearing his throat, Grand Elder Wyatt addressed the still stunned crowd, his voice firm yet diplomatic. "Congratulations, young man," he said, pausing for a moment as he waited for the youth to reveal his name. "Kalen," the white-robed youth responded. "Very well, Kalen," Wyatt continued. "When the Supreme Elder returns, you will be under his tutelage." A faint smile appeared on Kalen's face as he nodded and made his way back to his place among the other participants. He had received the exact outcome he had hoped for. With a flick of his sleeve, Grand Elder Wyatt flew back up to the pagoda and, with another gesture, thousands of scrolls cascaded down into the valley. "Next is the trial of comprehension," Wyatt explained. "You'll find scrolls of different types. Blue for healing techniques, red for spiritual techniques, black for formations, and brown for martial arts. Choose the one you feel most drawn to, but be warned," he added with a stern look. "Each scroll is marked with a unique formation. Attempting to steal them would be unwise." The warning caused a few shifty eyes to dart away, their plans of making some quick coin thwarted. "The trial of comprehension will now begin. You have 6 hours. The clan youths confidently stepped forward, selecting scrolls that complemented their cultivation paths. But the villagers hesitated, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. They had never cultivated before, and were clueless about which scrolls might suit them. Before they were brought to the sect, they were given a scroll to learn how to temper their body, but the body-tempering realm wasn't included in the realms of cultivation. Dusty, standing awkwardly at the back with Nomad, whispered, "Which one should we take? I don't even know what I'm good at." "Maybe something that feels right?" Nomad scanned the scrolls with a thoughtful expression. "I heard that's how some cultivators choose their paths." "Feels right?" Dusty looked skeptical. "Like how a pie calls to me from across a room?" "Yes, something like that." Nomad couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's analogy. But maybe with less pie. With a resigned sigh, Dusty joined the other disciples. After aimlessly scanning various scrolls, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a neglected one lying apart from the others. "It's calling to me, just like pie," he mused, with a hint of amusement. Picking up the scroll titled, "The Path of the Gluttonous Titan," Dusty's eyes widened. The technique described would cause him to grow larger the more he cultivated it. Well, I hadn't made much progress on losing weight anyway. He shrugged as he sat down to absorb its contents, already picturing himself as a formidable, if large, cultivator. Nomad watched his friend with a fond smile before turning his attention to a black scroll. Intrigued, he unrolled it to reveal a formation cultivation method named Intricate Matrix of the Guarding Spirits. He skimmed through the details which explained how to enter the chi refining realm. The first realm of cultivation, he thought. I could get a better one from him, but for now this will do. Meanwhile, William chose a wind spiritual technique, Zephyr's Whisper. It was a natural choice, given the Wick clan's renowned talent with the wind element. This should be quick and easy to learn, he thought. Kalen, on the other hand, picked up a spiritual technique called Blade of the Dawn. His expression soured slightly upon realizing its quality. A mortal rank technique, he thought disdainfully. In the immortal realm, even the most basic techniques handed to potential disciples were of a much higher rank. Suppressing his disappointment, he began studying the scroll. At least this won't take long to master, he reasoned. Huddled in a small cave within the Void Realm, Slifer estimated that he had been trapped for approximately a week. The frequent ghastly roars outside caused him to press himself against the cold cave wall, attempting to become as inconspicuous as possible. These ghostly creatures seemed to perpetually roam the realm, engaging in fierce battles whenever they encountered one another. I guess they have nothing better to do. Slifer had managed to observe a pattern in their behavior. For approximately 1 hour each day, they would disappear, giving him a brief window to explore and attempt to use the dimensional slide technique to escape. But, frustratingly, every attempt to open a portal back to his world ended in failure. His thoughts drifted to the whopping 1,000 karmic credits he had squandered on gambling, cursing the stingy system for not providing anything useful to escape this predicament. Would a simple teleportation card have been too much to ask for? He lamented. Sighing, he looked up at the new cards in his arsenal. Name, critical block card. Description, protects user from a critical strike. Name, reflection card. Description, creates an energy barrier that reflects attacks back at the attacker for 20 seconds. Name, peak Slifer aura. Description, releases an aura mimicking the original Slifer at his peak. Name, another face. Description, allows the user to change appearance for up to 6 months. Name, avatar. Description, creates a complete clone of the user that can independently cultivate. Warning, the avatar cannot access the system or its cards. Slifer couldn't help but scoff at the peak Slifer aura card. Now that I'm supposedly an ascendant cultivator, this card is about as useful as a screen door in a submarine, he thought with a hint of irony. What am I supposed to do? Scare off void walkers with a nascent soul aura? The Another Face and Avatar cards, while intriguing, did little to alleviate his current dilemma. The idea of creating an avatar that could cultivate on its own was fascinating, and he would make sure to play around with it later, but it wouldn't help him escape this desolate realm. Great, Slifer muttered to himself. A clone in the Void Realm would just be a bonus snack for these Void Walkers. 2 for the price of 1. How generous of me. Slifer released a heavy sigh as he called up the system panel and focused on the dimensional slide technique. Name, Dimensional Slide Level 1. Rank, Obsidian. Description, allows the user to traverse through the Void Realm. Upgrade cost, 1,000 karmic credits. This was his last shot. He had hesitated to upgrade the technique before, doubtful that Level 2 would make much of a difference, but now he had no other choice. With a mix of reluctance and hope, Slifer selected the upgrade. Minus 1,000 karmic credits. A serene wave washed over him as knowledge about the dimensional slide technique poured into his mind. Ding! Space Mastery, 5%. At least this feels somewhat enlightening, he mused. Once the influx of information ended, Slifer realized that the description for the Level 1 technique had updated. His face turned an unhealthy shade of red as he read about the 97% failure rate in the Void Realm due to spatial instability. Why wasn't this mentioned before? He thought, his fist clenching in frustration. I wouldn't have dared to jump into this forsaken place with those odds! Turning his attention to the Level 2 description, Slifer's expression softened slightly. Name, Dimensional Slide, Level 2. Rank, Obsidian. Description, allows the user to transverse through the Void Realm. Success rate in Void Realm, 60%. Upgrade cost, 2,000 karmic credits. 60%, not great, not terrible, Slifer contemplated with a half smile. Even with my luck, I should be able to make it work if I keep trying. He settled down to wait, planning to escape during that one quiet hour when the Void Beasts took their daily smoke break. After an agonizing few hours that felt like days, Slifer couldn't hear any more noises from outside the cave. Slowly, he stood up and tiptoed to the entrance. He kept his spiritual sense reined in, knowing it would be akin to holding up a sign saying, "Free buffet, all you can eat," in the presence of the phantom beings. His eyes swept the desolate landscape, alert for any hint of danger. Seeing nothing amiss, he let out a relieved breath. Time to get to work. Focusing chi to his fingertips, he made a carving motion as he attempted to rip open a portal through space. A small tear began to form, and a smile started to spread across his face. But just as quickly, the space quivered, and the portal snapped shut. I knew it was too good to be true to work on the first try, he grumbled under his breath. For the next hour, Slifer persisted. Time and again he tried to create a stable portal, but each attempt ended in failure. At one point, a portal did form, but it vanished before he could leap through. Slifer knew all too well that probability could be a fickle thing. It's like flipping a coin. Even with a 50% chance, there's no guarantee of an even split between heads and tails. Or getting the side you want even once, he thought, trying to rationalize his string of bad luck. It's all about chance. And right now, mine seems pretty rotten. Come on, Slifer urged himself, his attempts growing more frantic. He was running out of time. The phantom beasts would soon return. Failure was not an option, as opening a portal with those creatures nearby would be tantamount to suicide. Then, after numerous attempts, a portal began to form again. This time it looked stable. As it fully materialized, Slifer couldn't help but let out a triumphant cheer. This place is definitely getting a bad review. With that, he leaped towards the portal, but mid-jump something caught his eye. A phantom beast materialized out of thin air, its gaping maw opened wide, ready to swallow him whole. Slifer's heart skipped a beat, and in that moment of sheer panic, he took back his previous statement. I'll give it 5 stars. Just let me out of here. Chapter 45. Slifer barely made it through the portal, feeling the phantom beast's ghastly roar vibrating behind him as part of it got severed by the closing portal. Landing clumsily in his courtyard, he looked disheveled and far from the composed master he usually was. Master! Calum exclaimed, getting to his feet in a hurry. The disciple selection ceremony has already begun! Slifer quickly adjusted his robe and cleared his throat, trying to regain his usual air of mystery. Ah, yes. I had almost forgotten about the disciple selection ceremony, he replied nonchalantly, waving his sleeve to summon his sword from the storage ring. Let's get going, then. But before Slifer could jump on his sword, Calum hesitantly interjected, Master, I need your help. Slifer gave him a questioning look. This was the first time any of his disciples had directly asked for his assistance. Normally, they would do anything they could to keep him out of their business. Looking visibly uncomfortable, Calum continued, Someone has poisoned my mother, and I've had no luck finding the antidote. Slifer's eyes narrowed at this. Was someone targeting Calum's mother to get to him? and ultimately to me. He pondered the possibility. Compared to original Slifer, Calum had no enemies. Now, he faced a crucial decision. Ignore his disciple and go to the disciple selection ceremony to fulfill the system's mission or aid his disciple potentially failing the mission. Slifer wrestled with his thoughts. What would the system do if I fail the mission? He wondered. No, I won't be like their original master. If Calum's mother dies because I didn't help, I'll never forgive myself. He nodded to himself, making up his mind.
What is the poison, and what is the antidote?
He finally asked. Calum's face lit up with a flicker of hope. He hadn't been sure if his master would care to help him. The poison is called Cultivator's Bane, and the antidote, it's the Essence of Dawn, he replied. Essence of Dawn? Let's hope the system has it. At a cheap price. Slifer quickly opened the system panel. Shop! Cards, cultivation methods, treasures, pills and elixirs, mystic techniques, martial techniques, bloodlines and ancestries, constitution, spirit, roots, beasts and familiars, create. Slifer picked the pills and elixirs option and began scrolling through the list of items, each sounding more extravagant than the last. Only this system had a search feature. After a few moments, he finally stumbled upon the Essence of Dawn elixir. Name, Essence of Dawn. Type, elixir. Rank, heaven. Description, able to counteract heaven-rank poisons, restoring vitality, and purging toxins. Widely known as the antidote for the cultivator's bane. Cost, 2,000 karmic credits.
2,000 karmic credits? That's daylight robbery!
Slifer's heart sank at the sight of the price, but he couldn't let Calum down. He wasn't dumb enough to buy the elixir, at least not until he confirmed the poison himself. Not wasting 2,000 credits only to find out she needs a good nap. Meanwhile, Calum watched his master, slightly puzzled by Slifer's strange behavior. He often caught his master spacing out, followed by random nods or shakes of the head, sometimes accompanied by strange expressions. Slifer coughed and suddenly announced,
We'll get going as soon as Val arrives.
Calum snapped out of his thoughts and nodded, feeling a wave of relief. Maybe there's hope for Mother after all, he thought, watching his master expectantly. But then something unexpected caught Calum's eye. Master, what is that? He asked, pointing behind Slifer. Slifer turned to look over his shoulder, and his face drained of color. Clinging to him was a miniature version of the phantom beast he had encountered in the Void Realm. Its form was smoky, almost ethereal. Every instinct in Slifer screamed for him to run, but he held his ground. The critical block card had yet to activate. If I startle it... He remained as still as possible, wishing that he had already entered the nascent soul realm so he wouldn't need to breathe.
Just stay calm, Calum, Slifer whispered, his voice barely concealing his own unease.
How did this thing even attach itself to me? And more importantly, how do I get rid of it without getting us both killed? The little phantom beast cooed innocently, its eyes wide with curiosity as it gazed at Slifer. The unexpected childlike behavior of the creature caused Slifer to ponder. Could this be a youngling of the phantom beasts? A memory flashed through his mind. The moment he had escaped through the portal, a part of the large phantom beast was cut off. Could that be how they reproduce? He wondered, intrigued by the possibility. Insight! Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered a higher being. You have gained 10 karmic credits. Increase your relationship with the being to take it as a disciple. Minimum requirement, 80%. Current progress, 10%. Interesting. It has a relationship requirement for discipleship. Slifer recalled that Val had no such requirement, but that could perhaps be due to Val already meeting the requirement. He then turned his attention to its cultivation realm. Name, NA. Species, Void Being. Realm, Late Core Formation Realm. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, NA. Disposition, NA. The little being's cultivation level stunned him. Late Core Formation Realm from birth? That's higher than Val's initial level, he mused, impressed. Good thing I didn't startle it. A core formation attack would have definitely triggered the critical block card. Noticing Calum's bewildered gaze, Slifer composed himself and casually remarked,
Oh, this little fella, just a friend. I thought Val might like.
Calum nodded, though clearly unsure about his master's unexpected companion. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of Val's familiar roar.
Master! Master is back!
The dragon called out as she descended from the sky, landing with a heavy thud, her gaze immediately focusing on the little phantom being. The creature, sensing the dragon's nascent soul aura, hid behind Slifer, its body trembling in fear. Slifer, with a gentle smile, carefully picked up the phantom beast, its form phasing in and out of tangibility.
Look, Val, what your master has brought you,
he said, extending his hand towards her. Ding! Void beings have a high mental defense, making them almost impossible to tame. Warning! You are at risk of being enslaved. Hint! Eliminate the threat.
Enslaved?
Slifer made sure to stay still, worried any sudden movement would trigger the ticking time bomb.
Val, love gifts,
she sniffed, the beast with her enormous snout.
Gifts smell nice.
The creature let out a whimper of fear, shaking uncontrollably, its instincts screaming at it to escape. Don't explode, Slifer prayed. Just when he thought the phantom being was going to retaliate with a mind attack, Val opened her mouth wide and, in one swift motion, swallowed the little beast whole. Slifer stood there, mouth agape, a mix of shock and disbelief on his face. Well, that was unexpected, he thought, slightly taken aback by Val's straightforwardness. He remembered the phantom beasts had a phasing ability. He didn't think Val would deal with it so easily. Calum, too, looked startled, his eyes wide as he processed what just happened. I guess that's one type of gift to get. His thoughts trailed off. He'd thought his master had brought Val a friend, not a snack. However, this did fit more with his master's character. Slifer continued to watch as Val finished consuming the phantom beast. She then turned to him and thanked him for the gift.
I'm glad you liked it, Val.
So much for having a void realm disciple, Slifer thought, feeling slightly deflated even though he knew that his little dragon just saved his life. I should probably give her an actual reward. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul bond creature has devoured a unique being. Gaining trait from being. Randomizing. Trait acquired. Phase ability. Allows the user to phase for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Current progress 10%. Slifer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Phase ability, huh? He mused, feeling better already. Just like the Flash. His attention shifted to his status as more notifications popped up. Ding! New passive skill acquired. Void Being Aura. Decreases likelihood of detection in the Void Realm. Imposes a 5% debuff on lower realm beings. Provides 50% protection against mind control below the level of the Immortal Realm. Slifer's eyes brightened as he read the description of his new passive skill. Void Being Aura, huh? That's actually quite handy. The thought of returning to the Void Realm was still unappealing, but with this new ability it seemed a bit less daunting. And that mind control protection could come in handy too. A chill ran down his spine as he kicked himself for not buying some protection earlier. Credits be damned. Skimping on protection never ends well. Wow, I sound just like my dad. Shaking his head, he focused on the few options he had. The plan was to get Val to fly us to the village, but he decided that using the improved dimensional slide technique to teleport directly to Calum's village was the best course of action. I can save Calum's mother and still make it to the disciple selection ceremony in time.
Val, head back to the ceremony and tell them I'll be there soon, he instructed. But why Master call Val, then tell Val leave? She looked down at him with big, sad eyes. I wanted to give you that snack.
A friend, a snack. To a beast, what's the difference? He shook his head. Her gaze didn't waver.
Can Val come too?
She asked, her attempt at persuasion sounding more like a threat due to her enormous, intimidating presence.
Your mission is just as important, if not more,
Slifer replied, trying to appease the little dragon's big pride. However, seeing her still pouting, he added,
I promise, Val, I'll be back soon, and then we can go on trips together, all right?
Reluctantly, Val nodded, her massive wings beginning to flap.
Okay, but thou miss master, she said before soaring into the sky.
Caleb couldn't help but feel a bit awkward watching the exchange. His master's soft spot for Val was no secret among the disciples, but he had never seen Slifer so openly affectionate with the baby dragon. It was a side of his master that rarely anyone saw. Slifer turned to Caleb, no sign of the gentleness present on his face.
All right, let's save your mother and then find you a new junior brother. Or sister.
But Master, how will we get there in time? Caleb asked. He wasn't sure how fast ascendant cultivators could travel, but crossing such a large distance in such a short time and back seemed quite optimistic.
Leave that to me.
I didn't think I'd be doing this again, especially so soon. With a frown, Slifer executed a tearing motion with his hand, opening a portal. Caleb's eyes widened in surprise. I had no idea Master had such an ability. He realized how little he actually knew about his own master.
Get in,
Slifer instructed, gesturing towards the portal. Slifer exhaled a sigh of relief as they arrived outside Caleb's village home. The journey had been smooth, thankfully. If we got stuck in that void realm again, I'd probably lose my mind. Or worse, end up playing a never-ending game of hide-and-seek with those phantom beasts, he thought wryly. Using his spiritual sense, Caleb had provided a mental image of his home, similar to sending a photo via a phone. The image was clear enough for Slifer to successfully open a portal directly to their destination. As they approached the familiar door of his childhood home, Caleb felt his heart rate increase. With a trembling hand, he knocked on the weathered wood. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man whose face showed signs of fatigue and sadness. For a moment, the man stared blankly, but recognition soon dawned in his eyes.
Caleb!
He exclaimed. His voice broke. As he stepped forward, tears began to spill down his cheeks. Then he pulled Caleb into a hug, clutching onto him as if he were a lifeline. Caleb's eyes misted over and he held back a sob as he wrapped his arms around his father.
Your mother, she's...
Caleb's father pulled back slightly. His body shook as he looked into his son's eyes. I know, Father. I am here now. Everything will be all right. Caleb gently placed his hands on his father's shoulders, offering a reassuring squeeze. Turning slightly, he gestured towards Slifer. Father, remember my master. He's come to help us with Mother's situation. Upon recognizing Slifer, the middle-aged man immediately dropped to his knees, pleading,
Oh, Lord Immortal, please save my wife!
Slifer, caught off guard by the man's actions, quickly helped him to his feet.
It is not appropriate for the father of my disciple to bow to me like this,
Slifer said, feeling a bit awkward in the situation. But Caleb's father shook his head, his eyes filled with desperation.
I would do anything to save her, Lord Immortal!
Feeling uneasy under the weight of the man's expectations, Slifer's gaze wandered around the room. That was when he noticed a portrait hanging on the wall. An older man, who bore a striking resemblance to Caleb and his father. A sharp pang of memory hit Slifer, but he clutched his head, momentarily disoriented. Master? Is everything okay? Caleb stepped forward. Slifer forced a chuckle, waving his hand nonchalantly.
Oh, it's just a small headache. Nothing to worry about,
he said, brushing off his disciple's concern. I've seen this portrait before. Must be from when the original Slifer took Caleb as his disciple, Slifer reasoned, trying to shake off the sinking feeling in his gut. Chapter 46. Inside the house, Slifer looked at the frail woman lying on the bed. Despite being only slightly younger than her husband, she appeared old enough to be his mother. The pills the original gave them should have kept them looking much younger and extended their lifespan, Slifer mused, wondering if the original had given them defective pills. I wouldn't put it past the old miser. He ignored the father's continuous pleas for help as he approached the woman's bedside. Gently taking her hand, he channeled a sliver of his chi into her body. With his spiritual sense, he watched as the poison aggressively consumed the chi, exacerbating her condition. Definitely Cultivator's bane, he concluded, letting go of her hand. The original's memories of the poison were clear. Perhaps a little too clear. There goes 2,000 karmic credits, he thought, as he purchased the elixir. In truth, Slifer didn't feel like he lost anything. Calum had earned him more than 2,000 karmic credits already, and he would continue to earn more. The system conveniently deposited it into his spirit ring, sparing him the awkwardness of explaining a sudden miraculous appearance. Though it would be easy to explain to a mortal, they would just attribute it to fancy immortal shenanigans. However, his more astute disciple might feel suspicious. If not now, then definitely the day he became an ascendant cultivator himself. Retrieving the elixir, Slifer handed it to Calum, whose eyes widened in disbelief.
Administer this to your mother.
Calum, his hands trembling slightly as he gently tipped the elixir into his mother's mouth. The liquid seemed to invigorate her almost immediately. Her frail form began to regain some semblance of vitality. Though her muscles remained weak, there was a noticeable change. She no longer appeared as a woman on the brink of death, but more like someone in her 40s, albeit severely undernourished. Calum's father watched in awe, his eyes moist with unshed tears.
"Thank you, immortal,"
he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Slifer nodded, offering a reassuring smile.
She needs rest and nourishment now. Her body will recover in time, he advised.
Overcome with relief, Calum turned to Slifer. "Master, how can I ever repay you for this?" Slifer shook his head, dismissing the notion.
Seeing you fulfill your potential as a cultivator is repayment enough.
The higher your cultivation, the more credits you can get for this old man. Unable to hold back his emotions any longer, tears streamed down Calum's face as he turned towards his mother. "Mother!" He enveloped her in a tight hug, and soon his father joined them, wrapping his arms around the family. Slifer stood by, watching the emotional reunion with an awkward air. Calum's father, noticing Slifer's discomfort, gestured for him to join the hug. I've never been a touchy person. Slifer hesitantly stepped forward and joined in, feeling out of place amidst the family's heartfelt moment. Suddenly, a series of system messages popped up. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Calum's loyalty has reached 100%. New option available. Convert Calum to a righteous cultivator. Reward, a righteous disciple will earn ×3 credit. Slifer's mind whirred upon reading the messages. Finally! A clue on how to convert my own disciples, he thought. But the randomness of the loyalty fluctuations lately made him skeptical about the feasibility of reaching 100% loyalty with his other disciples. Why couldn't all my disciples' family members be poisoned so I could play the hero? He sighed, but then immediately shook off the thought. No, that would make me paranoid about being the real target or being the cause. Ding! New mission. 1 righteous disciple is worth more than 1,000 demonic trash. Description. Your disciple is ready to join the righteous path. Give him a sermon and ask him to join. Guess I know what I'm doing after work tonight. The hug became awkward as Slifer, lost in his thoughts, forgot to let go. Calum, realizing that his master's thoughts had wandered again, coughed gently. Master? Startled, Slifer quickly composed himself and stepped back.
Yes, of course.
Calum's mother, now sitting up and looking healthier, turned to Slifer with a grateful look in her eyes. The heavens truly blessed our family the day you took my son into your sect, immortal master. Slifer offered a strained smile, thinking, to mortals, what difference does it make if it's an immortal or demonic sect? They're all the same. Turning to his mother, Calum's eyes still red from tears, he made a solemn vow. I promise you, mother, I will find out who did this to you and make them pay. Slifer's face darkened as he nodded in agreement.
An attack on a disciple's family is an attack on myself,
he affirmed. If this was indeed directed at me, I must find out who did this. Please, for my sake, do not seek vengeance, the kind-hearted woman pleaded softly, not understanding the harsh reality of the cultivation world. I'm sorry, mother, but I cannot obey you in this matter, Calum stated. He knew that whoever did this would not stop until they succeeded or were killed. His father, standing beside him, placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. "Get justice for your mother, son." Calum nodded before glancing up. His gaze landed on the portrait of his grandfather. "Why is grandfather's portrait up?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He passed away 3 months ago. I had a painter from the nearby city, Master Leo, come 2 months ago to draw this portrait. We wanted something to remember him by." His father let out a weary sigh. The lives of mortals seem so fleeting. Calum sighed. Overhearing this, Slifer felt a jolt of realization. If the portrait was drawn only 2 months ago, how come it's in the original's memories? The sinking feeling in his gut continued to grow as he connected the dots. The poisoning, the visit from the original Slifer, and the timing of the portrait's creation. Attempting to mask his thoughts, Slifer cleared his throat and casually mentioned, "It has been over a decade since my last visit. Apart from the recent mishap, it seems your family is faring well." The parents exchanged a puzzled glance, clearly wondering what signs of well-being Slifer was referring to. Their lives had been anything but prosperous recently. The crops had failed last season, bandits had raided their village, and now the poisoning. Calum's mother, however, managed a strained smile, playing along with Slifer's comment. "Lord Immortal is right. The family is doing well," she agreed, though her eyes betrayed her words. "We would be even more grateful if Lord Immortal visited more often." They are not aware of the original's recent visit. That old bastard! He really tried to poison his own disciple's mother. Looking at the woman who gazed up at him with expectant eyes, he almost shook his head. They should consider themselves fortunate that the original Slifer isn't in control anymore, he thought grimly. Another visit from him and the husband would have joined his wife in an early death. Outwardly, though, Slifer maintained his composure and nodded to the family, giving them a promise that he knew he wouldn't remember to keep. "I assure you, I will make an effort to visit more often." "Thank you, Lord Immortal." As the family conversed among themselves, Slifer stood to the side, deep in thought. Why would the original Slifer target his own disciple's family? What could possibly be gained from harming Calum's mother? He glanced at Calum, observing his disciple's upright character and demeanor, and quickly dismissed the thought of any hidden animosity between them. More likely, the original Slifer was scheming against all his disciples, Slifer pondered. I need to uncover any other messes he's left before they come back to kill me. With a strategic cough, Slifer caught Calum's attention. "I will look into this matter," he assured him, adopting a stern tone. "As a sword cultivator, you must remain focused on your path. Distractions will only impede your progress. Leave this to your master." "Are you sure, Master? I don't want to add to your burdens. You always seem so occupied," Calum replied. "Do not worry about me, Calum. Trust that your master will handle this matter appropriately." Slifer tried his best to offer a reassuring smile. Calum nodded, though he still seemed uneasy about the situation. "This is how they do it, right?" Dusty sat cross-legged, emulating the posture of the city boys around him. He took deep breaths, his attention on the first step of the path of the gluttonous titan technique, opening up his pores to sense the chi around him. After a few hours, he was able to sense what he assumed was the ambient chi. "Ha-ha! And they said it takes weeks!" He grinned. But then, abruptly, a sharp pang of hunger struck him. His eyes bulged and his face reddened as he panted, "Food! I need food!" Out of nowhere, a piece of beast meat, known as the celestial boar steak, fell from the large pagoda above. Without a moment's hesitation, Dusty lunged for it, catching it mid-air. His eyes glinted with a hint of madness as he tore into the meat in a most uncivilized manner, devouring it with a ferocity that left onlookers in shock. As expected from a peasant, William, watching from a distance, couldn't help but sneer. Dusty's technique involved more than just eating. As he chewed the meat, he actively channeled the technique from the scroll, focusing on digesting and absorbing the chi within the meat. His method was unorthodox. Rather than absorbing chi from the environment, he was directly assimilating it from the beast meat. After finishing his feast with a loud burp, a faint wave of chi radiated from him. "Chi refining!" someone in the crowd exclaimed, surprised at this unexpected breakthrough. Dusty laughed heartily, patting his now slightly larger belly. "Outer Sect!" he scoffed mockingly. "You lot can't even begin to understand your father's immense talent," he boasted. Impossible. His talent is awful. How could an outer disciple's comprehension exceed mine? William grit his teeth in envy. Even though he was already a 7th stage chi-refining cultivator, he had never entered the chi-refining realm so effortlessly. "Yeah, stare at my awesomeness." Dusty strutted around like a proud peacock. Nomad shook his head at his friend's antics. He had already broken through to the 1st stage of chi-refining, but he decided to keep it a secret for now, not wanting to put Dusty down. Up in the pagoda, Grand Elder Tenzin turned to Grand Elder Darius, who was leaning forward with evident interest. "It's rare for you to share one of your prized food items," Tenzin commented, referring to the spiritual beast steak that Dusty had just devoured. The steak contained the chi equivalent of a 3rd stage chi refining expert.
"This lad's like a well-fed caterpillar that's about to become an overfed butterfly," Darius chuckled.
"Seems you have your eye on quite a few disciples this cycle," Tenzin said with a bitter smile on his face.
"Can I help it if they're all naturally suited for the disciplinary hall?"
Darius snorted dismissively. With the disparity in their cultivation, Tenzin knew that he would only be making a fool of himself if he were to challenge Darius over a disciple. If only the sect master was here.
"That boy has a talent that's otherworldly, quite literally."
Grand Elder Wyatt's comment cut through Tenzin's thoughts. They turned their attention to Kalen, who, having already mastered the sword skill in mere minutes, was now casually observing the other disciples. Grand Elder Darius couldn't help but scoff at the situation.
"Let the Supreme Elder handle that headache," he said dismissively, not particularly concerned about the implications of Kalen's presence. Wyatt, however, shook his head in subtle disapproval. He understood that any issue involving the higher realms could potentially affect the entire sect, not just the one who took the boy in. "The trial of comprehension is now concluded,"
Grand Elder Wyatt announced as the 6-hour mark was met. A wave of mixed reactions rippled through the crowd of disciples. Those who had struggled in vain with their scrolls let out sighs of frustration, their shoulders slumping in defeat. "I just couldn't understand a thing," one muttered dejectedly. "I was so close," another disciple lamented, his voice tinged with frustration. In contrast, others wore smiles of relief. "Finally, it's over!" a disciple exclaimed, stretching his arms above his head. "I thought it would never end." Suddenly, a rip in space appeared before the Grand Elder's pavilion, drawing everyone's attention. Huey, recognizing the technique, mentally reached out to Li Fengao in the ring. "Hey, old man, didn't you say this technique was special? Why does someone else know it?" Li Fengao remained silent for a moment, his mind racing. How was this possible? He wondered. When the figure emerged from the portal, Li Fengao's eyes widened in shock. "This guy again? Who is he really? He must be from the immortal realm." He nodded to himself, trying to make sense of the situation. The figure was none other than Slifer. As he stepped out of the portal, the Grand Elders all rose to their feet, offering a respectful nod. All except Grand Elder Darius. He stood up abruptly.
"Slifer!"
His voice boomed across the valley.
"Darius, not yet!"
Grand Elder Wyatt hissed under his breath. But Darius, disregarding the warning, released an aura that made even the other Grand Elders pale. The aura of the Ascendant Realm. Chapter 47. Slifer's head popped out of the portal. He held back a sigh of relief. He had managed to arrive at the correct location. Leveling the dimensional slide technique seemed like a good investment after all. But before the rest of his body could exit the portal, a booming voice caught him off guard, the force of the shout nearly knocking him off balance. "Slifer!" Turning his gaze, Slifer saw a middle-aged man, his robes struggling in vain to hide a muscular physique reminiscent of a character from a video game. Why is this Tekken-like character shouting at me? Slifer couldn't help but wonder. Slifer recognized him from the original's memories. The man was Grand Elder Darius, an Origin Realm expert. Well, now apparently an Ascendant Realm cultivator. He was supposedly the most formidable cultivator in the Black Rose Sect after the Sect Master. A heavy pressure descended upon him, and Slifer fought to keep his body from tensing up under the gaze of his disciples and the Grand Elders. It would be more than a little strange for the supposed Supreme Elder to soil himself in front of an equal, or to even soil himself in general. I'm certain nascent soul cultivators and above don't have these kinds of bodily functions. Well, I guess wetting myself would be an interesting way to expose myself.
Ha ha! Now that Master is here, he'll teach you a lesson.
Slifer didn't need to turn around to know who that voice belonged to. This girl, he thought, frustrated. He had repeatedly warned Amelia about provoking stronger cultivators, but clearly it was useless. He would need to hurry up and increase his cultivation, so he wouldn't need to worry about what problem she was going to create for him next. With these disciples in this world, a pie is the least of my concerns. Forcing a cough to mask his discomfort, Slifer addressed the enraged elder, who was kind enough to wait for him to finish his internal monologue. "Junior Darius, what did my disciple do this time?" Slifer asked as his mind wandered to the potential punishments that would make the troublesome girl finally listen to him. It has to be something embarrassing so she knows I'm serious, but at the same time not too embarrassing where she adds me to her hit list. Slifer knew that cultivators had the tendency to jump to slaughtering a whole generation for the tiniest slight. As for Amelia, he knew she would go the whole 9 generations. The Grand Elder's face flushed with anger at Slifer's audacity to address him as Junior. Despite his middle-aged appearance, he was a millennium older than the so-called Supreme Elder standing before him. Darius's mind reeled with thoughts of his contributions and sacrifices for the sect. He had been a key figure in fighting back the demons during the demonic invasion, unlike many others who felt that as demonic cultivators their loyalty should be towards the nether realm. The sect master had hinted many times in the past at Grand Elder Darius being the next in line to lead the sect, but Slifer's sudden rise in cultivation rank posed a threat to his aspirations. While he would never openly admit it, Darius did in fact feel threatened by the recent rapid advancement of the sect master's lapdog. Taking a deliberate step forward, Darius intensified the pressure bearing down on Slifer. "Now that we're both ascendant cultivators, I'm not your junior," he declared as he began to channel chi into his right arm. Both he and Grand Elder Wyatt had harbored doubts about Slifer's claim to the Ascendant Realm. How could someone they had watched fail the Origin Realm tribulation suddenly emerge as an Ascendant? It had to be a trick, a treasure, something other than genuine cultivation. Sensing Darius's intention to attack, Slifer's eyes widened in alarm. Darius's right arm transformed into a stony appendage with jagged edges, and in a blur, he closed the distance between them, his fist aimed squarely at Slifer's head. In the background, Slifer could hear Amelia's enthusiastic cheers, but his focus was entirely on the incoming attack, an attack that was too fast for him to even see, let alone defend against. Before he could blink, Darius's fist collided with his head. Ding! Critical block card activated. An invisible barrier sprang up around Slifer, effortlessly blocking the attack and sending a shockwave that repelled Darius several feet backwards. The force of their clash sent cracks spiderwebbing across the pavilion's floor. What technique was that? Darius looked down at his fist in disbelief. It wasn't a wind technique. He hadn't felt any wind aura. A barrier technique, perhaps? But his knowledge of formations was limited. That was more in Grand Elder Wyatt's domain. Grand Elder Wyatt was astonished. A space-time and barrier technique combined? Such a feat was beyond even his considerable expertise in formations. It required an intricate understanding of essences. Essences were rumored to be the domain of the immortals, and even then, space and time were known to be of the most difficult to comprehend. Could the Supreme Elder have entered the immortal realm? Wyatt's original plan had been to carefully prod Slifer into revealing his cultivation level, to confirm whether he truly belonged to the Ascendant realm or was relying on an artifact. But Darius, unable to be patient even for a few moments, had ruined that plan. Darius has dug his own grave, he can get himself out of it. He shook his head, deciding to distance himself from the impulsive fool. At that moment, Grand Elder Tenzin, sensing that things were getting out of hand, quickly flew into the air, ushering Calum and the other disciples to follow him. Come! Darius isn't known for restraint. Once they were out of the way, the pavilion was left with only Grand Elder Darius and Slifer, who were locked in a silent standoff. If not for those nightmarish days in the Void Realm, I might have been at this madman's mercy, Slifer thought, a wry smile tugging at his lips. It was clear to him now that Darius had been itching for an opportunity to challenge him. Slifer's eyes narrowed as he noticed a red glow emanating from the Grand Elder's chest. It was in the shape of a crystal. An ascendant crystal, he thought, recognizing the symbol of a cultivator's breakthrough to the ascendant realm. The glow from the crystal caused the air to shift as a realm of stone expanded from the core. It engulfed the pagoda. Slifer, being close to the center, felt the weight of the pressure paralyze him, his body feeling heavier with each passing second. From his vantage point in the sky, Grand Elder Wyatt released a resigned sigh. His spiritual sense was unable to penetrate the solid domain that now enveloped the pagoda. Without breaking through to the Ascendant realm, I'm as blind as an Azarian beast here. All he could do was hope that Darius didn't make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, the man in question let out a triumphant laugh as he taunted Slifer. If you don't reveal your domain, you might as well be dead, Darius jeered, watching as Slifer's form began to crystallize. Do you even possess a domain? Slifer remained silent, focusing inwardly. His body was slowly turning to stone under the effect of the domain, but he knew he had only one shot at turning the tables. Come on, just a little longer, he urged himself, waiting for the right moment. Misinterpreting Slifer's silence as an admission of defeat, Darius sneered. So, you're just a fraud after all. He raised his hand, and 100 rock spikes began to rise. Their sharp points gleamed menacingly as they made eye contact with Slifer. With a flick of his wrist, Darius sent them hurtling towards Slifer, intending to end the charade once and for all. The rock spikes cut through the air as Slifer braced for impact, his mind racing. This has to work. It's now or never. Activate reflection card. Ding! Reflection card activated. The rock spikes, which were mere inches from impaling him, halted abruptly in their tracks before reversing direction, now hurtling towards Grand Elder Darius. As Slifer's body reverted from its stony state, Darius gazed in horror at his own foot, which was rapidly turning to stone. Panicked, he channeled his chi throughout his body, struggling against the petrification. His attention, however, was violently drawn upwards as he saw the 100 rock spikes he had summoned now barreling towards him. Oh, he gasped, moments before the spikes impaled him. Blood splattered as he fell to his knees, the spikes protruding grotesquely from his body. His domain dissipated, retracting back into him as he coughed up blood. From everyone's perspective, it only took a few moments for Slifer to force an ascendant cultivator to his knees. Wyatt had anticipated an evenly matched duel, not this one-sided display of dominance. The Supreme Elder
must be on the cusp of the immortal realm, if not already within it, he thought, recalibrating his understanding of Slifer's true power. Amelia's taunting laughter rang out, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. "You should have listened to me, old man," she called out gleefully. The crowd of disciples and onlookers began murmuring among themselves, their voices a mix of awe and speculation about the Supreme Elder's strength. How is he that powerful? What was that technique? Supreme Elder could probably beat the Sect Master. Slifer, meanwhile, ignored the comments as he approached the figure kneeling before him, only pausing when a system notification appeared before him. Ding! Kill for 1,000 karmic credits, or spare for 2,000 karmic credits. Slifer weighed out the options, and despite being attacked out of the blue, he was not inclined to kill the man. Who knew what life-saving treasures the Grand Elder possessed? Slifer only had a single critical block card left in his arsenal. The risk was not worth it. It's probably Amelia's fault anyways. Or something to do with the original Slifer, he reasoned. Choosing to spare Darius, he thought, maybe one day I'll turn him into a righteous cultivator. It might seem far-fetched, but I just can't write him off. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a weak purple hue emanating from Darius's hand. Wait, what is that? His thoughts were interrupted by a searing pain that tore through his head. His vision blurred as he clutched his temple in agony. I can't think. Chapter 48. Sleep. Slifer's vision darkened as a voice, soft and gentle like a whisper, echoed seductively in his mind. You've endured so much these past weeks, my love. It's okay to close your eyes. Just for a little while. I can't. Not now, Slifer resisted, his thoughts cloudy. I'm trapped inside. No, I'm in battle. But aren't you tired? The voice cooed. Just a moment of peace, my dear. Let go of your burdens. Even heroes need to rest. Just a brief rest, then. Slifer finally gave in. His eyelids grew heavy, and the world around him seemed to fade into the background, the voice becoming his entire focus. Yes. Sleep. Zack didn't know what was going on. His mind was a mess. One moment, he was vaguely aware of standing within a pagoda doing something important. What it was, he had no clue, but what he did know was that his life depended on it. But now, he found himself back on his couch, a half-eaten pie in his hands, preparing for the upcoming pie-eating competition. What is going on? He wondered, trying to make sense of the strange sensation of being somewhere else. After a few moments of confusion, he shrugged it off. It was just another one of his vivid daydreams. He was certain if his life depended on something, then he would definitely remember. Then when did I even last go outside? He laughed at the absurdity of it. After all, it wasn't easy for a man of his large stature to strut around just for the fun of it. His focus shifted back to the present, to the more pressing matter at hand. The pie-eating competition. The competition was no small feat, even for someone like him, who had a natural affinity for pies. Last year's top 5 competitors had all managed around 30 pies in 10 minutes, with the champion devouring an astounding 39. Who knew that there were others who not only shared the same hobby as him, but excelled in it? Only in America, Zack thought with a bitter smile. He glanced down at the pie in his hand.
This is number 29. Not bad, but not enough. If he was going to win and prove to his parents that he wasn't the failure that everyone accused him of being, he needed at least 40. The competition was only a week away. He didn't have time to waste and sit around like this. With narrowed eyes, Zack raised the half-eaten pie and shoved it into his mouth, chewing furiously. I'll show them all. I'll win even if it kills me. Well, maybe not literally. I do want to enjoy that $50,000 of prize money. Caught up in his daydream of showing his parents that they were all wrong about him, Zack carelessly swallowed a chunk of pie that definitely required more chewing. His face turned a frightened shade of red as his eyes bulged. He desperately clawed at his throat, struggling for air. His vision blurred as oxygen deprivation took its toll. In a frantic attempt to get help, he tried to stand, aiming for the door, but his pudgy feet betrayed him and he slipped backwards, his flabby back hitting the wall with a thud. Patwit! A loud spit echoed in the room as the offending piece of pie flew out of his mouth. The color of his face slowly returned to normal, and he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Who knew pie could kill a man? Ding! Mental attack detected. Attack at the immortal level. Passive skill void being aura activated. Attack potency decreased by 33%. Slifer's mind snapped back to reality, his vision sharpening as he found himself a few feet away from Grand Elder Darius. It didn't take him a second to realize what had transpired. This guy just tried to fuck with my mind! Slifer's face darkened with anger. He had been willing to spare Darius before, but a mind attack was a different story. He was lucky that his willpower stat was sufficient to defend against the remainder of the attack. Otherwise, he would have ended up as a puppet, or whatever it was the amulet was aiming to do. Unforgivable! Darius's face contorted in shock, seeing Slifer effortlessly shrug off the mental attack. The amulet should have worked. How could he? His thought was cut short as Slifer opened his mouth, forming a ball of fire. Fire breath! Even if it is only at the nascent soul stage, this will end him, Slifer thought, eyeing the severely wounded Grand Elder. The body of an Ascendant Realm expert was just like any other below the Immortal Realm, only at the peak of the body tempering stage. No, don't, Darius began, but his plea was drowned out by the growing intensity of the fire in Slifer's mouth. Desperation painted Darius's face. Unlike his disciples who could rely on him to give them life-saving treasures, he didn't have anyone. All he had was his halberd, a weapon as much a part of him as his own soul. Come forth, Ignis Spike! Darius bellowed with great difficulty. The halberd, which he had won in his youth in a trial left behind by an immortal senior, materialized beside him. It was a majestic weapon, its shaft decorated with intricate patterns and its blade shimmering with a deadly gleam. Like those sword cultivators he so detested, Darius had bonded with his weapon. The path of the halberd was less glorified, but no less powerful, and he would kill anyone who dared say otherwise. Darius would never admit it, but every encounter with a sword cultivator left him feeling inadequate. There was something about them, the air they carried around them, as though they were superior due to their use of the sword. The sword strike from Slifer a few weeks ago had only reignited those insecurities. I will never lose to a sword cultivator! Darius channeled the last remnants of his chi into the halberd, causing fire to dance along its edge. A last stand, huh? Slifer's expression remained cold and unmoved. Well, it won't change your fate. Tightening his grip on the halberd, Darius swung his right arm. It wasn't his strongest blow, far from it, given his current state, impaled by spikes. This is all I can manage, he thought grimly. As the halberd moved, his arm tore painfully at the wounds caused by the spikes, sending jolts of agony through his body. The fiery halberd clashed against Slifer, who didn't seem the least concerned, his focus fully on the fireball in his mouth, which only continued to grow larger. Darius let out a slight smirk when he felt the strike land. However, the smirk turned into a grimace when he noticed that annoying barrier technique spring to life. Damn it! Darius hadn't expected Slifer to be capable of simultaneously using that blasted formation technique along with the fireball. Ah! The force of the impact, coupled with Darius's weakened state, was too much for him to handle. His grip faltered, and the halberd slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground. In that same moment, Slifer spat out a fireball, engulfing the Grand Elder in flames. A fleeting look of regret crossed Darius's face as he burned. I didn't plan to kill him, just to humble him. If Slifer had died in the process, well, then Darius couldn't be blamed. It's not my fault if he is too weak. But now, it was clear he had miscalculated. Or, perhaps, been manipulated. "Wyatt!" he screamed, realizing too late the true orchestrator of his death. In a final, desperate act, he shattered his ascendant crystal. The crystal, the very core of his cultivation, cracked with a resounding echo. The impending explosion was a last-ditch effort, a vengeful attempt to drag the others down with him. Seeing the suicidal attack by the madman in front of him, a single thought raced through Slifer's mind. Shit. He didn't have any critical block cards left. A situation like this was the very reason he had initially planned to spare the Grand Elder, but then the fool had to try and fuck with his mind. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, an immense force that tore through the pagoda, reducing it to rubble. The ground shook violently, and a wave of heat and light engulfed everything in its vicinity. Up above, Grand Elder Wyatt, seeing the explosion heading towards him, swiftly activated a formation. A shimmering barrier sprang up around him and the disciples, protecting them from the remnants of the explosion. The shield glowed with a faint blue hue, vibrating as the shockwaves battered against it. However, each shockwave made the barrier falter. It seemed it would give out any second. "Hold on!" Wyatt yelled, his voice barely audible over the din. The disciples below, wide-eyed and terrified, huddled together, feeling the heat and shockwaves around them. "Thank heavens for the barrier," one of them muttered, awestruck at the devastation before them. Even the remnants of the explosion were sufficient to snuff out their fragile lives. When the shockwaves stopped, they let out a collective sigh of relief. What happened to the Supreme Elder? Chapter 49. He didn't move an inch! Not a single scratch on him! Ding! Your disciple Amelia's loyalty has increased by 5%. Your disciple Young Fenlock's loyalty has increased by 10%. Your disciple Huey's loyalty has increased by 15%. Their loyalties better go up. If there was no change in loyalty after that, I might as well give up now, Slifer thought. He then exhaled a deep breath of relief, thankful that his quick thinking to use the phase ability had paid off without any system hiccups. Reminds me of that Obito and Conan scene. Ding! You have killed an Ascendant Realm cultivator. You have gained 1,000 karmic credits. Glancing at the spot where Grand Elder Darius once stood, he noticed that only an amulet remained. Let's see how this little thing could mess with my head like that. Insight! Treasure, Siren's Call. Grade, Immortal Realm. Type, Amulet. Condition, Perfect. Description, contains the whisper of a siren. Can put the target in a passive state. Sirens, huh? They sound like nothing but trouble. Slifer made a beckon motion with his hand. The amulet flew towards him and disappeared into his storage ring. He did not want to touch anything that could get into his head, at least not yet. I need to find ways to increase my mental defense. Meanwhile, Grand Elder Wyatt watched with a barely concealed frown as Slifer pocketed the amulet. That fool Darius, he thought. Not only did he fail, but he also lost my amulet. As the Grand Elders Tenzin and Lydia descended next to Slifer, Wyatt hastily followed, ready to do some damage control. However, when he opened his mouth, he was immediately cut off by a silver-haired girl. Wow! And I thought you were getting soft, she commented, standing uncomfortably close to Slifer. She'd probably be the perfect candidate for the siren's call. Her natural inclination towards soul techniques. Slifer shook his head subtly, dismissing the thought almost as quickly as it came. No, giving Amelia such a treasure would only spell more trouble for me in the long run.
And that's why you dared to go against my words,
Slifer replied to Amelia, his voice hardening.
But the old man started it.
Amelia shrank back.
He was bullying us.
Slifer shook his head, knowing that the girl could come up with 1,000 excuses, but then Fenlock spoke up. Master, she's telling the truth. It seemed the former Grand Elder had a problem with you. Unlike his junior sister, Fenlock had a softer character, and Slifer felt that he was a trustworthy guy. Not to mention, Slifer had already narrowed it down to 2 options, Amelia or the original. It was only those 2 who could aggravate an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Maybe Val, too, Slifer added as an afterthought.
You're lucky your senior brother vouched for you,
Slifer said, turning his gaze back to the mischievous girl, who immediately began to mutter, He's not my thing, but cut herself off when Slifer's eyes narrowed. Teenagers, Slifer thought with a mental sigh.
Master left no body for Val.
Val pouted as she fluttered around Slifer's head. I was nearly the one without a body. Slifer shivered as he recalled the explosive ordeal.
When we go on our little trip, you can have as many buddies as you want,
he said, trying to appease her.
Master promise?
Val's big eyes gazed up at him earnestly.
Yes,
Slifer replied. Though a nagging feeling told him he might regret this promise, the glint in the baby dragon's eyes seemed to suggest her appetite was far from modest. Slifer's attention then shifted to Grand Elder Tenzin, who was beaming at him. Slifer nodded in appreciation.
Thank you for keeping my disciples safe.
Of course, Supreme Elder, it was the least I could do, Tenzin replied, whilst he mentally gave himself a pat on the back. Aligning with the Supreme Elder was the right move. Even Grand Elder Lydia, who was usually so stoic and maybe even had a slight dislike for the original, gave Slifer a slight bow of her head. Killing an Ascendant cultivator unscathed was no small feat, after all.
Supreme Elder, I am glad you're okay.
Grand Elder Wyatt's voice cut through the air. Slifer's eyes narrowed as he assessed the suspicious-looking elder in front of him. Weasel, he thought instantly, reminded of untrustworthy mechanics who'd fix one problem and create 10 more. Definitely wouldn't trust him with my car, let alone the Sect.
Grand Elder Wyatt,
Slifer greeted. His voice carried a frosty edge, but internally he was on edge, remembering how the madman had screamed Wyatt's name as he self-destructed. Is this one going to attack me too? He wondered apprehensively. That fool Darius had to drag me into this mess. Grand Elder Wyatt was seething, but he maintained his polite demeanor.
Since you are here, Supreme Elder, it would be most fitting for you to lead the selection ceremony.
Then, through his spiritual sense, Wyatt sent a quick summary of the trials and their notable participants to Slifer. It took Slifer a moment to process the influx of information. I need to upgrade Insight, Slifer realized, looking up the system status. Upgrade Insight to intermediate skill for 1,000 karmic credits. With a resigned sigh, he confirmed the purchase. Skill Insight. Basic description grants information about an object or person upon focus. Intermediate description grants the ability to view the stats of the target. Useful, yet the system's timing is suspiciously perfect, he thought with a tinge of bitterness. He wondered if he upgraded the skill earlier, would it have given the same result, or would it have given him something useless? The surrounding Grand Elders and disciples exchanged puzzled looks as Slifer stood motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Amelia's cough broke the silence.
Master, you're spacing out. Again,
she remarked. Slifer scowled, slightly embarrassed.
Rude girl,
he muttered under his breath. Then, turning to face the crowd of disciples, he declared,
I will now choose a disciple.
The disciples straightened up.
their eyes filled with anticipation and nervous excitement. Prospect of being selected by the Supreme Elder, who had just demonstrated his overwhelming power, was both a daunting and thrilling possibility. As Slifer walked up to each disciple, he activated the upgraded insight skill, scrutinizing them closely. One after another, he examined dozens of disciples, each time shaking his head due to their stats being insufficient to gain the system's attention. The disciples felt increasingly uneasy under his intense gaze, especially when he walked away muttering to himself. Finally, Slifer stood before a white-robed youth, Kalen. This one's different, Slifer noted, recalling the information provided by Grand Elder Wyatt. Mysterious background, possibly from the immortal realm, and here for training. He seems more like a villain destined for humiliation by the protagonist. Insight! Name, Kalen. Realm, 9th Stage Chi Refining. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension 9, Luck 6, Talent 9, Will 6. 2 stats at 9. This isn't just any character. He's likely a protagonist from his own story in the immortal realm. Clearing his throat and adopting an air of authority, Slifer addressed the youth. Boy! Would you like to be my disciple? Yes, Master, Kalen replied with a hint of condescension. It seemed almost as if he was doing Slifer a favor. From the sidelines, Grand Elder Wyatt suppressed a sigh. He was supposed to be cautious with this one. Ding! Disciple slot only available for the target of the mission. Taking another disciple without a slot will lead to consequences. Damn, I forgot about Leah, Slifer realized, mentally kicking himself. I need to convert her fast to free up a slot. Noticing the pause, Kalen raised an eyebrow questioningly. Slifer didn't want to let go of a disciple with such high stats, even if he was on the arrogant side. However, not willing to deal with the consequences that the system could come up with, he coughed awkwardly, scrambling for a plausible excuse to retract his offer. Due to your background, I cannot take you as a disciple, but I can offer you some pointers. The sudden retraction felt like a slap to Kalen's dignity. He felt his ears begin to burn. If Father were here— No? Kalen forcibly calmed himself, looking down at his sword. Serenity is key, he reminded himself, suppressing his pride. Bending slightly, he respectfully said, I would be honored to receive your guidance. Name, Kalen. Realm, 9th Stage Chi Refining. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension, 9. Luck, 6. Talent, 9. Will, 6 to 7. I was right. The will stat can be changed. Slifer nodded to himself as he watched Kalen, who was on the brink of becoming an arrogant young master, use the path of the sword to reshape himself. A protagonist, but not my protagonist. He sighed internally as he turned away. Nearby, William Wick straightened his posture, sensing Slifer's gaze shifting towards him. His heart pounded with anticipation and anxiety. This is my moment. I need to impress the Supreme Elder, not just for me, but for my clan's future, he thought, bracing himself. Grand Elder Tenzin, noticing the Supreme Elder's gaze on the heir of the Wick clan, piped up. At just 15 years of age, young William has already reached the 7th stage of the Chi Refining Realm, a rare genius indeed. Pride swelled in William's chest as he heard this praise. He couldn't help but smile, believing he had caught the Supreme Elder's attention, but soon his smile faltered when he heard the silver-haired girl mumble. You call this a rare genius? When I was 12 years old, I broke into the Chi Refining Realm. Then at 14, I broke into the Foundation Establishment Realm. And I'm 18 this year, but I have already stepped into the Mid-Core Formation Realm. Grand Elder Tenzin stood in silence. Is she trying to belittle me? William thought, his heart pounding with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He felt a hot surge of blood rise to his throat, almost coughing it out, but he held it in, forcing a fake smile. He knew he couldn't defend a disciple of the Supreme Elder. But I can't afford to lose face here. Every cultivator's path is unique.
William managed to cough out, his voice strained. I am still learning and growing. Yeah, but you should grow faster, Amelia responded as she looked down at her sharp nails, already losing interest in the young master. How can she be so dismissive? William clenched his fists, trying to control his boiling emotions. I am the heir of the Wick clan! Slifer spoke up, an air of wisdom surrounding him. Cultivation is not a race, but a journey. Some will begin with a gentle pace, steadily ascending to impressive heights, while others resemble shooting stars, blazing brilliantly but fading away in an instant. Amelia rolled her eyes but stayed silent, knowing better than to argue with her master. William's heart calmed a bit, grateful for the Supreme Elder's words. He bowed slightly. Thank you for your wisdom, Supreme Elder. It's good to inspire confidence in the younger generation. Slifer nodded to himself as he activated insight. Name, William Wick. Realm, 7th Stage Chi Refining. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension 4, Luck 4, Talent 4, Will 3. Not even a single 5? Slifer shook his head in disappointment. He couldn't believe the kid was able to light up 3 pillars. His talent clearly wasn't high enough. He could get away with using his clan's resources to break through the stages of the chi refining realm, but to trick the Luminaris quartz, that was no small feat. It would likely take an immortal rank treasure to accomplish. This one probably has a few secrets, Slifer mused. Since the system didn't require him to take the youngster as a disciple, then Slifer would rather pass on him. Secrets in the xianxia world could mean opportunity, but they for sure entailed death, and usually a lot of it. Nothing special, Slifer muttered to himself as he moved on. The word stung, crushing the fragile pride that William had managed to rebuild. Am I really just ordinary? The thought was like a cold blade slicing through his heart. He had worked so hard, pushed his clan's resources to the limits, and yet, in the eyes of someone truly powerful, he was just average. Unaware of the effect his offhand remark had caused, Slifer's focus shifted to 2 young village boys who, when standing side by side, reminded him of the number 10. Ding! Target located. Take the youth as a disciple. Chapter 50. Seeing the Supreme Elder's gaze turn their way, Dusty puffed at his chest, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He nudged Nomad, his voice barely a whisper. The Grand Elders thought I had no talent, but it was them who had no eyes, he bragged. Dusty was sure that word had gone around concerning his rapid comprehension of the gluttonous Titan technique, and now the Supreme Elder himself was impressed. Shaking his head at his friend's antics, Nomad remained silent. He felt a strange feeling in his belly, as though something bad was about to occur. As the Supreme Elder approached, Dusty's grin stretched wider. Looking down at his round belly, he murmured to it, Stay patient, my friend. Being the disciple of the Supreme Elder means you can feast to your heart's content. His mind wandered to memories of Grandma Sully catching him stealing chickens from the hen house. Dusty, you gluttonous child! Those chickens aren't for you to gobble up whenever you please! Shaking his head to dispel the memory, Dusty rubbed his healthy-sized belly and whispered, No cock will be safe after today. Dusty didn't know what it was, but ever since he could remember, he always had a fascination with cocks. Nothing felt better than when he had a cock inside him. And now that he would soon become the Supreme Elder's disciple, no one would dare stop him. After all, who could complain if the disciple of the Supreme Elder wanted a cock or two? But as Slifer walked past him, Dusty's smile faltered, and he watched baffled as the Supreme Elder stopped in front of his best friend. A smile appeared on Slifer's face as he looked at the status window. Name, Nomad. Realm, 1st Stage Chi Refining. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension 6, Luck 7, Talent 8, Will 8. These stats. The boy's average performance doesn't match his stats at all. A hidden gem. Or is this perhaps the storyline where the protagonist hides his true talent to infiltrate a sect for some secret mission? He mused silently, a knowing glint in his eyes. If stats were all it took to gain the system's interest, then the system would have identified Kalen as a potential disciple. Slifer suspected that there were more requirements. He just couldn't figure out what they were, and the system was more than happy to not help him. Nomad, feeling the Supreme Elder's unsettling smile linger on him, tried not to fidget. I did everything I could to remain unnoticeable, but this old man still noticed me. Looking at the young man's innocent, simple face, Slifer couldn't help but assume this kid probably entered the demonic sect hoping to turn it into a righteous one from the inside, much like how some girls think they can transform their leather jacket-wearing, motorcycle-riding boyfriends into card-carrying members of the pajama party posse. It doesn't matter if he hid his talent intentionally or there were some other reasons why he performed terribly. What I need to do now is make a good first impression and complete this mission. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, Slifer raised his chin slightly. With his eyes half closed as if peering into the depths of the universe, he subtly activated the whimsical wind card, a card he had previously thought was useless. A gentle breeze began to swirl around him, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. For teens who had almost no experience with cultivation, the effect was striking. The naive disciples began to gasp in awe. Look at the Supreme Elder's aura! He looks like an immortal! I want him! Pretending as though he didn't hear the last comment, Slifer coughed as he focused his attention back on the protagonist before him. Young man, would you like to be this old man's disciple? He asked. The surrounding disciples' awe turned into shock. This nobody has caught the Supreme Elder's eye. How lucky. I refuse to believe this. One of the city boys even began to repeatedly rub his eyes in disbelief. As for the Grand Elders, they exchanged confused glances. They couldn't fathom the thoughts of the Supreme Elder. Nomad was so average. However, recalling how Slifer had effortlessly killed Grand Elder Darius, they wondered if there was something in the boy that they couldn't see. Nomad, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sudden attention, was frantically trying to think of a way to reject the Supreme Elder's offer. He realized, with a sinking heart, that there was no logical reason he could give that would be accepted without drawing more attention to himself. Why is it so hard to stay low-key? He lamented inwardly. Forcing a smile, he tried his best to appear excited and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. Slifer, observing his new disciple's enthusiasm, stroked his beard in satisfaction. It's always good to have loyal disciples, he thought. From the simple look of the kid, Slifer could tell he would be a loyal one. Ding! New task. Complete Master-Disciple ceremony. Success! All Slifer had to do was complete this annoying ceremony, and then he would gain the mystery reward for completing the mission. The task had been far easier than Slifer expected. He had initially worried the system would pick someone with typical xianxia protagonist problems, tragic pasts, vengeful enemies, or cursed bloodlines that attracted calamity. Thankfully, so far, Nomad seemed refreshingly normal, just a village boy whose family had yet to be wiped out. Grandma Sully was right. I don't deserve any cock. The whisper from the fatty beside his new disciple brought Slifer out of his thoughts. Why are the words grandma and cock being used in the same sentence? Master, would it be possible for you to also take Dusty as your disciple? Nomad asked, not able to bear the look on his friend's face. Slifer frowned slightly. He knew that the system wouldn't allow him to take in more disciples. If it did, he would have chosen Kalen. But he didn't want to upset his new disciple so soon. That would happen later, when Nomad realized he was being worked like the disciple that he was. Turning to look at Dusty, Slifer activated Insight. Name, Dusty. Realm, first stage chi refining. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension, 3, 8. Luck, 8. Talent, 2. Will, 2. 8 in parentheses. His normal comprehension must be pretty low, but if he has affinity with the technique, then his comprehension shoots up to 8? Sounds about right. Slifer stroked his beard as he looked at the meatball-shaped human pouting at him. But he is a lucky one. It couldn't hurt to have him on my side.
I have someone else in mind for him,
Slifer mumbled as he sent out a spiritual transmission. As if on cue, the disciples heard a grunt from above. They looked up to see a fat, bald man jumping down from a sword. Landing with a heavy thud next to the Supreme Elder, the man bowed deeply and said, "Master."
"Morvran,"
Slifer acknowledged with a nod. He then pointed to Dusty and instructed,
"I want you to take this one as your disciple."
Morvran's eyes narrowed as he surveyed Dusty. "This one looks like he needs a lot of work, Master, but I will try my best." Dusty, feeling slighted, shook his chubby hand at Morvran. "Don't imply I'm fat, I'm only big-boned," he protested. Morvran shook his head, his expression serious as ever. "You're not worthy of being called fat, boy," he replied as he puffed out his belly to demonstrate his own impressive girth. "You have much more growing to do." Dusty's eyes widened in awe. "Wow! You must have had a lot of big cocks," he exclaimed. A rare sense of pride appeared on Morvran's face. "No one in the mortal realm has had more cocks than me," he boasted. Morvran's statement seemed to ignite a new fire in Dusty. He looked at Nomad, his eyes once again shining. "Nomad! I'm gonna be just like this fat guy!" I never thought I'd witness a competition of cock consumption, Slifer thought. A smirk threatening to break his wise master facade. However, he knew that the two were deadly serious. Cocks, in the cultivation world, were reputed to be greatly beneficial, especially for those who cultivated their bodies. He recalled a tale from the immortal realm about a colossal cock, a creature so formidable that even immortals would flee at its sight. Legend had it that this immense cock had sired numerous offspring, and consuming the meat of these various descendants could potentially unlock the rare bloodline of the great cock. From the vague memories he inherited, Slifer remembered that the original had given Morvran a cock-related cultivation method. The old man must have wanted Morvran to unlock the great cock bloodline, Slifer deduced. Why that was, Slifer didn't know, but knowing his predecessor, it wouldn't have been out of goodwill. Shaking his head, Slifer decided not to question Morvran's teaching methods. If Morvran wants to teach his disciple the way of the cock, who am I to disapprove? The disciple selection ceremony continued, with the other Grand Elders making their selections. Grand Elder Lydia found 2 suitable disciples for the medicine hall. Although they lacked the innate talent of the Wizeron clan's usual recruits, they held enough potential for her to invest her time in. Grand Elder Wyatt chose William as his disciple. Slifer, only half paying attention, noted that Grand Elder Tenzin selected a boy from the Jexlaren clan, but he couldn't recall the boy's name. They all looked the same, Slifer thought, grateful for the insight skill. Without it, I might have walked away with some random kid thinking it was Nomad. William clenched his fists as he watched the Supreme Elder depart with his new disciples. How could he overlook me for a mere village boy? A boy who was only fit to be my servant! Despite his rage, William forced himself to focus on the bigger picture. He had successfully entered the sect, fulfilling the man's orders. As long as I follow his instructions, my clan will remain safe. I hope you don't regret your choice, Supreme Elder. In a dark cave, void of any natural light, 5 spiritual figures stood in a circle. Each figure was cloaked in a hooded robe, their identities obscured by the shadows that clung to them like a second skin. The plan was successful, one member announced, their voice echoing off the walls. The agent has entered the Black Rose Sect. Another member, their voice tinged with a hint of arrogance, retorted,
Like I said before, the Luminaris quartz is not difficult to trick. If those old fools in the sect had listened to me, there wouldn't be such glaring holes in their defense.
The first figure hesitated before speaking again.
Even though the Luminaris quartz was tricked, the outcome was not what we were hoping for.
The third figure shook its head. No matter, as long as the disciple entered the sect, that is what's important. The fourth one, agreeing with a nod, added,
You need to make sure they secure one of the spots for the sealed realm.
Then a fifth figure, who had been sitting quietly, stood up.
Once the awakening is successful, war will follow.
The figure's voice caused the spiritual forms of the others to tremble instinctively, as though they were in the presence of a higher being. The figure paused and took its time to look at each of the other figures, its gaze piercing through their blurred forms.
Prepare for war, it commanded.
One by one, the spiritual figures nodded. Then, as if they were mirages, their figures slowly dissipated into the air. As the last of the figures vanished, a strange mark appeared on the cave floor. It was a tree, its branches twisted and gnarled. In the center of the trunk was an eye, unblinking and unsettling, as if it were watching everything. The eye bled a crimson tear before it, too, disappeared. Chapter 51. One day later.
Remember, Calum, the path of righteousness is not just a choice, but a commitment to uphold justice and virtue in all your actions.
Calum listened intently, his eyes fixed on Slifer, absorbing every word like a sponge. He had never expected to hear those words from his master. Recently, his master's actions didn't make sense. The change in character, the ascendant-level cultivation, just who was the real Slifer?
The righteous path values harmony and order. It's about making sacrifices for the greater good, even when it's hard.
This rate I'll have my own church in a few years, Slifer thought, barely holding back a sigh. The idea of guiding more followers along a path he didn't believe sounded exhausting. But what was a poor man supposed to do? He needed the credits. But Master, Calum interjected, what truly separates the righteous from the demonic? This time, Slifer was unable to hold back the sigh. How do I explain that the lines are not always so clear? Everyone has a different idea of what differentiates a righteous cultivator from a demonic cultivator.
In truth, Calum, the cultivation world is complex. There are demonic cultivators who act more righteously than those so-called righteous cultivators. Many of them will do anything in their quest for immortality, whilst other demonic cultivators have limits that they will not cross. The same applies to righteous cultivators, but they like to justify their actions with their self-righteousness.
The system's view is too simplistic, Slifer thought. It sees the world in black and white, but reality is a spectrum of grays. Even Calum and Fenlock, labeled as demonic, have shown more righteousness than many of those hypocrites. This system needs an update.
The world isn't just black and white,
Slifer continued.
Remember, righteous cultivators aren't always righteous, and demonic cultivators aren't always demonic.
So how do I know who to trust? Calum's eyebrows scrunched up. His master's sermon continued to get more complicated the longer it went on. He felt like they were going in circles. Slifer shook his head.
Don't worry too much about the labels. Use your own judgment, and don't trust anyone blindly.
He paused, then added with a slight smirk,
except for me, of course. So, are you ready to embrace the righteous path?
The decision wasn't too difficult for Calum. His master had changed his life, but more importantly, saved his mother's life. As long as his master didn't instruct him to do something that would violate his sword heart, then he would follow him, even if it led to his death. Calum glanced down at Bloodthorn, They were partners. He couldn't make the decision for the both of them. Bloodthorn surprisingly agreed. Looking back up at Slifer, Calum nodded firmly. Yes, master. I will follow the righteous path. Name Calum card. Description: once a day, you can activate any of your loyal disciples' techniques. Warning: if your disciple's loyalty goes below 100%, you will lose access to this card. Sweet! It's a better version of the ability from the Soul Bond. Ding! Would you like to promote Calum to core disciple? Sure. Ding! Your disciple Calum is now a core disciple. Core disciples can allocate tasks to inner and outer disciples. Is the system glitching? Why is it being so nice all of a sudden? He didn't expect the change in a disciple's status to have much of an effect. The system was making it too easy for him recently to accumulate credits. It's been a long time since I have promoted any of my disciples, but I believe you are ready to be promoted to core disciple. Thank you, master. Calum didn't expect this from his master. Ever since issues began between master and senior brother, master stopped promoting us. We didn't think he would anymore, especially so soon. Seeing the look Calum was giving him, Slifer assumed the boy was expecting something. Oh, right. Core disciples usually get a technique from their master. He coughed awkwardly, trying to buy time.
When you activate your sword domain, only then will I gift you a personal technique,
Slifer stated, hoping to make it sound like that was his plan all along. No big deal. I can just purchase a technique from the system for him later, Slifer thought. Once Calum worked the other disciples, he would feel more comfortable spending some credits for a gift, but not now. Calum will value it more as a reward for a significant breakthrough. I understand, master. Comprehending the sword domain will be my priority.
As a core disciple, you now have new responsibilities,
Slifer continued, seizing the chance to recruit Calum to his pyramid scheme.
You will assign tasks to your juniors, but remember...
He paused for emphasis.
They must be righteous tasks. If you must trick them into righteousness, then do so.
Calum's expression hardened slightly at the mention of his juniors. Amelia in particular doesn't like taking orders, let alone righteous ones. But I will do what is necessary. I'll make master proud. I will keep that in mind, master, Calum responded dutifully. Righteousness will guide my actions and decisions.
Good.
Slifer waved him away. Calum bowed deeply and then turned to leave. A sword domain. A significant step indeed. But with master's guidance, I will achieve it and earn my technique. A technique from an ascendant realm cultivator. As Calum's figure disappeared, Slifer let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That went well enough. Slifer's thoughts turned to his new disciple. He had hoped to complete the master-disciple ceremony quickly, but Nomad had ran off as soon as they left the valley. He wants his grandmother's blessing first. A superstitious lot, these people. As for Kalen, the white-robed youth who lingered like a shadow, Slifer had managed to keep him at bay.
I will offer you some pointers, Slifer had told him, but only after I've sorted out the Sect's affairs.
Slifer didn't have any sword techniques that could impress the youth or even the credits to buy one, but luckily for him, the death of a Grand Elder left issues that would take a while to deal with. Wyatt should be here any moment with the other Grand Elders. When a disciple was called to the disciplinary hall, it was a foregone conclusion that they would spend a few sleepless nights within the sect's prison. If they were lucky, they would only have to undergo 3 rounds of torture before being let go, and that was only if someone remembered to release them. The chamber itself was grand and imposing. At the far end stood a large throne. This was where Darius, the now deceased Grand Elder, used to laze around. He really enjoyed feeling important, Slifer thought, as he reluctantly took his place on the throne. The leader of the disciplinary hall had to deal with those who broke the sect's rules. They were the judge, jury, and executioner. It was a lot of responsibility to place on one man's shoulders. Now that responsibility had fallen to Slifer. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it. This is just taking time away from cultivating and learning new techniques, he thought, a hint of annoyance in his mind. The role of a Supreme Elder, which Slifer held,
was typically that of the Sect's protector, free from the day-to-day responsibilities of Sect management. I was hoping to avoid any real work, especially since there hasn't been a battle since the demon invasion centuries ago. Yet, here he was, forced into this position because of Wyatt's cunning suggestion in front of the other Grand Elders. Sneaky weasel. I couldn't really say no in front of them all without raising suspicion. And I do feel a bit guilty. Darius had it coming, but still. Shaking his head, Slifer focused on his plan. I'll be the leader in name only. I'll let the old guy handle the actual work. The old guy was a peak nascent soul elder named Fred, currently briefing Slifer, who was half listening at best. Fred, of all the powerful names. Fred. It's almost laughable. A man capable of leveling countries on Earth, and he's named Fred.
Due to the actions of the late Grand Elder, the disciples of the Disciplinary Hall have a reputation of bullying the weak, and if this were to continue, I am not sure if there will be any disciples left to discipline. I made numerous suggestions, but the Grand Elder refused to listen. I was wondering what you think of the following. Fred continued, listing off one recommendation after another. Clearly, he had been waiting a long time for such a moment. Ding! The sound of the system notification brought a smile to Slifer's face. The old man's face darkened, mistaking Slifer's reaction as a dismissal of his recommendations. It seems the disciplinary hall will remain unchanged, continuing to cause the very problem it was meant to solve, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Slifer, oblivious to the elder's thoughts, beamed even brighter. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Disciplinary Hall! Disciplinary Hall panel unlocked. You have gained 250 karmic credits. A management feature for the Disciplinary Hall. Interesting. Disciplinary Hall panel. Number of members. Nascent Soul 3, Core Formation 11, Foundation Establishment 65, Chi Refining 55, Current Tasks 0, Credits Gained 0, Credits Lost 0. As Slifer read the system's message, the smile turned into full-blown laughter. The new feature allowed him to use disciples of the Hall to farm karmic credits on a larger scale. Each task they completed earned him between 3 and 9 karmic credits, but with over 100 disciples in the hall, credits would quickly accumulate. If I become the Sect Master, will I be able to farm the entirety of the Black Rose Sect? Noticing that the panel recorded the credits lost, Slifer frowned. Credits are lost when members abuse their authority? Slifer shook his head. Demonic disciples are all bullies. Preying on the weak is how these sects are run. Trying to stop his own disciples from bullying others was difficult enough. Just how hard would it be to enforce that on such a large scale? Guess I'll have to take a more direct role after all.
Fred, from this day forth, if any member of the Disciplinary Hall abuses their power, they will be punished severely. Send them to the Shattered Chasm, Slifer declared firmly. The Shattered Chasm was a notorious place within the sect, a deep dark pit, where those sent there were subjected to the constant pressure of spiritual energy, crushing their will and breaking their spirit. The deeper one went into the pit, the greater the pressure. A few decades ago, a nascent soul elder was condemned to the depths of the Shattered Chasm. When he emerged, his mind was no longer his own. It was said that the elder could often be seen wandering around the sect's grounds, talking to rocks and plants as if they were his old comrades. He would meticulously organize pebbles, believing he was rearranging the stars in the sky. On one occasion, he burst into fits of laughter after seeing his own shadow. The old man then challenged it to a duel, only to end up losing.
With these changes, there will be peace in the sect, and we will be able to use each other to grow stronger, not devour each other,
Slifer continued. Fred nearly choked, his heart clenching in frustration.
This is what I've been suggesting all along, and now he claims it as his own idea.
He sighed inwardly, realizing the higher one's cultivation, the more shameless one became. Whilst Fred was stewing over the unfairness of the situation, Slifer was deep in thought, devising a new system to acquire as many credits as possible. I'll create a system where they can complete righteous tasks. For each task, I'll set aside a third of the karmic credits I get.
I can call them points. Even though they would only earn a single credit or point from the tasks that gave Slifer 3 karmic credits, these tasks were quick and easy to complete, so they would accumulate. Anything more than a third was too much for the stingy Slifer, but if he didn't offer them anything, then they wouldn't be motivated to complete the tasks. Using the stick by itself is not sufficient. You must dangle that carrot. Slifer decided to put up a list of treasures, techniques, and more from the system. He would claim it was from his own collection. The disciples could use their earned credits to purchase these items.
Fred, I need you to create a leaderboard tablet,
Slifer instructed, detailing his idea.
It will record the points each disciple has earned.
Fred nodded, understanding the strategy.
I'll have it set up, Supreme Elder. What shall we call this tablet?
The Karmic Ledger,
Slifer replied immediately. He felt the name was appropriate.
I'll send over a list of items that can be bought with the points.
As Fred left to execute the orders, Slifer pondered over possible suspicions from the Grand Elders. They won't question the number of items I have. It's normal for an ascendant cultivator to possess riches equal to a mid-level sect. But the tasks, their righteous nature could raise eyebrows. After a moment, he came up with a solution.
The tasks are related to my new cultivation method.
That's close enough to the truth. It's not like they know what it takes to reach the immortal realm. There was a lingering concern about the sect master currently in closed-door cultivation. Once he's out, he might get suspicious, but by then I'll have enough credits to deal with that demon. Slifer's thoughts briefly flashed back to the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the sect master. I haven't forgotten that day. We will see who bows to whom the next time we meet. Chapter 52. Sitting cross-legged in his courtyard next to a serene pond, Slifer was deep in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had set the plans for the disciplinary hall into motion. As for the daily matters, they could be handled by Fred. Slifer had a more pressing concern on his mind. Either the system can see the future, or it's great at manipulating events. More likely it's both. Ever since he entered this world, Slifer had felt like a puppet, its strings pulled by the system. He had learned a few techniques to decrease his reliance on the system and focused on increasing his cultivation, but he felt that wasn't enough. He felt confident facing a Foundation establishment cultivator without any assistance from the system, but that confidence didn't extend to core formation cultivators.
The dimensional slide technique is useful if I need to escape, but I can't rely on it too much,
he muttered, his gaze drifting across the tranquil water of the pond. Escaping could only be a last resort. Such an action would break the Supreme Elder facade he had accidentally created. More importantly, techniques that had a chance of failing couldn't be depended on. It honestly wouldn't have surprised him if they failed him when he most needed it. Skills, techniques. Slifer had long since noticed that the system categorized some abilities as skills and others as techniques. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to it, but after some experimentation, he was able to figure out the difference between the two. Skills like cards did not rely on Slifer at all. Whether that be his chi capacity or comprehension of the skill, it had total reliance on the system. On the other hand, techniques relied wholly on Slifer. As if his understanding or chi capacity were lacking, he would be unable to perform the technique. Even if I used the system to level up a technique, I gained the knowledge to use it without its help. Each time Slifer activated a skill, he felt his body following the will of the system, allowing him to perform the skill. I could use this experience as a guide to comprehend the skill until the system recognized it as a technique, he thought. It's like learning to ride a bike with training wheels and then without them. Let's see which skill to test this out on. Status! Name Slifer. Race human. Alignment demonic. Cultivation late Foundation establishment. Lifespan remaining 100 years. Karmic credits 4,300. Skills fire breath, insight intermediate, mirror mastery level 2, nascent soul armor level 1, phase ability level 1. Items: reversal cards, peak Slifer card, peak Slifer aura card, another face card, avatar card, Kalem card. Affinities, light 20%, fire 5%, space 5%. Techniques, sunrise slash level 2, stellar nova strike level 1, dimensional slide level 2, weapon mastery, sword 5%. The phase ability was an extremely useful defensive skill that he would need to convert into a technique one day. However, with his current comprehension of space at only 5%, that day was far away. One skill stood out to him. The Nascent Soul Armor card. Though it only lasts 10 seconds, it would be enough to kill any core formation cultivator. Maybe even an early Nascent Soul cultivator if I caught them off guard. For higher level cultivators, he had to be more cautious. For now, I'll rely on the systems cards and make smarter choices to avoid trouble. He shook his head, smiling ruefully. It seems I'm often cleaning up after my disciples' messes or dealing with issues left by the original Slifer. Just as he was about to dismiss the blue box, he remembered the new card he had acquired, the Kalem card. Wait a minute. My theory should apply to cards too, especially one that imitates a core formation cultivator's technique. Slifer decided to activate the Kalem card. The ability to use any of his disciples' techniques intrigued him, and it could come in handy, especially when his disciples grew more powerful. Name, Kalem. Realm, Lake Core Formation. Known techniques, Serenity's Embrace, 9 Celestial Phantoms, Sunrise Slash, Thorned Lash, Valor's Crimson Surge. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect, Disposition NA. Pick a technique. Well, I'm glad the system automatically converted Kalem's demonic techniques into their righteous version. Slifer had been worried that using his disciples' techniques would result in the system penalizing him. In that case, he would only use it as a last resort and not for training. But many of Kalem's techniques rely on his sword's abilities. Would the technique work without a weapon? Even though he rarely needed a weapon, he did have one, the Skyfade Emerald Blade. However, since his blade was usually in his storage ring, activating the technique without it would reduce a step, and a single second could be the difference between life and death.
Let's try a technique he received after breaking through to the Sword Soul realm.
He was hoping using such a technique would give him an insight into the Sword realm 3 ranks higher than his own. Who knows? He might even experience a breakthrough.
Valor's Crimson Surge.
He closed his eyes, feeling the card activate. Sword chi coursed through his meridians, and with a slashing motion, a small stream of white chi burst forward. The chi grew rapidly as it traveled, swelling to the size of a house by the time it reached the training dummy. In an instant, the massive wave of chi obliterated the dummy. Training dummies were enchanted with runes. Depending on the option selected, they would simulate cultivators. Better yet, unlike cultivators, these dummies were able to regenerate. This particular dummy was set to the level of a peak core formation cultivator. However, the overwhelming power of the attack left no room for regeneration. Slifer's eyes widened in awe at the sheer destructive power of the technique. The fact that one of Kalem's techniques could surpass an early nascent soul attack shocked him. In the novels he had read, fighting across a major realm seemed as easy as a seasoned warrior swatting away a bothersome fly, but reality was far different. Only with exceptional advantages, such as the Sword Soul realm, could such a feat be feasible.
Focus on how it felt.
Once again, Slifer closed his eyes. He recalled the surge of sword chi appearing within him. He focused on how the chi was compressed within his meridians, building pressure like water in a tightly sealed pipe. The intensity continued to increase until it was near bursting point. Then, once released, it rushed out with immense force, expanding rapidly as it left the confines of his body. The chi then ballooned in size as it moved, like water gushing from a burst pipe, gaining momentum and power until it reached the nascent soul realm. This mental exercise helped Slifer understand the technique's nature. Controlling the buildup of energy, and then skillfully releasing it for maximum impact by the time it reached its target. Ding! Sword mastery increased by 10%. 10%? He knew that progress would only be slower as he continued to use the same method, but it would be many times faster than learning it the normal way. Ding! Kalem card locked for 24 hours.
If there was no limit, I could probably break through to Sword Soul Realm in a day or two,
he sighed. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to Sword Chi Realm. Reward 100 karmic credits.
Sword Chi Realm?
The sword chi realm was the second stage of sword cultivation. Once a practitioner refined their sword intent up to a certain level, they were able to condense it into tangible sword chi. This energy could then be channeled through a sword to enhance techniques. Previously, Slifer had used light chi as a substitute for sword chi for his Nova Strike technique, but now he had the real deal. With a wave of his hand, a blade materialized from the storage ring. He extended his hand and caught it effortlessly midair. Gripping the hilt firmly, he channeled his chi into the blade. The Skyfade emerald blade hummed happily in response. Slifer turned his attention to a training dummy positioned around 20 feet away and made a casual slashing motion. The sword chi burst forth, a visible streak of energy slicing through the air. It moved with such speed and precision that it seemed to blur the space between him and the dummy. In a blink, the dummy's head was cleanly severed, falling to the ground with a dull thud, while the body remained upright for a moment before toppling over. With sword chi enhancing my strike, I can take down an early core formation cultivator. He nodded in approval. And that's all without relying on the system. His gaze shifted to the decapitated training dummy as it regenerated before his eyes. A perfect training partner, he mused. Shaking his head, Slifer focused on a skill that could enhance his offense, defense, and agility. Nascent soul armor. A smoky armor wrapped around him like a protective cloak. Closing his eyes, Slifer turned into his spiritual sense. He could feel the chi coursing through his body, weaving an intricate pattern that formed the armor around him. But as the armor began to fracture and weaken, his eyes snapped open. In a blur, he moved, appearing in front of a training dummy. With a swift, powerful punch aimed at its head, the dummy's head shattered, wooden shards flying in all directions. Watching the remnants of the armor dissipate, he nodded in approval. Impressive. Ding! Nascent soul armor skill locked for 24 hours. Closing his eyes again, he tried to recall the sensation of the chi moving through his body. He attempted to mimic it, envisioning the nascent soul armor forming around him. Hints of the armor started to appear, bringing a smile to his face. But his smile quickly faltered as the armor disintegrated almost immediately. A wave of fatigue washed over him. I was right. My body isn't strong enough to sustain the technique without the system's aid. When activated through the system, it offers protection, but only for a limited time. I need to strengthen my body further. Ding! Nascent soul armor technique level 0, 10%. 10% after one attempt, not too bad, Slifer nodded. He was right. The system now recognized it as a technique. Once the technique reached level 1, he would be able to use it for 10 seconds before it strained his body. Get about level 1. I want to go straight to level 2, he thought. The difference between the two levels was not the power of the technique, but the duration. All he had to do was make a few breakthroughs in body cultivation and practice. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? Time to put the title of Supreme Elder to use. Slifer grinned as his thoughts turned to the Sect's resources. Chapter 53. Ah! Supreme Elder! What brings you here? Slifer eyed the weasel-looking man in front of him with mild distaste. Just my luck to see this guy 3 times in the span of a few days. Slifer would rather have avoided this particular elder, but unfortunately he needed access to the Sect's resources, and this man, Wyatt, held the keys. Grand Elder, I was just nearby and thought I might relieve you of some items, Slifer said, trying to sound casual. The less he spoke to the man, the better. If any of the Grand Elders were to see through his facade, it would be the shrewd man before him. And what did you have in mind? Wyatt asked, his tone carefully neutral. It wasn't like the Supreme Elder to visit the treasury. Wyatt couldn't help but feel curious. Well, that, and he didn't like Slifer lingering around his turf. As the treasurer, Wyatt had the privilege of using the treasures in time of crisis, and who else but him decided what counted as a crisis. But now, if the Supreme Elder were to take a heaven-ranked treasure, that was one less heaven-ranked treasure that Wyatt could borrow. Anything related to body cultivation? Wyatt looked at him strangely. He didn't know that the Supreme Elder delved in body cultivation. It was rare for a cultivator to choose that path, especially so late in their cultivation. Unless he plans to cultivate to the Ascendant realm, it would be pointless to waste time on cultivating the body, Wyatt thought, skepticism evident in his mind. What is it that he is hiding? I'll see what we have that might suit your needs, Wyatt said, leading Slifer into the depths of the treasury. Despite his thoughts, Wyatt knew he couldn't deny Slifer's request. As a Supreme Elder, Slifer had rights to the treasury that even Wyatt couldn't oppose. The vast hall of the treasury was lined with shelves of numerous artifacts and scrolls, too many for Slifer to count. After a few minutes of silence, they finally stopped at a small room set aside from the main treasury. Inside, the room was packed with items dedicated to body cultivation. Vials of pills, aged scrolls, and various other tools and elixirs. Is this all there is? Slifer frowned as he surveyed the room. Wyatt nodded. The Black Rose Sect isn't known for body cultivation. That's more the Black Heart Sect's specialty, he explained. Activating his insight skill, Slifer scanned the items. Ding! Name, Vitality Surge Pill, rank Low Earth. Description, enhances physical strength temporarily. Ding! Name, Essence Rejuvenation Elixir, rank Low Earth. Description, accelerates body recovery. Ding! Name, Iron Body Technique Scroll, rank High Earth. Description, strengthen physical resilience. Ding! Name, Gravity Seal, rank High Earth. Description, apply to the body to increase weight for training, contains 9 levels. Ding! Name, Chi Lock Seal, rank High Earth. Description, restricts chi flow in nascent soul cultivators and below. They were all Earth rank items, useful but not exceptional. With a wave of his hand, Slifer sent everything flying into his storage ring. Wyatt's eyes widened in shock. Supreme Elder, you can't just... he stammered. Slifer waved him off. From the dust here, it's clear these aren't being used. They'll be better off with me. He could feel Wyatt's hesitation, but knew the man wouldn't dare to object. Wyatt closed his mouth, unable to argue. Slifer left the treasury, his mind already considering how best to use these new resources. I thought the sect would have better resources. I guess I'll just have to buy a heaven-rank body cultivation method from the shop. Slifer sat on his cultivation pillow in his quarters, scrolling through the system's list of cultivation methods. He focused exclusively on body cultivation methods, dismissing the sect's collection as too low level. Why bother with anything less than a heaven-rank method, he thought, clearly having been spoiled by the system. And demonic methods aren't of any use to me. As for the mysterious obsidian rank methods, he likely needed to upgrade the system to version 2, but for now he settled on finding the best heaven rank option available. He noticed that heaven rank body cultivation methods were more expensive than their spiritual counterparts, but he attributed that to the rarity of body cultivation methods. After some time, he found 3 that caught his eye. Name: Agony's Embrace. Rank: Mid-Heaven rank. Description: inflict pain upon yourself. The greater the pain, the greater the foundation you can create. Cost: 1,400 karmic credits. Slifer quickly dismissed it. I'm no masochist. Why endure unnecessary pain? Name: Beast Feast Cultivation. Rank: Low Heaven rank. Description: consume beast meat. The higher the quality of the meat, the more chi can be absorbed to strengthen the body. Cost: 1,000 karmic credits. This one sounds ideal, especially for someone like me who appreciates a good meal. Unfortunately, its lower rank made him hesitant. Only it were a high heaven rank. Name: Predator's Vigor. Rank: High Heaven rank. Description: consume beast meat. The higher the quality of the meat, the more chi can be stored. Then, through rigorous exercise, absorb the chi to transform the body. Cost: 1,500 karmic credits. Predator's Vigor. It's a mix, consume and then exercise. Not as easy as the second, but still doable. Looks like I have to decide between ease and efficiency, he muttered to himself. He weighed his options, considering the pros and cons of each method. The first is too painful, the second too weak, and the third, well, it's a balance of both. He knew he had to choose wisely, as the right method could significantly accelerate his progress.
I'll go with Predator's Vigor. It's the best choice for advancing my cultivation without unnecessary suffering.
Slifer nodded to himself, satisfied with his decision. Ding! You have bought Predator's Vigor, minus 1,500 karmic credits.
My first high heaven rank method.
His spiritual cultivation method was only a low heaven rank method. Back then, it hurt to even look at heaven rank methods.
A list of exercises,
he mumbled as a barrage of information relating to the technique entered his mind. I feel exhausted just reading them. He shuddered. One particular exercise involved carrying large boulders under a waterfall, all without using chi. A middle-sized boulder is manageable, but a large one under a waterfall, that's pushing it, he thought, shaking his head. No! If I give in to the laziness, I'm only signing my death warrant, he scolded himself. He knew that to keep up in this ruthless dog-eat-dog world, he couldn't just be Zack, the couch potato who binge-watched anime all day.
Well, at least I can enjoy the fun part.
Slifer laughed as he sent a spiritual transmission to Morvran for the highest rank beast meat the sect had. Ding! Due to the actions of the Disciplinary Hall member Alfie, you have gained 3 karmic credits. Seems like my plan with the Disciplinary Hall members is paying off, Slifer thought, pleased. He had been receiving similar notifications the whole day.
Master, I have brought the delicacies,
Morvran called from outside Slifer's quarters. That was quick, Slifer thought, surprised.
Come in, Morvran,
he said aloud. Morvran entered and waved his hand, and suddenly 10 different cooked meat dishes appeared before Slifer. Slifer's eyes widened in delight.
How were these prepared so quickly?
He asked, genuinely curious.
After you disposed of the Grand Elder Darius, I took the liberty to retrieve his possessions, Morvran explained.
Slifer had not thought much about Darius's belongings after the Grand Elder's storage ring was destroyed in the blast. I was too caught up in the aftermath to consider what he might have hidden away.
You did a good job,
Slifer nodded at Morvran. It was good to have lackeys who could think for themselves.
Thank you, Master.
Did you acquire anything else?
Slifer was hoping the Grand Elder had some treasures or pills that could be useful, or maybe something similar to that strange amulet. A man that could enter the Ascendant realm couldn't be simple.
I did find something. It's a letter.
Morvran handed over a worn piece of paper. Darius? Letter? Slifer unfolded the paper and began to read.
Dear sweetest flame, your eyes are like stars in the darkest night guiding my soul. My heart beats only for you, as fierce as a dragon, yet as tender as a morning dew. Your voice is a melody that intoxicates me more than the finest wine. I long for the day we can unite under the eternal sky, yours forever, Darius.
This is just embarrassing to read. Slifer's face twisted in discomfort. From what the little Slifer knew of the Tekken-like cultivator, he seemed more like a battle-crazy maniac than a romantic.
Is this an attempt at humor, Morvran?
Slifer asked, looking up at the bald man with disbelief.
I assure you, Master, it is not,
Morvran replied, stoic as usual. I knew it was impossible for someone with a physique like Darius to be single. Slifer's mind raced as he considered the implications. Could this woman be the voice I heard, the siren? He paled at the thought. If Darius had a lover in the immortal realm, and she finds out what happened to him, I'm a dead man. But for now, there's nothing I can do. If she's going to come after me, she'll come. I just need to be prepared. I need more credits. Slifer hated relying on the system, but against immortal-level threats, that's all he could do, at least for the time being.
Master, should we investigate this, sweetest flame?
No,
Slifer replied quickly, then added,
not yet. Let's keep this between us for now.
He lacked the means to investigate a potential immortal, and given his precarious status within the sect, he couldn't use the sect's intelligence. If someone like Wyatt were to discover the existence of the sweetest flame, they would only lure the danger towards him. Still haven't forgotten the last words Darius said. Wyatt.
You can leave, Morvran.
Slifer was certain Morvran would be relieved to avoid what was about to unfold. Indulging in a good meal was the ultimate way to lift one's spirits, and Slifer needed his lifted. Just as the door closed behind Morvran, Slifer attacked the first dish, a succulent roast of fiery phoenix thigh, glazed in a sweet and spicy sauce that tantalized his taste buds. He devoured it with the ferocity of a homeless man who hadn't eaten in weeks, tearing into the tender, juicy meat as if it were his last meal. The flavors exploded in his mouth, a perfect blend of heat and sweetness that made him reach for the next piece without a second thought. This is incredible. If this was all there was to cultivation, I would have surpassed the greater immortal realm by now. With a hearty burp, Slifer patted his now swollen belly, feeling like he was on the verge of bursting. He had completed the first part of the cultivation method, eating an enormous amount of food. Now came the part he dreaded the most. Exercise. Retrieving his sword from his storage ring, he groaned as he jumped onto it, the recent meal making the movement uncomfortable. He flew off in search of a waterfall. After a few minutes, he found a suitable waterfall and landed nearby. He scanned the area for a large boulder, the kind the method described as weighing around 5,000 kilograms, a weight impossible for even a body-tempering cultivator to lift. He finally found one that met the requirements. It was as big as a shed. Approaching it, Slifer placed his hands on the massive rock, straining to lift it. His wiry muscles tensed and trembled under the effort, but the boulder didn't budge. This is crazy. How is anyone supposed to lift this? He thought, frustrated. Letting go of the rock, Slifer shook his head. Maybe a little cheating won't hurt. He wrapped his chi around the boulder, levitating it effortlessly. It's like having a spotter in the gym. Not that I would know. Jims and I were never on good terms. He positioned himself under the waterfall, feeling the water pelt him with relentless force. He sighed, levitating the boulder above him. Following the cultivation method's instructions, he manipulated his chi in a spiraling pattern around his body, preparing to absorb the pressure.
Here goes nothing, Slifer muttered, his voice laced with resignation.
Activating the chi lock seal, he suddenly lost access to his chi. The method didn't require him locking away his chi, but it did mention it would increase the efficiency. The boulder came crashing down. With a grunt, Slifer caught it, holding it above his head and back. The weight was immense, pressing down on him like a mountain, making his knees buckle. Water from the waterfall hammered down on him, only making things worse. I really hate exercise. But if it makes me stronger, Slifer thought, gritting his teeth as his face turned an unhealthy shade of red. Calum was flying on his sword, lost in thought. Master wants me to be a righteous cultivator, but he hasn't taught me any righteous techniques. How can I call myself a righteous cultivator if I only know demonic ones? He was also puzzled by Slifer's instructions to keep his conversion to the enemy's side a secret. Perhaps Master's grand plan is to turn the demonic disciples into righteous ones, but why? He remembered his master's words from years ago, insisting that all righteous cultivators were hypocrites and not to trust a single one. Why the sudden change, Calum wondered, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Flying through the trees, Calum suddenly spotted a topless old man under a waterfall holding a massive boulder above his head. The man's arms were thin, his body frail-looking, but with an oddly huge belly. Landing near him, Calum hesitantly greeted, "Master?" The man's eyes met his, and before Slifer could reply, his belly shrank dramatically. The fat transformed into muscle, redistributing across his body. In moments, Slifer no longer looked frail, but lean and fit. Ding! Congratulations! You have broken through to Foundation Establishment Realm. Reward 200 karmic credits. Slifer smirked, now at the Foundation Establishment Realm for both spiritual and body cultivation. He released the chi seal and casually hurled the boulder away, sending it flying through the air with ease.
What brought you here?
Slifer asked, turning to Calum with a smile. Calum coughed, composing himself before bowing. Master, all my techniques are demonic. I require righteous techniques. Ding! Your disciple Calum has come looking for guidance. Teach him the righteous versions of his techniques. Reward 100 karmic credits per technique. My bad. I probably should have taught him some righteous techniques last time. Slifer's eyes narrowed in contemplation. But then, would the system have rewarded me for it?
"Ah, yes," he responded to Caleb's request. "I'll teach you a righteous version of each of your techniques." He paused, then added, "But I will only show you the technique once a day." Caleb looked at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Slifer quickly explained, "With your level of comprehension, I believe one should be sufficient." "Very well, Master. I am ready to learn." Caleb bowed. I like it when Master is strict. It shows he cares about my progress. Slifer, noticing Caleb's positive response, barely held back a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Whew. The system only lets me use the Caleb card once a day. Even if his comprehension was dog shit, that's all he would get. "Good. We'll start now." Ding! Your disciple Fenlock is breaking through to the nascent soul realm. New task: act as a Dharma protector. Nascent soul realm? Well, I guess Caleb will have to wait a little longer. Chapter 54. Why didn't that boy inform me he was attempting a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, Slifer thought, as he soared through the air. Fenlock's hasty actions irked him. Tribulations at the level of the nascent soul realm were serious matters, and Fenlock had only recently reached the peak core formation realm. "Remember to let your master know whenever you are planning to face a tribulation," Slifer turned, reminding his now favorite disciple, Caleb. "As your master, it is my job to act as your Dharma protector." "Yes, Master," Caleb nodded respectfully. Caleb knew that Slifer, despite not being the best teacher in traditional terms, always pushed them hard in their cultivation. He does take our breakthroughs seriously, even if he overdoes it sometimes, he reflected. As Slifer continued his flight, he couldn't help but be skeptical. Acting as a Dharma protector, huh? Does the system really think I'd fall for that? Fenlock's rash decision is likely to backfire, and I'll have to step in. He remembered his last tribulation vividly, how the system had locked the shop at a crucial moment. I guess it's time to stock up on some life-saving cards, Slifer decided. He preferred to waste his credits on cards he might not use than risk his life, or his disciples, in an unprepared tribulation. Slifer had 3,130 karmic credits, and he knew exactly what to spend them on. Critical block card. Cost, 900 karmic credits. Description, protects user from a critical strike. Considering he already possessed the phase ability, offering 30 seconds of attack immunity, other options like the impeccable card seemed redundant. Why waste 1,200 credits for mere 10 seconds of protection when I can get 30 for nothing, he reasoned. So the only useful card left was the critical block card. Purchasing 3 critical block cards would provide ample security for most situations. Unless Fenlock somehow triggers a celestial prism tribulation, these should suffice. Ding! You have bought 3 critical block cards, minus 2,700 karmic credits. Now to play the hero, Slifer thought, ready for action. But then, another notification startled him. Ding! Warning, your disciple young Fenlock is in mortal danger. Task, save young Fenlock. Reward, disciple loyalty increases. 5,000 karmic credits. Mortal danger? It better not be the celestial prism tribulation. Fenlock let out a deep sigh as the blue sky slowly transformed into a golden hue. Golden Crown tribulation. During his breakthroughs to the Foundation establishment and core formation realms, Fenlock had faced the Crimson Wave tribulation. Those had been challenging, and the thought of facing the more formidable Golden Crown tribulation with lightning strikes at the nascent soul realm stage filled him with apprehension. However, he knew with the added risk came a greater reward, the opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment and create his own sound technique. Due to the lack of popularity, sound techniques were few and far between, especially those that were at the earth rank or higher. As a devoted sound cultivator, the chance to become a pioneer for the obscure path filled him with excitement. Yet, for Fenlock, there was an even deeper motivation driving him to overcome the tribulation. For junior sister Linvari, I must succeed, he muttered, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles whitened.
Lenvari's hesitation about advancing their relationship to a more serious level had left Fenlock in a dilemma. She believed that 20 was far too young for immortals to contemplate marriage. But how can I face my parents and tell them I'm with a girl and we're not even betrothed, he thought. The mere idea of admitting that to his traditional parents was horrifying. And the idea of waiting, of not being bound to her immediately, was unbearable. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm, that will surely sway her, Fenlock convinced himself. Once I achieve that, she'll see, she'll understand, and then I can finally bring her to meet Mother. Driven by this belief, Fenlock had hastened his breakthrough, accelerating the onset of a tribulation that he was ill-equipped to deal with. Fenlock closed his eyes, focusing on the intense feelings he had for his junior sister. He brought the flute to his lips. As he played, a melody rich with emotion flowed forth, each note tinged with a hint of sadness and longing. The sound resonated in the air, weaving an intricate tapestry of chi which quickly coalesced into a protective bubble that enveloped him. The heavens roared as 3 azure lightning strikes formed, their electric arcs crackling with intense energy. The lightning bolts zigzagged through the air, heading straight towards Fenlock. They struck his chi barrier with a resounding clash. The bubble shook violently under the impact, but surprisingly it held firm. Sweat poured down Fenlock's forehead, but he played on, reinforcing the barrier with more chi. Then the clouds churned again, this time releasing 3 crimson lightning strikes. They came down one after another. As they collided with the bubble, each strike felt like a hammer blow against the barrier. Fenlock could feel the force of each impact, his chi shield quivering under the relentless assault, but the force of the crimson strikes was too much for the barrier to handle. The barrier shattered, and Fenlock was sent hurtling backwards, flying through the air like a leaf caught in a storm. I can't fail already, he thought desperately. With great effort, Fenlock managed to twist his body midair, reorienting himself to land on his feet. He stumbled slightly upon landing, but quickly regained his balance. Looking up at the heavens, a hint of fear appeared in young Fenlock's eyes. The final 3 strikes of the tribulation were approaching, and they were at the late nascent soul level. Can I really withstand such power? The sound barrier, his most potent defense, had just barely held against a mid-nascent soul attack. The probability of succeeding the tribulation was slim. Failing a tribulation didn't always mean death for the cultivator, but it almost always involved severe injuries. Such a setback could lead to the creation of a Tao demon, especially in those with weaker willpower, potentially stagnating their cultivation forever. But I have to try, for my future, for Lenvari. Fenlock grit his teeth, bringing the flute back to his lips. The heavens let out another roar, forming another 3 crimson lightning bolts, which quickly merged into a single formidable bolt. The crimson lightning bolts turned golden, and like a spear hurled by the gods, it pierced the sky, heading straight for Fenlock. I can't survive this! Just as Fenlock lost hope, an old man in orange robes appeared out of nowhere. With a swift, powerful slap, the old man deflected the bolt. The bolt shot back towards the heavens. With his back facing Fenlock, the old man stood tall and imposing, his gaze fixed firmly on the heavens as he exuded an aura of unshakable confidence. Master! Slifer released a sigh as he looked down at his scorched hand, which was already rapidly healing. The Peak Slifer card had elevated his cultivation to the half-step origin realm, but that was in terms of spiritual cultivation, not bodily. If not for my superior quality of chi, that slap would have cost me my hand, he thought. He hadn't wanted to use his last remaining Peak Slifer card, but upon arriving with Calum and witnessing the final lightning bolt descending on Fenlock, he had no choice. With only a foundation establishment cultivation, reaching Fenlock in time was impossible. Crushing the card was the only option. Turning to Fenlock, Slifer asked sternly, "Why would you face the tribulation without informing me?" Fenlock's head drooped, his voice soft with regret. "I'm sorry, Master. Forgive me." His previous master, Elder Fron, had never shown any interest in acting as a Dharma protector for his disciples. Fenlock had assumed the same for his new master, and his desire to break through further clouded his judgment. Slifer shook his head.
You'll make it up to me later,
he said, then softened, placing a reassuring hand on Fenlock's shoulder.
But let Master handle this now.
Ding! You have interfered in a heavenly tribulation. Warning, you are facing heaven's wrath. Task, survive. Reward, 2,000 karmic credits. Note, shop locked. Survive? Oh, I plan to. Slifer turned back to face the heavens just as the golden clouds swirled into the shape of an old face, its expression one of wrathful fury. The face roared down at them, and a golden lightning bolt began to form in its mouth, clearly at the peak nascent soul stage. I don't want to waste a critical block card on this, Slifer thought. His own techniques, even if powered by his half-step origin realm chi, couldn't match a technique comprehended to the nascent soul realm. Multiple demonic techniques would only cost me 25 karmic credits. That's far cheaper than wasting a card. He prepared himself, channeling his chi and readying the original Slifer's techniques to counter the attack. As the golden lightning bolt surged towards Slifer, black flames erupted around him, forming a protective barrier.
Dark Flame Ward, it's been a while,
Slifer sighed, feeling the force of the lightning bolt clashing against the barrier. The flames held out against the attack until the lightning deteriorated into harmless sparks. Seeing the attack fail, Slifer let the barrier fade away. It would be of no use against the following attacks. Slifer's eyes hardened as he sensed an origin realm attack forming in the heavens. None of the original's techniques could save him from such a strike. Laughing, he stretched out his hands, challenging the heavens.
Do your worst,
he taunted. Another roar echoed from the heavens, and a golden lightning bolt with specks of black shot down towards him. The strike hit, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Slifer was standing unharmed, his form flickering in and out of existence. 25 seconds left of the phase ability, Slifer noted, glancing at the timer. Multiple origin realm attacks rained down on him, but he stood calmly, the phase ability shielding him. Luckily for him, before the time limit was up, the attacks from the heavens paused, gearing up for another round. Slifer eyed the cooldown timer for the phase ability. 60 seconds. I hope 3 critical block cards are enough. He swallowed the lump in his throat, observing the size and intensity of the lightning bolts forming in the heavenly face's mouth. These next attacks are at the ascendant level.
Leave now,
he shouted to Calum and Fenlock.
The barriers will protect you outside the quarters. I don't want you caught in this.
Calum and a guilt-ridden Fenlock nodded, vanishing in a flash. Slifer turned around in time to come face to face with a black lightning bolt. Before the lightning bolt could pierce through his head, a shimmering barrier materialized around him. The impact was colossal, devastating the entire courtyard and quarters. Trees were uprooted, walls crumbled, and debris flew in all directions, the scene resembling the aftermath of an explosion. Only 2 cards left, Slifer thought, steeling himself for the next wave of attacks. As the heavens unleashed 2 more attacks, Slifer was shielded by the remaining critical block cards. But with his last card used up, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he gazed upwards. The celestial face transformed dramatically, morphing into a colossal golden dragon made of lightning. Its details were intricate and majestic, with scales shimmering like molten gold and eyes blazing with ethereal fire. This dragon makes Big Val look like a hatchling, Slifer thought, awestruck. The dragon roared, a sound so powerful it pushed Slifer back several feet, then it dove down towards him. Slifer glanced at the timer. Only 1 second remained before he could activate the phase ability. As the dragon drew closer, its massive form filled his entire field of view. Its maw opened wide, ready to swallow him whole. This is too close. Chapter 55. The Golden Dragon, a manifestation of heaven's wrath, swallowed Slifer whole as it crashed into the ground, exploding into a shower of lightning sparks. The explosion was catastrophic, decimating the surrounding areas. Calum and Fenlock, who had been watching from a distance in the air, were caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of the blast. The shockwave almost knocked them out of the sky. "Master!" Fenlock cried, not knowing how their master fared against the attack due to the thick, heavenly, chi-laden dust obscuring their vision. He had witnessed Slifer's nonchalance in the face of danger before, but this was unlike any other threat they had faced. This is heaven's wrath, not just some early ascendant attack like that Grand Elder, Fenlock thought, fear gripping his heart. Calum, seeing the regret and worry on his senior brother's face, placed a hand on Fenlock's shoulder. "Trust in Master." Fenlock nodded, trying to calm his racing heart. Moments later, he let out a sigh of relief. There, amidst the rubble and within a newly formed crater, stood their master. His robes were slightly singed, but he was otherwise unharmed. Either Master has an indestructible body, or he's a master of space techniques. Either way, it's incredible, Fenlock thought in awe. Seeing his master risk his immortal life to intervene in a heavenly tribulation changed his perspective. The regret he had felt earlier about being a disciple in a demonic sect began to fade. Not many masters would do what he just did, Fenlock mumbled in disbelief, his previous complaints seeming trivial now. He realized while the righteous sects often preached about self-sacrifice and duty, very few actually lived up to those ideals. Ding! You saved your disciple's life. Reward, 5,000 karmic credits. Fenlock card times 3. Ding! Your disciple Fenlock's loyalty has reached 90%. Ding! What hinders complete trust in young Fenlock? Task, discover the key to gaining Fenlock's utmost trust. Reward, unlock convert option. Ding! You have survived heaven's wrath. Reward, 2,000 karmic credits. Slifer ignored the system's notification as he stood frozen, the fabric of his robes clinging to his skin. The dragon's mouth had closed around him just as he activated his phase ability. He could still feel its hot breath breathing down on him. That was too close. If it renewed even a fraction of a second later, I would have been toast, he thought, the realization of his narrow escape sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, the residual golden lightning coursed towards him. It entered his body and merged seamlessly with his cultivation, expanding his chi capacity and increasing its potency. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough. Reward 250 karmic credits. Peak Foundation Establishment Realm. Slifer sighed. He hadn't expected a breakthrough so soon. Turning to his disciples, he watched as the lightning poured into Fenlock like a torrential stream, elevating him into the air, his body surrounded by a luminous golden glow. A tiny nascent soul resembling a miniature version of Fenlock himself appeared above his head. It had its eyes closed and seemed to be in a deep, peaceful slumber. Slowly, the tiny soul began to merge into Fenlock's body, causing Fenlock's eyes to snap open as the aura of the nascent soul realm pulsed around him in waves. I did it, Fenlock whispered as he landed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Fenlock has broken through to the nascent soul realm. Reward 500 karmic credits. Thank you, Fenlock's words were cut short as his eyes took on a glazed, distant look. Fenlock? Just as Slifer was about to inquire about the sudden change in his disciple, an overwhelming wave of dizziness hit him. Clutching his head, Slifer struggled to maintain his balance. A few seconds later, his vision cleared and he found himself in an endless expanse of white. He recognized the place. He was in the state of enlightenment. Noticing his master and senior brother's blank stares, Calum immediately realized what was going on. He quickly sent a spiritual transmission to Morvran, requesting the Death Warriors to surround the remnants of Fenlock's quarters. It was rare for a cultivator to enter enlightenment even once in their immortal life. Calum had never met someone like his master, for whom enlightenment seemed like a daily routine. Gripping the hilt of Bloodthorn, Calum whispered, "Stay vigilant, my friend." The sword growled in response. Back in the endless expanse, a flood of information poured into Slifer's mind, but it was less overwhelming than his previous experience. He quickly assumed a meditative position, focusing intently. I know exactly what to do with this enlightenment, he thought determinedly. A space technique! The essence of space was notoriously difficult to comprehend, but that didn't put Slifer off, as in the state of enlightenment it was very much possible. If I can increase my understanding of space and integrate it into my techniques, it will give me a significant edge. He knew this was his chance to be like those protagonists that could defeat enemies across multiple realms. I need an offensive sword technique that incorporates the concept of space, Slifer thought, closing his eyes to better concentrate. He sifted through the influx of information, searching for anything related to space. As he delved deeper, he began to grasp the essence of space, its vastness, its fluidity, and its potential to alter the very fabric of reality. Even in the state of enlightenment, the essence of space was too profound for him to comprehend fully, but he was able to derive one concept. Space is not just an empty void. It's a canvas where distances can be manipulated and reality can be bent. Ding! Space mastery, 20%. Now I get why those xianxia protagonists have those aha moments over simple things like fire. Here I am geeking out over space and it's actually working. With this newfound understanding, Slifer started to craft a unique sword technique. He envisioned a sword strike that could transcend the limitations of physical space. If the sword attack could vanish from one point and reappear within an opponent's body, no one would expect that. It would be unstoppable. He imagined the attack's trajectory not as a straight line, but as a path that could fold space itself. The sword attack would slip into a spatial rift at one end and emerge from another directly inside the target. It's like threading a needle with the sword, except the needle's eye is a momentary gap in the fabric of space. This technique would require precise control and a deep understanding of spatial dynamics. Slifer visualized the flow of chi in his body, redirecting it to align with his sword. He saw the chi wrapping around the blade, forming a cocoon that could pierce through the spatial layers. The strike wouldn't just be fast, it would be instantaneous. From the perspective of the opponent, it would appear as if the sword materialized within them out of thin air. Excitement coursed through Slifer as the technique took shape in his mind. He named it the Void Piercer, a sword technique that utilized the essence of space to deliver a strike that defied conventional defenses. Ding! Sword mastery 20%. Ding! Congratulations on creating a new technique. Reward 1,000 karmic credits. Technique name Void Piercer. Rank High Heaven. Description: manipulate space to allow sword strikes to phase and hit targets from inside. Feeling a tugging sensation at the back of his mind, Slifer realized that the enlightenment period was ending and sighed as he returned to reality. He found himself surrounded by his disciples and numerous masked figures. The sight of the masked figures made him tense before he realized who they were. Death Warriors. Congrats! Slifer started to speak, but he was abruptly interrupted as Fenlock dropped to his knees and clung onto Slifer's leg. Thank you, Master, for saving me! Fenlock cried out, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry! Please forgive me! Slifer looked down at Fenlock, who was gripping his leg tightly. He tried to gently shake his leg free, but the newly minted nascent soul cultivator's hold only tightened as he continued to weep. Slifer let out a resigned sigh. Fine, I forgive you, but don't think you're off the hook, he said, shaking his head. I haven't thought of a suitable punishment yet. I'll decide on that later. He knew he had to discourage this kind of simp-like behavior. Fenlock, still clinging to Slifer's leg, nodded as he wiped his eyes. I understand, Master. I deserve punishment. Exactly how long have I been in enlightenment? Slifer asked, trying to change the subject and regain some normalcy. It's been 6 hours, Master, Fenlock replied, finally releasing Slifer's leg and stepping back, his eyes still red from crying. 6 hours? Slifer echoed, genuinely surprised. It had felt like mere minutes to him. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him. I need a snack. No, a feast. Maybe those spicy noodles, or that grilled fish I love so much. Oh, and dumplings, definitely dumplings. Whilst Slifer was almost salivating at the thought of the delicacies waiting for him, Calum looked at his master in amazement. 6 hours in enlightenment, Calum thought in awe. Fenlock's enlightenment only lasted 2 hours, which was similar in length to his own experience. The longer the state lasted, the more taxing it was on the mind and body. But then, its master, I shouldn't be surprised anymore. Slifer's belly grumbled hungrily, bringing Calum out of his musing. Coughing awkwardly, Slifer waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. They didn't need to be traumatized by the ravenous side of their master. Well, it used to be my quarters, and Master is dismissing me for it. Fenlock hesitated, wondering if he should actually step away. Slifer chuckled, realizing his mistake.
Right, I should be the one leaving,
he said, and then jumped onto his sword. Fenlock watched as his master soared off, a smile tugging at his lips. Even though Master doesn't need a sword to fly, he still uses one. Such humility is rare. He reminisced about his initial impressions of Slifer. I never expected the notorious demonic elder to be like this when I first became his disciple. Slifer sat comfortably in his quarters, leisurely munching on a dumpling. He had already indulged in a lavish feast, but he felt a few extra dumplings wouldn't hurt. He took a bite, savoring the juicy filling and the soft, chewy texture of the dough, nodding in satisfaction. Nothing beats the simple pleasure of eating dumplings, he thought, relishing the moment of peace. This is the easy life I enjoy. Slifer took a pause to address his disciple.
Now that your senior brother is still breathing, we can continue where we left off. So where were we?
Master, you were going to teach me a righteous sword technique, Calum replied eagerly.
Ah, yes. Let's start with your signature move, Shadow Slash,
Slifer said, wiping his hands.
After having a glance at your technique a few weeks back, I've developed an alternative. I call it Sunrise Slash. I'll bring it down to the Foundation establishment level to make it easier for you to grasp.
Slifer had only managed to comprehend the Sunrise Slash technique to level 2, which was equivalent to the Foundation establishment realm. Teaching Calum at a core formation version would require using a Calum card, something he couldn't afford at the moment, given the card's renewal time was still a few hours away. Calum nodded, remembering the time he saw Slifer use the technique. Master saw my technique once and created an improved version. His swordsmanship is truly on another level.
This technique harnesses the essence of light to enhance the speed and precision of the strike,
Slifer explained.
The key is to channel your chi in a way that it resonates with the natural light around you, creating a burst of speed and power.
Slifer didn't know how helpful his explanation was. He didn't really understand the intricacies behind it. Activating the technique was almost instinctive and didn't require any mental effort. Calum listened intently, his eyes widening with each detail. Master's ability to simplify and explain such a complex technique, it's incredible. He truly is an exceptional teacher, Calum thought, impressed by Slifer's profound understanding.
Okay, now I'm going to demonstrate. Pay close attention.
Slifer closed his eyes and activated the technique. In a flash of light, he appeared behind a training dummy. With a swift fluid motion, he sheathed his sword. As if delayed by magic, the dummy's head then fell off. He managed to hold back a smirk. I always loved that moment in anime where the swordsman sheathes his blade and then the enemy falls after a slight pause. Classic. Composing himself, Slifer turned to Calum with a serious expression.
Was that rusty demonstration enough for you?
Calum nodded vigorously. It was perfect, Master, he replied, his voice filled with awe. Master calls that rusty? His standards are incredibly high. Even perfection isn't enough for him, Calum thought, marveling at Slifer's skill and modesty. Slifer nodded in response before his eyes briefly lost focus. A few seconds later, he turned back to Calum.
Good. Now you practice. I have some matters to handle.
As Slifer jumped on his sword, his eyes narrowed in annoyance. Some Bart fellow dares to stir up trouble. Chapter 56. Ding! A disciplinary hall member, Bart, has abused his authority. Credit deduction, 3 karmic credits. Ding! Task, discipline the member and make an example of him. Reward 100 karmic credits. Slifer sat on his throne in the disciplinary hall, his head resting on his hand. The hall's member, Bart, had dared to violate the rules Slifer laid down. The disciple probably thought he could escape notice, not realizing the system would notify Slifer of his actions.
Master, we should flay him alive,
Amelia suggested.
Peel his skin inch by inch, ensuring he feels every shred of pain, but remains conscious throughout the ordeal. The conscious part is really important.
Slifer raised an eyebrow at her suggestion.
Maybe I should consider such a punishment for you when you disobey me,
he retorted dryly. Amelia visibly recoiled at Slifer's words, retreating into the shadows and trying to blend into the background. Minutes ticked by until a young man entered the hall. He had black hair, wore black robes, and his face carried an annoyingly smug expression.
"Supreme Elder, you summoned me?"
Bart bowed, barely concealing a smirk. He had recently entered the core formation realm and assumed the news had caught the Supreme Elder's ear. He must want to recruit me, no doubt impressed by my talent. Slifer scoffed at the disciple's demeanor.
"Since taking over, I implemented a new system for you, the members of the Disciplinary Hall, to win cultivation resources from my personal collection at a more than reasonable price. But there are rules."
Slifer paused, fixing his gaze on Bart, whose face drained of color when he realized he had not been summoned to be recruited.
"What was the rule I commanded all of you to follow?"
Slifer asked. Swallowing hard, Bart managed to reply,
"Not to abuse our authority, Supreme Elder." "And yet you felt emboldened to break this rule. Why?"
Slifer's tone turned icy. Sweat beaded on Bart's forehead as he began to falter.
"I haven't done anything.
You dare lie to my master?"
Amelia's voice cut through the hall as she emerged from the shadows, her face flushed with anger. Slifer was baffled at the blatant act of hypocrisy taking place before him. Amelia had no qualms about disobeying and deceiving him, yet she seemed personally affronted when another disciple did the same. Bart glanced at the silver-haired girl, his legs trembling slightly. He knew her by reputation. The Demon Girl, as others called her.
"Senior sister,
Bart stammered, but Amelia sharply cut him off.
"For the blatant disrespect you showed my master, I should rip out your tongue and feed it to you,"
she snarled as she advanced, her face twisting into a more ghoulish visage with each step. Bart's eyes widened in terror, taking a step back. He knew it wasn't an empty threat. The innocent-looking girl had once done that to a core formation expert when he spoke ill of Amelia's master.
"Or perhaps I should flay your skin slowly, layer by layer, letting you feel every excruciating moment."
Standing right in front of him, her face now fully transformed, and her long tongue extended, she whispered,
"Let me just taste your soul. Just a little lick. It won't hurt much. I promise."
Bart, almost crying in fear, blurted out,
"I did it, I'm sorry."
He turned desperately to Slifer.
"Please, Supreme Elder, protect me."
Ding! Your disciple Amelia disciplined Bart. Reward 3 karmic credits. Slifer, nonchalantly waving his hand, signaled for Amelia to retreat. She backed off, her appearance reverting to normal. At that moment, a white-robed youth entered the hall. Kalen. Slifer had summoned him. He had delayed the youth's request for too long. It was time to throw him a bone. 2 birds with 1 stone, Slifer thought, looking between Kalen and Bart. Releasing his Peak Foundation establishment aura, Slifer stood up from his throne. The disciples exchanged confused glances but remained silent. They knew better than to be fooled by the old man's aura. After all, they had recently witnessed him effortlessly defeat an early Ascendant Realm cultivator.
"Kalen, you wanted to see my sword skills. Today you'll witness them,"
Slifer announced, his voice echoing through the hall.
"And as for you, Bart, you'll serve as an example of what happens to those who break my rules."
Kalen's eyes lit up with anticipation. A move by a sword cultivator at the Sword Will realm. He couldn't afford to blink.
"I will not use my higher cultivation realm to bully you as you did to that disciple,"
Slifer continued. He didn't know exactly what Bart did, but the disciple's demeanor suggested typical cultivation world nonsense like bullying someone weaker.
"In fact, I'll limit myself to the Foundation Establishment realm and still defeat you in 1 blow."
"Master, allow me to handle this,"
Amelia interjected, a twisted smile playing on her lips. Her silver hair writhed around her like sinister tendrils. Slifer shook his head.
This was a great opportunity to test out his new technique, Void Piercer. But more importantly, he wanted to make a statement. He thinks he can defeat me in one blow, Bart thought incredulously. He felt the Supreme Elder was underestimating him. He wasn't just any cultivator with subpar techniques. He was one of the Black Rose Sect's most talented youths. He only respected the Supreme Elder due to the vast gap in their cultivation realms. But now, with Slifer lowering his power below Bart's own level, he saw an opportunity to outshine the Elder, and if it meant humiliating the Supreme Elder in the process, then so be it. It will be an honor to spar against the Supreme Elder, Bart said, bowing respectfully while concealing his true thoughts. Today, I, Bart, will make a name for myself by defeating the Supreme Elder. Slifer merely nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to Kalen.
Watch closely, Kalen. I'll demonstrate this technique only once.
Unlike Bart, Kalen had no illusions regarding an ascendant cultivator's prowess. He already knew the outcome. He was more interested in witnessing the Supreme Elder's sword skills. A sword materialized in the air and Slifer caught it effortlessly with one hand. Turning towards Bart, he commanded,
Begin!
Bart's face contorted into a menacing smirk. His left arm enveloped in chi, transforming into a demonic, enlarged red limb that rushed towards Slifer with alarming speed. In a swift, almost imperceptible motion, Slifer slashed with his sword and then sheathed it back. The very moment Bart's mutated hand was about to collide with Slifer, the disciple's eyes shot open in shock. Blood spurted from his mouth as his hand reverted to normal. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain. He had no visible wound, yet he couldn't stop spewing blood. As Slifer had predicted, it only took one move. Ding! You punished a demonic cultivator. Reward 1 karmic credit. Ding! Completed task. Discipline the member and make an example of him. Reward 100 karmic credits. Not bothering to spare his fallen opponent a glance, Slifer turned to Kalen.
Did you catch that?
He asked. Kalen's face paled. He had expected a display of sword will, but never had he thought to witness a technique infused with the space element, at least not in the mortal realm. The fact that Slifer, a mere ascendant cultivator, had demonstrated such mastery over both sword will and space manipulation was beyond extraordinary. Such cultivators tended to break past even the greater immortal realm. A genius like this, even the venerables would fight over such a talent, Kalen thought in awe. Slifer's gaze rested thoughtfully on the white-robed youth. Once Val manages to soften Leah up a bit, I should be ready to attempt converting her to the righteous path. Then I'll have a spare disciple slot to take this one in. Slifer turned his gaze towards Amelia. He thought back to the 3 karmic credits gained when she intimidated Bart and realized that he had been dealing with her wrong the entire time. Instead of constantly trying to rein in her sadistic tendencies, why not channel them for a more constructive purpose?
Amelia, from now on you'll be in charge of dealing with rule breakers in the hall,
Slifer announced, watching her reaction closely. A wickedly bright smile lit up Amelia's face and she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, already sharpening it with eager anticipation.
But remember,
Slifer added with emphasis,
you can only punish those whom I have judged guilty.
Amelia let out a small sigh, obviously disappointed by the limitation, but she nodded. Her master had a knack for knowing when people lied to him. She decided it was better to obey him. At least, with this new role, she could have a little fun with some poor disciple once in a while. As Slifer settled back into his throne, he dismissed the group with a wave of his hand. Kalen and Amelia gave respectful nods before vanishing from the hall, but Bart, who was still severely injured, struggled to stand and eventually had to resort to crawling away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Slifer made no move to assist him. In the world of demonic cultivators, mercy was seen as weakness. Power was what commanded respect, and today's actions would serve as a warning to anyone foolish enough to think they could slip under his, or more precisely, the system's radar. Resting his head back, Slifer closed his eyes, pondering the future of the disciplinary hall. When will the first member accumulate enough credits to redeem a treasure, he mused. The carrot and the stick. That's how you manage people. Master, I have returned. Slifer's eyes snapped open, focusing on the figure before him. Chapter 57. The figure was Nomad. who had returned from the village after gaining the blessing of his parents. Great! I can put this one to work sooner than expected, Slifer thought, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I'm here too, Dusty wheezed, panting heavily as he entered the hall. His eyes widened at the sight of leftover delicacies. He rushed forward, almost knocking over his best friend in the process. Supreme Elder, can I have some? Just a little? Dusty's mouth watered at the delicious aroma. Slifer observed the hungry boy with a raised eyebrow. Though he was reluctant to share his meal, he didn't want to ruin Nomed's impression of him, at least not yet. Slifer waved his hand dismissively, and the fat boy wasted no time, diving headfirst towards the dishes. Slifer couldn't help but show a disgusted expression at the messy display. Turning his attention back to Nomed, Slifer asked, Have you prepared the master-disciple ceremony? Nomed, recovering from the embarrassment caused by Dusty's behavior, nodded and swiftly retrieved teacups from his storage ring. Pouring tea into a cup, he offered it to Slifer with both hands. Slifer accepted the tea and took a small sip. After a moment, he nodded and declared, From today onwards, you are my disciple. Thank you, Master, Nomed bowed. Ding! Congratulations! Nomed is officially your disciple. Reward 250 karmic credits. Ding! Reward time reversal card. Description: sends the user through the river of time. The user will retain their cultivation. Warning: the user will exit the river of time at a random point. Warning: use of the card will render the system locked. This effect is temporary. Time travel! Slifer was elated. Even though it would send him to a random point in the past, the card was invaluable. It basically gave him a second chance at life. But for the system to gift me this card, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He knew how the system was. For it to hand him such an OP card for such an easy task, it meant he would definitely need it, and likely soon. I need to keep an eye out and note down any significant events. He nodded to himself. Preparation was key for a regressor. Dusty, not even halfway done with his impromptu feast, belched loudly, startling Slifer out of his musing. Is this what I look like to others? Slifer thought with a disapproving expression. He was glad he dismissed the disciples before spending some alone time. The last thing he wanted was for them to think of him as a savage. Shaking off a shiver of disgust, Slifer got ready to send Nomed off to complete some righteous tasks and take his fat friend with him, when he suddenly remembered Grand Elder Tenzin's words. The Intersect tournament was approaching, and with it the chance to enter the Sealed Realm. The Black Rose Sect had 2 slots for the Sealed Realm, one of which Slifer could allocate as he wished. The other slot would be decided by the Grand Elders. However, Slifer knew that the Grand Elders would most likely give the slot to the Sect Master's disciple, Zhen. Zhen was a genius. There was no doubt about that. The boy had reached the peak of the core formation realm at the age of 16 and was only 1 step away from the nascent soul realm. He had deliberately suppressed his cultivation, waiting for the opportunity to enter the sealed realm. Slifer looked at Nomed, who was still bowing. Nomed was only at the chi refining realm, and he had only a few months to enter the Foundation Establishment realm if he wanted to have a chance at entering the sealed realm. Even if Nomed was a prodigy, Slifer wasn't sure if the kid could do that without his help. It's time to act like the master I'm pretending to be. Ding! Your disciple Nomed's loyalty is at 20%. Warning, if a disciple's loyalty falls below 30%, there is a high risk of betrayal. Oh yeah, since he's a new disciple, I have to work on increasing his loyalty. What better way to solve both of my problems than gifting him a heaven-rank cultivation method?
Nomed, as your master, I have a responsibility to guide you on the path of cultivation.
Slifer cleared his throat.
You have a good aptitude and a pure heart, but you lack a suitable cultivation method. The one you are using now is too low-grade and slow. It will only hinder your progress and limit your potential. So, do you have any preference on the type of cultivation method?
It would be counterproductive for Slifer to just hand Nomed a random heaven-rank cultivation method and expect results, as cultivators had varying talents for the elements. Those with a particular high talent would feel some comfort or familiarity when they were around their element. Master, might there be a light element cultivation method suitable for me?
Light element?
Slifer's eyes narrowed. A demonic disciple requesting a righteous cultivation method. How strange.
But Slifer then remembered these boys were mere villagers. Categorizing them as righteous or demonic was meaningless when they were blank slates ready to be molded. This was, after all, why the system wanted Slifer to take in a disciple in the first place. But why does the system still label him as a demonic cultivator? Slifer shook his head. It was useless trying to understand the logic behind the system's criteria in differentiating between righteous and demonic cultivators.
I'll see what light cultivation methods I have,
Slifer replied as he opened the system panel. After a minute of awkward silence, Slifer found 3 methods that could suit his new disciple. Solemn Sunfire Sutra. By assimilating the essence of solar chi, this method generates a sequence of 9 miniature suns within the cultivator's denshin. The initial 3 signify the early stage, followed by the middle stage, represented by the subsequent trio, and the ultimate 3 suns mark the late stage of cultivation. Candlelight Meditation Scripture. Absorb light chi from celestial bodies to create a flame within the denshin. Cultivate the flame to increase breakthrough. Cathedral of Celestial Radiant Scripture. Build a cathedral within the denshin where divine light converges. Slifer gave a basic explanation of each method and then asked,
So, which one would you prefer?
They all seem incredible, Master. Maybe I could cultivate all 3? Nomad asked, scratching the back of his head.
All 3 heaven-rank methods?
Slifer almost rolled his eyes.
This boy should be grateful for even one.
Outwardly, he adopted a sagely demeanor.
It is not a good idea for a new cultivator like yourself to experiment like this.
Slifer quickly made up an excuse, hoping it sounded believable.
Mixing cultivation methods can disturb the foundations.
Oh, I see. Then the 3rd method suits me best. A holy method? That's surprising. Slifer was wary with any method related to gods, which were most likely just higher-ranked cultivators loaning out their chi to those in the lower realms, and, like most loans, it probably came with interest. Slifer did not fancy handling an incensed deity chasing interest payments. Maybe I'm wrong. Nomad is a protagonist-like figure. He'll be okay. I'm sure of it. Name: Cathedral of Celestial Radiant Scripture. Rank: Midheaven. Description: build a cathedral within the denshin where divine light converges. Cost 1,500 karmic credits.
1,500?
Slifer's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. It was more expensive than his own cultivation method. No matter, it's an investment, Slifer consoled himself, as he reluctantly purchased it. Details relating to the method flooded his mind, causing Slifer to close his eyes as he began to process it. After a few moments, Slifer opened his eyes and retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. To Nomad's surprise, the Supreme Elder began writing down the entirety of the holy cultivation method. Cultivators were known to have amazing memories, and the higher one's cultivation, the stronger the memory. However, cultivation methods were notoriously difficult to memorize fully, and only someone who had mastered a method could transcribe it. Remembering that his master had not only given him 3 options to choose from, but also the choice of the element itself made Nomad look at his master in a different light. Just how many methods has the Supreme Elder mastered? Ding! Your disciple Nomad's loyalty is increased by 2%. Slifer ignored the message as he handed the scroll over to Nomad, who bowed in thanks.
If you require any guidance on comprehending this method, you need only ask me,
Slifer stated, as he realized it might be daunting for Nomad to ask him for help. The title of Supreme Elder could be intimidating to new disciples. Ding! Your disciple Nomad's loyalty has increased by 8%. Only 8%? I feel like it should have increased a bit more, maybe like 30%. Slifer held back a frown. Kids these days really are ungrateful. Of course, Master. Nomad then turned to leave before pausing. He coughed lightly to get Dusty's attention. The plump boy was still busily stuffing his face. We're leaving, Nomad said pointedly. Dusty pouted, giving the food a longing look. But under Nomad's expectant gaze, he reluctantly got to his feet and trudged after Nomad out the door. Good riddance. No more of that annoying wail to disturb me, Slifer thought, gazing at the remaining delicacies. He frowned when he saw that there was barely anything left. Muttering curses under his breath, Slifer picked up a half-eaten roasted chicken leg and bit into it with gusto, savoring the juicy meat and crispy skin. The predator's vigor activated, absorbing the spiritual essence of the chicken into his body and using it to nourish his meridians. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Huey has broken through to peak core formation. Reward 100 karmic credits. Faster than I expected. Slifer raised his eyebrows at the notification. Is it related to the grandpa? Ding! Warning! Your disciple Huey's loyalty has decreased to 20%. Well, that answers my question. Ding! You can purchase a hint on how to increase Huey's loyalty. Cost 500 karmic credits. 500 credits just for a hint? Slifer shook his head at the system's shamelessness. But knowing he had no choice, he purchased the hint. Ding! Hint! Your disciple Huey has a mortal lover that lacks aptitude.
A mortal lover? Huey?
Slifer scratched his head, puzzled. That was not the hint he was expecting. He had always assumed that Huey was the type of protagonist to end up with a harem of jade beauties.
She lacks aptitude, so I guess all I have to do is buy a treasure from the shop that can make her a cultivator.
Slifer imagined Huey's immortal grandpa imparting him techniques, seeking to undermine Slifer's authority. But the joke would be on him. Slifer would gain a devoted disciple and more obsidian techniques for his troubles. Chuckling, he began browsing through the shop's inventory for a suitable treasure. Chapter 58. After a few minutes of browsing, Slifer found a few treasures that caught his eye. The first was the Celestial Awakening Pill. It gave a mortal a talent of 1, which was the bare bone requirement to cultivate. Next was the Divine Blood Essence, a vial of thick crimson liquid that could ignite the mortal physique and bestow spirit roots that gave a talent of 2. 1,1200 karmic credits? Not too bad. Slifer nodded, pleased that the system was finally displaying some reasonable prices. However, one item gave him pause. The Wheel of Fate, a talisman that was worth 2,000 credits. When activated, it would give an entirely random cultivation talent to the mortal. Since the girl has strong karmic ties with Huey, her luck should be quite good, Slifer reasoned. Decision made, he purchased the talisman. It materialized inside his storage ring. Slifer then sent a spiritual transmission to Morvran.
Come see me at once.
After a few seconds, the bald man appeared and bowed. Greetings, master.
I have a task for you. It seems Huey has found himself a mortal lover.
Morvran's eyes widened in surprise. A lover? I would not have imagined young Master Huey distracted by such things. He shook his head in disappointment. I hope he does not end up obsessed like that other one.
I was surprised too. I did not think one girl could steal the young lad's heart. Anyways, I would like you to find her.
Of course, master. I will dispose of her quickly. Morvran cracked his knuckles menacingly. Slifer was taken aback. He clarified quickly.
No, don't kill her.
Morvran looked puzzled. My apologies, master. I think I may have misheard. You wish for me to not kill her? Slifer rubbed his temples, wondering how many hapless souls had met their end due to Morvran's hearing issues.
That's right! No killing! Just find her and do not make contact.
I see. I will locate the girl.
The words felt strange coming out of Morvran's mouth. Morvran bowed, though his expression remained conflicted. No matter. I shall carry out Master's will. If he wishes to have that wench join, then I will find her for him. Slifer had given Morvran quite a few talks about how violence wasn't the only option, but it seemed it still hadn't gotten through to him. The original had truly done a tremendous job of brainwashing his followers.
Good. You are dismissed.
Slifer leaned back in his seat, steepling his fingers together as his thoughts turned to Huey's mysterious lover. Who was this mortal girl who managed to capture his disciple's affection? Did she possess some alluring charm that the jade beauties in the sect lacked? No matter. He would find out soon enough once Morvran located her. Then her path of cultivation would begin and Huey would once again be in his clutches.
That'll teach that grandpa for trying to steal my disciple. Are you sure this is safe? Slifer asked, glancing down at the strange concoction before him. The bath water had an odd, murky green color, looking more like a cursed swamp than any therapeutic soak. Tendrils of steam curled up in wispy trails, carrying a pungent herbal scent. Slifer never liked the smell of medicine. His previous health problems ensured that he had an intimate relationship with hospitals.
Yes, Supreme Elder,
The alchemist, an elderly man named Lorgren, waved a hand in dismissal.
I've been perfecting the art of bath cultivation for over 3 centuries. This mixture of herbs and ores will increase your chi absorption tremendously.
Lorgren's back was hunched from decades of leaning over mixing potions and reading scrolls. His bald head and liver-spotted scalp gave him a rather vulture-like look, but his eyes still shone with a youthful enthusiasm, especially when babbling on about alchemy. Despite the assurances, Slifer still felt skeptical. Blindly mixing various mysterious concoctions didn't seem the most scientific approach, but then again, the workings of this world differed greatly from Earth. If the alchemist swore that it was safe, who was he to argue? After all, such cultivation baths were common tropes in fantasy stories.
Now I must warn you, the temperature is quite hot initially, Lorgren cautioned, but the body adjusts quickly. Simply relax and allow the elixir infusion to work its magic.
Lorgren was surprised that the Supreme Elder had never bathed in a cultivation tub before. But then he remembered hearing how some geniuses didn't require cultivation resources and could reach great heights through meditation.
The Supreme Elder must be one of those, come to think of it. He never really went out much.
Lorgren nodded to himself.
Very well, you may take your leave.
Slifer dismissed the alchemist with a wave of his hand. Alone in the steam-filled room, Slifer activated Insight. Name: Jade Cleansing Bath. Rank: Mortal Upper. Effect: cleanses impurities, boosts physique, increases chi absorption rate by 23%. Useful, but nothing impressive, Slifer mused. He planned to use credits to purchase better spiritual herbs and medicines to concoct an even more potent bath in the future. But for now, the resources he had taken from Grand Elder Wyatt would do.
Let's test this out,
he murmured, taking off his lower garment and stepping gingerly into the tub. Immediately, the scalding water stung his skin, practically boiling him alive.
This is insane!
He wanted to leap out instantly, but Lorgren's warning rang in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Slifer forced himself to remain stay put. Gradually, his body numbed to the extreme temperature. As the minutes passed, a soothing warmth penetrated his muscles, making him feel drowsy. I'll just rest a little bit, he thought as he leaned back and closed his eyes.
Supreme Elder, a disciple has accrued enough points to redeem a treasure.
The spiritual transmission from Elder Fred caused Slifer's eyes to shoot open, bringing him out of his slumber.
Finally!
Slifer had been waiting for this moment ever since implementing the credit reward system. Unfortunately, the original wasn't known for his honesty, so some members were hesitant to carry out tasks that didn't involve killing or maiming innocents. Slifer hoped that after the first member successfully retrieved a treasure, word would spread that he wasn't handing out false promises, which would encourage the other members to complete more tasks, resulting in more credits for himself. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the Mid-Foundation Establishment realm. Reward 100 karmic credits. Nice. I'm catching up to my spiritual cultivation. Slifer wondered if having both spiritual and body cultivation at the same level would give him some sort of reward. Glancing down through the now lukewarm water, he noticed that his swollen belly had receded and been replaced by another layer of muscle. As much as he liked his original physique on Earth, it did tend to be a bit of a hindrance from time to time, an example being the repeated trips to the hospital. I could get used to this, Slifer smirked, flexing his biceps as he stepped out of the tub. A fresh set of robes and slippers greeted him outside the room. Inhaling deeply, he caught traces of a delicious aroma. Following it led him to a tray stacked with an expertly cooked meal waiting just outside his chamber. heavily seasoned chicken and lamb, cream sauces, and even dumplings. About time those lazy servants figured out my preferences. Slifer's mouth watered at the sight. He wasted no time digging in, his hands reaching for the chicken leg. Spending any time looking for utensils for a meal like this would be criminal. Oh, so delicious. Between mouthfuls, Slifer made a mental note to reward the chef. Just as he licked his lips and went in for a final bite, his eyes caught an unexpected movement from the corner of the room. There, hidden beneath his bed frame, was a familiar face peeking out at him. Slifer's hand paused mid-air, mouth still agape. Before he could react further, the intruder spoke. "Master!" the young man greeted cheerily, as though appearing under the Supreme Elder's bed was perfectly normal. It was none other than Dentos, the overly eager disciple who had previously begged to be taken as a student. Slifer quickly masked his surprise, dabbing his mouth casually with a cloth.
"Ah, Dentos, I was wondering how long you would hide under there."
He kept his tone nonchalant, as though he knew the brat was hiding under his bed all along. Dentos blushed, surprised that the Supreme Elder remembered his name. Though Slifer maintained an impassive facade, inwardly he was reevaluating his impression of this gangly teen. Successfully sneaking into the Supreme Elder's forbidden quarters, which was heavily guarded by death warriors, was no small feat. I can't detect him with my spiritual sense. Slifer wondered if his eyes were fooling him and had conjured the image of the young man. He quickly dismissed the thought. If he were to conjure anyone to his chamber, it would be one of those jade beauties who couldn't resist giving him the googly eyes. There must be more to this Dentos than meets the eye. Insight! Name Dentos. Realm, Peak Core Formation. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Comprehension 3, Luck 9, Talent 4, Will 9. 2 9s? And he still got rejected by the system. Slifer shook his head. He had assumed Huey was the main character, but it was this dumb-looking kid. Shame I can't take him on as a disciple. Yet.
"You clearly have some abilities," Slifer remarked. "But tell me, to what end? Why risk such a stunt?"
Dentos's face lit up. "For the chance to be your disciple, of course." Noticing Slifer's frown, he quickly added, "But also I wanted to see if you enjoyed the meal I prepared."
"You cooked this?"
Slifer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Dentos rubbed his neck bashfully. "Yes, master. Boss Morvran finished the last meal I cooked, so I had to make sure it actually reached you this time." A betrayal of this magnitude by Morvran. That was not expected. Slifer couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his loyal lackey had attempted to stop him from experiencing this culinary masterpiece firsthand. "I hope it was to your liking." Slifer waved a hand, feigning nonchalance.
"Barely acceptable,"
he muttered. But internally he was shocked. This kid could rival the 600-year-old head chef. Seeing Dentos's crestfallen look, Slifer sighed. Perhaps a minor compliment would avoid crushing the boy's spirit.
"The flavors were adequate,"
he conceded.
"You may have some natural talent."
At even this faint praise, the youth instantly perked up, beaming from ear to ear. "Thank you, master! Your words are worth more than 10,000 compliments!" Slifer shook his head at the dramatic reaction. Clearly, this kid was obsessed with gaining his favor. Still, better to have a loyal fanatic than an enemy lurking in the shadows, especially with luck and will stats both being at 9, a dangerous combination.
"Enough idle chatter," Slifer said. "I trust you did not sneak in solely to cook me dinner."
"Ha! Nothing escapes master! I've come to redeem the reward." "Reward? Dentos is a disciplinary hall member?" Slifer glanced at the disciplinary hall panel. It was true. The boy really was a disciplinary hall member. He had joined recently. 1,000 points in 10 days? Slifer was shocked at the number of tasks the kid had completed. It was worth 3,000 karmic credits. The system, thankfully, had a mute function, so he didn't have to see a notification every time one of the members completed a task.
"So, which reward would you like?"
"To become your disciple!" Dentos exclaimed. Seeing Slifer's eyebrow raise, the boy quickly amended, "But the wings of the rock will do for now." Slifer's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Cultivators below the nascent soul realm were unable to fly without the assistance of treasures. The wings of the rock would remain useful until the origin realm. Paired with Dentos's strange ability to escape ritual sense, the boy could become exceedingly troublesome to deal with for anyone below the origin realm, should his motivations ever shift. But on the other hand, if Slifer were to hang the title of disciple, he could turn this boy into a credit-generating machine. If I can't have him as a disciple, then a walking ATM sounds good to me. Slifer spent the 1,000 karmic credits to purchase the Wings of the Rock. Retrieving the item from his storage ring, Slifer handed over the talisman paper to Dentos, explaining how to activate it. The talisman paper would melt into his back, inscribing a rune in the shape of wings, which would expand into genuine wings on activation. "Thank you, Master! I'll see you soon!" As Dentos turned to leave, Slifer raised a hand to stop him.
"If you ever sneak into my quarters again, you will never get the opportunity to be my disciple."
Dentos paled, stammering out hasty apologies and assurances it would not happen again. As much as the warning terrified him, it also kindled a fragile hope. For the Supreme Elder to even suggest he might accept him one day filled his heart with joy. How do I attract such characters? Slifer shook his head. Keeping these unpredictable followers in line would be no easy task. Ding! Your disciple is ready to break through. Bring your disciple 3 peak core formation souls. Reminder, righteous souls will result in credit deduction. Reward 200 karmic credits. I guess it's time to pay Amelia a visit, Slifer sighed. The dungeons of the Black Rose Sect were not designed for comfort. Rough stone walls enclosed windowless chambers lit only by flickering candlelight. The air was heavy with the metallic tang of blood. In the center of the largest chamber knelt a boy no older than 16. His face was swollen and bruised almost beyond recognition as he whimpered for mercy. Standing before him was a young silver-haired girl. A cruel smile twisted her lips as she leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, sweetie. We're almost finished here." The boy shrieked as she pressed a glowing brand to his skin.
"Amelia!"
Hearing the familiar voice, the innocent-looking girl's bloody hands paused their work. "Master!" Amelia greeted Slifer as she turned around. "What brings you here?" Slifer suppressed a shiver at her nonchalance towards the tortured, sobbing boy.
"Amelia, you are close to another breakthrough. I will allow 1 week's leave from the Sect so you can fulfill the requirements."
What he chose to keep to himself was the contingent of nascent soul elders who would secretly shadow her every move. 10 should be enough to guarantee her safety. He would have sent more, but nascent soul cultivators were the backbone of the sect. Some needed to remain behind in case the sect was attacked. After the mess caused during his closed-door cultivation, he had prohibited any of his disciples from leaving the sect without his permission. But for his disciples to grow as cultivators, they would need to leave the sect and get more life experience. He couldn't just keep them locked up within the sect their whole lives. That would not only make them incompetent, but also breed resentment. And the last thing he needed was a protagonist after his head. "A whole week! Thank you, Master!" Amelia's eyes shone as she rushed forward to give him a hug. Slifer quickly raised his hand, stopping her in her tracks. He'd literally just come out of a bath. He didn't need Amelia to bathe him in blood.
"Just remember to follow the rules."
"I will." After Amelia skipped off, Slifer took a deep breath of the slightly less oppressive air of the hallway. Dealing with that unpredictable girl always left him feeling drained. Well, it looks like her new job is keeping her satisfied and obedient. Shaking off the lingering unease her presence evoked, Slifer began to walk up the winding staircase, but he only made it halfway when a spiritual transmission caused his face to darken.
"Supreme Elder, the Ascendant meet is in 3 days. Since the Sect Master remains in secluded cultivation, the duty to represent Black Rose falls unto you."
Wyatt waits till now to inform me. Slifer's eyes narrowed at the dangerous game the Grand Elder was playing. From the memories of the original, Slifer learned that the Ascendant meet was a gathering of the Ascendant cultivators of each sect before a grand event such as the Intersect Tournament. Attendance was non-negotiable. Failure to attend would be seen as forfeiting their sect's slots to the sealed realm. For a mere Foundation establishment cultivator like himself to attend was like a newborn lamb strolling into a den of starving wolves. He would be shredded to pieces if the Ascendant beings even sensed a whiff of weakness. Heart-pounding, Slifer racked his brain for a solution. But the more he pondered, the clearer it became. He was trapped and defenseless against such beings. He would need to rely on the system. Ding! Task! All the Ascendant cultivators. Reward 1,000 karmic credit for each Ascendant cultivator awed. Failure to hide your true identity... death. Most likely a long, gruesome death. This mission would require luck, wits, and an insane amount of bluffing. Slifer had barely survived a few encounters with Origin Realm cultivators by pretending to be the old eccentric, but would that be enough to fool demi-immortals? I guess I'll find out soon. Gripping the stone railing for support, Slifer took a deep breath and steeled himself. Ready or not, he had a role to play. The show must go on. Okay, system. Let's see what you got. Chapter 59. Slifer shook his head in frustration as he scrolled through the system shop. The treasures and cards that could actually rival an Ascendant cultivator's power cost upwards of 50,000 credits. If the meeting was in a few weeks, perhaps the work of the disciplinary hall members would have been enough to buy something worthwhile.
Couldn't you throw a starving cultivator a bone?
Slifer grumbled under his breath. The shop interface flickered mockingly before disappearing. Slifer sighed, forcing himself to look on the bright side. At the very least, he was able to purchase the means to physically get to the Ascendant meat itself. An obsidian rank item! After not finding any mention of obsidian rank cultivation manuals, he had assumed that the system wouldn't give him access to the obsidian rank until it leveled up, but surprisingly, it was there for treasures. As for why that was, Slifer had no idea, and he doubted he would find out anytime soon. Version 2 better come with a search function. At least I finally got myself a boat. Name: Divine Azarion Arc. Rank: Obsidian. Condition: critical. Cost: 5,000 karmic credits. Description: crafted by an immortal, the Arc now limps through the heavens. Its body, marked by old fights, is barely able to hang on. Warning: some functions may be unavailable due to critical condition. For an obsidian rank treasure, it wasn't even that expensive. Sure, it is in critical shape, but that is a critical shape for an obsidian rank item. The ship would do the job. He hoped. The Ascendant meet was always held in the clouds of the seventh heaven, far beyond the reach of those below the Ascendant realm. From what Slifer gathered, the mortal realm had 9 heavens. It was said that breaking through the 9th heaven would lead to the immortal realm. As for the 7th heaven, the air pressure and elemental forces present at such altitudes would crush anyone under the Ascendant realm, unless they had access to a vessel or artifact that could protect them. And apart from the ship, there was nothing else Slifer could afford that could take him there. But having the physical means to reach the meet was the easy part. Actually surviving the gathering of powerful Ascendant Realm cultivators was another matter entirely. Slifer didn't really know what to expect. The original, as a nascent soul cultivator, had never qualified to attend such a gathering before. But Slifer knew how these things went. As the new guy, he fully expected the other Ascendant cultivators to try him. He had no illusions about his chances without the system. Just a sneeze from an Ascendant Realm cultivator could turn him to dust. After all, he was like an ant arriving at a convention of giant boot-wearing humans. And he couldn't even bring along bodyguards. Even if the Grand Elders were loyal, which they were far from, they wouldn't even qualify as meat shields. With my cards, I'm not totally helpless. Slifer smiled, looking at the few critical block cards and the single reflection barrier card he had bought. Are they enough, though? I should probably try my luck at gambling. Who knows? I might just get lucky. Slifer nodded to himself. He would rather use his credits now than get one-shotted later. Those thousands of credits would be useless then. Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now?
Yes.
3 days later. The streets of Riarn bustled with life, flooded by crowds going about their daily business. Vendors called out from stalls lining the roads, advertising various goods from exotic places. The smells of roasted nuts, fresh bread, and fragrant spices melded together, saturating the air. Children laughed and played, ducking around grumbling laborers. 2 boys chased each other when one suddenly tripped, tumbling forward. His knee scraped painfully against the ground, and he yelped, clutching his leg as tears welled up in his eyes. Before the boy could cry out, a hand gripped his shoulder. "Are you all right, lad?" The boy looked up into warm brown eyes set in a gentle face. The man had short chestnut hair and appeared to be in his late 20s. He wore simple but well-made clothes. The boy sniffed loudly and shook his head as he struggled to hold back tears. "Let me see, little one." The boy tentatively showed his injured leg. A tiny amount of blood trickled down the scrape. The man placed a hand above the wound, and a soft red glow emanated from his palm, easing away the stinging pain. "See there? Good as new." The boy stared wide-eyed. "You're an immortal?" he whispered in awe. The man smiled. "Not yet, but I'm getting there." He ruffled the boy's hair affectionately. As he did so, a faint, intricate pattern momentarily appeared on the boy's head. It quickly faded away without leaving a trace. "What do we say?" the man prompted gently. Thank you, sir." "You're quite welcome, lad. Now, do be more careful in the future." As the man turned to continue on his way, the boy stared after him, dumbfounded. Nearby pedestrians who had seen the exchange smiled and whispered to one another. "That was Lord Ulrich, wasn't it?" "Yes. He is so compassionate and humble. If only more nobles were like him." One figure lurked in the shadows of a nearby alley, face hidden by a hooded cloak. They watched the encounter closely, lingering even as Lord Ulrich disappeared into the crowds. After several long moments, the mysterious observer faded away into the darkness. A few hours later, as the sun dipped low over the city's rooftops, the boy from the market wandered alone down an empty alley. His eyes lacked the usual spark of life and curiosity that one would expect in a child. His footsteps dragged as he shuffled forward until he reached the end of a dark alley. Rotting wooden boards blocked the windows of the last building. The boy paused before its door, swaying slightly as though he was in a trance. As he stared blankly ahead, the door creaked open. The kind stranger from the market stood in the doorway, though there was nothing kind about the smile that stretched across his face. "There you are. Come in, come in. The others have been waiting for a while already." As the boy stepped forward, the door slammed shut behind him. In the center of the room sat 8 other children arranged in a circle. Though they faced one another, their blank eyes stared right through each other. Their new addition joined the circle. He did not speak or even glance around. None of the children so much as blinked. Ulrich clasped his hands together. "Perfect, perfect. 9 souls ripe for the taking." He scurried to the center of the circle, nudging the children's limbs as he positioned them to his liking. "The book said 9 boys, and here you are," Ulrich continued, muttering to himself as he drew intricate patterns on the children's foreheads using a vial of ink. "Following its guidance, I should have no trouble forming a nascent soul. Yes, no trouble at all." He retrieved a scroll from his robes. "Now let's see. First, I must corrupt their souls." Closing his eyes in concentration, a red glow emanated from his palms, coalescing into pulsating tendrils of energy. They snaked towards each child before boring into their chests in a misty haze. The children convulsed, faces contorting in silent agony as the purity was leached from their souls. After a few sickening seconds, their bodies slumped to the floor. "Excellent!
That should sufficiently corrupt and weaken them? Ulrich opened his eyes. Now to extract their souls. If I can harness the souls of 9 innocent boys, I'll finally break through to the nascent soul realm. Oh, I can almost taste it! Looking down at the young boy from earlier, Ulrich laughed. And I'll be one step closer to being an immortal. He then retrieved a wicked, curved dagger and poised it above the first child's heart. Just as Ulrich was about to plunge the dagger down, the sound of splintering bones and tearing flesh filled the air. Ulrich froze, dagger slipping from his fingers. Looking down in horror, he saw a claw-like hand emerge from the center of his chest, staining the floorboard with blood.
You didn't think you'd be the only one having fun, did you?
A ghastly voice hissed into his ear. A foul breath tickled the back of his neck, sending an icy chill down his spine. Ulrich whipped his head around, mouth opening to scream, but only a strangled gurgle escaped his lips. Before him stood a girl, perhaps 16, with skin so pale it appeared translucent. Dark veins spiderwebbed across her face. Her eye sockets were hollow, and they let off an otherworldly blue glow. As her mouth opened impossibly wide, the woman inhaled deeply. An unseen force, like an invisible hand, seized the demonic cultivator's soul, pulling it from his body and guiding it towards her gaping maw. Ulrich convulsed weakly, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. With a wet squelch, the girl withdrew her hand from Ulrich's back, examining the blood staining her pale fingers. The lifeless corpse slumped to the floor. Dragging her thumb across her lower lip, the young woman purred.
Delicious.
Smacking her lips together in satisfaction. As she turned her attention to the unconscious children, the dark veins receded and color returned to her cheeks.
As much as I'd love to claim your little souls as well, Master would be really mad if I did that,
Amelia murmured. With a resigned sigh, she took a step towards them, intending to return them to their homes. No sooner had her foot touched the ground than the wall behind her exploded in a shower of dust and splintered wood. She leapt back as a crescent blade of solidified air whistled through the space her head had just occupied. Whirling around, Amelia's eyes narrowed at the figure now stepping through the new hole in the wall. He was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s with a strong, muscular build and shoulder-length raven hair. His handsome features were twisted into a vicious scowl, and his emerald eyes glinted with a predatory light.
Just who do you think you are, barging in here?
Amelia growled. The corner of the man's lip curved up mockingly. Zeven. Ding! Alert! Your disciple Amelia is in battle against a son of heaven. Win reward. If your disciple defeats the son of heaven, your luck will be restored to its normal state. If she manages to kill the son of heaven, your luck will be significantly enhanced, and you will gain a random bonus reward. Loss consequences. If your disciple is defeated but survives the encounter, your luck will decrease. If she dies, you will suffer the consequences of a disciple death. Chapter 60. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow on the sleeping city below. Zeven stared down the young girl before him. He had spent months on the run, worried her master would send cultivators after him. He finally got some news that one of the old man's disciples were in the city, couldn't pass up on such an opportunity. I'll send him her head, Zeven sneered, releasing his peak core formation cultivation base. Amelia met his gaze unflinchingly, completely unintimidated. She let out an unladylike burp as a similar aura of peak core formation erupted from her slender body, pushing back Zeven's oppressive aura.
She wasn't sure why this handsome stranger had decided to attack her, but if he wished to offer up his soul, who was she to refuse such a gift? After all, Master had made it clear that self-defense was fair game, and anyone stupid enough to pick a fight with me deserves what they get. Amelia's lips curved into a wicked smirk as her beautiful features morphed into an inhuman, ghoul-like countenance, skin growing paler, dark veins surfacing across her face, eyes hollowing into glowing blue sockets. Zeven's scowl deepened at the sight of the girl's transformation. She was a monster just like her master. "You have your master to thank for your death today, demon!" he spat, his emerald eyes flashing blood red. "Did you think I would ever forget how he cut down my brother Xander?" The image of his best friend Xander's vacant eyes staring lifelessly up at the sky flashed through his mind. His hands curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. "We were like brothers. He was the only family I had left in this world after bandits slaughtered my parents. Even if he joined the bandits, I could have made him understand. I could have saved him." The young man's speech was cut off abruptly as a blade of soul energy came slicing through the air towards his head, forcing him to jerk to the side. The attack left a burning gash across his cheek. "A soul cultivator!" Zeven spat as he felt his soul recoil in pain. The one thing Zeven hated more than demonic cultivators were demonic cultivators who messed with souls. That was unforgivable. Amelia let out an exaggerated yawn, clearly unimpressed by the young man's tragic backstory.
"I don't really care why you're so eager to let me have your soul," she drawled, idly examining her nails. "Now, are you going to keep whining, or are we going to have some fun?"
To emphasize her point, Amelia launched 2 more blades of condensed soul energy towards Zeven. Zeven dove and rolled, avoiding the attacks by a hair's breadth. He came up in a crouch, lips peeled back in a disgusted sneer. How dare this monster interrupt his righteous quest for vengeance against her master? She would pay for such insolence. Directing the wind chi to his hands, Zeven sent a volley of wind blades slicing through the air towards Amelia. But the pale girl merely threw back her head and laughed, purple wings unfurling from her back. With a powerful flap, she took to the air, evading the wind strikes with ease. Hovering in midair, Amelia peered down at Zeven's dumbfounded expression with a smug grin. After her close call with the nascent soul cultivator, she had worked tirelessly to develop this soul wing technique. Now nothing could touch her. Craning his neck to glare up at the hovering girl, Zeven grit his teeth in frustration. Fighting an aerial battle was not his forte. His mastery over the wind element was not yet advanced enough to engage her at range. He would need to get creative to bring her back down to his level. That is a weakness I need to fix after dealing with this wretch, Zeven thought, as he gathered his chi towards his palms and then thrust them upwards. A spiraling column of wind erupted towards Amelia, catching her off guard and slamming her violently back down to earth. She crashed into an old oak, the trunk splintering under the impact. Not wasting a second, Zeven appeared before Amelia, a claw of wind wrapped around his hand as he stabbed down towards her chest. At the last instant, Amelia managed to twist aside. The wind claw only grazed her left shoulder instead of piercing through her heart. Hissing in pain, Amelia stumbled back, clutching the injury. To Zeven's disgust, rather than show any distress, a look of pleasure crossed her face as she lifted her bloodied hand to her lips and took a long, slow lick.
Now this is starting to get fun, she purred, flashing her blood-stained teeth in a wicked grin. Zeven tensed, a chill running down his spine at the sight of the unhinged glee in her eyes. He had to end this fast. But before he could make another move, Amelia's blue eyes flashed brightly. An overwhelming pressure seized his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Capitalizing on her opponent's confusion, Amelia shot forward with incredible speed. "Move!" Zevin mentally screamed, but his body refused to obey him. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance and grasped him by the throat and, with terrifying strength, slammed Zevin's head viciously against the pavement. The cobblestones cracked under the impact, pain exploding through Zevin's skull. Standing over Zevin, Amelia grinned down at him, revealing a long, snake-like tongue that flicked excitedly. "I bet you have a delicious soul, handsome," she purred, taking a deep breath. "The self-righteous ones always do." An irresistible pull tugged at Zevin's spiritual core, slowly extracting his soul from his body. Mind still reeling from the pain and disorientation of Amelia's attack, Zevin struggled to resist the soul-draining force. As his soul slipped further away, panic threatened to overwhelm him. No, it can't end here. Not before I get my revenge!" Just before his soul detached fully from his body, a black marble shot out from within Zevin's chest. It slammed into Amelia with an explosive burst of energy, sending her flying into the air. Her body reverted to its normal, delicate appearance as she crashed to the ground dozens of feet away. Dazed, she pushed herself up from the rubble and debris. She blinked in confusion, scanning the street only to find no trace of the righteous fool. That coward talked so boldly of vengeance, but fled like a dog with his tail between his legs at the first sign of real danger. She punched the ground in frustration. Why did they always run away? Unbeknownst to the seething girl, 10 figures hid in the shadows, watching the entire exchange unfold. These were the nascent soul elders, assigned by Slifer to keep an eye on Amelia during her mission. They had been ordered not to interfere unless her life was in imminent danger. When it became clear the Black Pearl would be whisking Zevin away to safety, the elders had briefly considered moving to prevent his escape. But before they could act, Zevin had vanished. One elder shook his head in amazement. "Those two are really only at the core formation realm. Their battle seemed more appropriate for those at the nascent soul realm like ourselves." His companion nodded in agreement. "The youngest generation always seems to eclipse us. It won't be long before this pair leaves us completely in the dust." The seventh heaven stretched as far as the eye could see. An endless expanse of wispy white clouds. Astrid tapped her foot impatiently, arms crossed as she sat on a thick, golden-hued cloud. The black and white stripes of a tigress adorned her robes. She was the supreme elder of the White Tiger Sect. With her stern face framed by 2 tight buns, she looked ready to discipline any fool who dared to test her patience. "That oaf Malachar is late yet again," Astrid grumbled. "Have they no concept of punctuality in the Black Rose Sect?" Beside her, Leontius, the supreme elder of the Pure Soul Sect, gave a sympathetic smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "It appears the Black Rose Sect master has secluded himself in closed-door cultivation," he said gently. "The newly ascended Supreme Elder will be attending in his stead." Astrid harumphed. "More likely lazing about. In my sect, such disregard for others' time would be met with 10 nights in the pits of Azarus." "You're too harsh." Leontius clasped his hands together. "We all journey at our own pace." On a nearby red cloud, Zofia, the supreme elder of the Heaven's Light Sect, let out a derisive laugh. With her ornate blue and gold robes, she appeared almost delicate, but the enormous broadsword across her knees dispelled that notion immediately. "You're too soft as always, Leontius," Zofia said, not pausing as she sharpened her sword. "When that demonic scum finally shows up, I'll be sure to give him an appropriate reward." A vicious gleam entered her eyes at the thought. Leontius frowned. "There is no need for conflict."
We're all cultivators seeking the same destination, though our paths may differ.
Ha! Astrid barked. Don't waste your breath on sentimentality, old man. The strong flourish and the weak perish. That is the way of cultivation.
She gave an approving nod at Zofia. The Blackheart Sect master, half hidden in the shadows of a dark cloud, watched the exchange between the righteous sects in silence. A cruel smile played at his lips as he imagined the humiliation awaiting the Black Rose Sect's supreme elder. That fool Slifer had killed an Origin Realm elder and multiple nascent soul cultivators from his sect. Let him suffer at the hands of the righteous hypocrites. As a demonic cultivator himself, Callius knew Zofia's self-righteousness hid the same lust for power that drove him. She just hid it better. Leontius means well, but his naivete will be his undoing. As for Astrid, Callius mentally acknowledged her uncompromising strength and felt a touch of kinship with the other Supreme Elder. In another life, perhaps they could have been allies. A pulsating aura interrupted his thoughts as all four ascendant beings sensed a foreign presence approaching. Their heads turned, following the chi signature. In the distance, an arc-shaped vessel limped through the clouds, pieces breaking off and falling into the open sky below. It looked as if it had been pieced together from the scraps of a dozen other ships, metallic patches of varying sizes haphazardly welded over gaping holes in the hull. One of its 3 sails hung in tatters, barely clinging to the mast. As it drew closer, the elders could make out the name engraved along its side. Divine Azarion Ark. Zofia threw her head back and laughed. This is humiliating enough! Is this wreck even capable of flight? It seems not even the heavens favor the Black Rose today, Callius sniggered. Astrid wore a look of disgust. Only a fool would rely on such garbage. I'd turn right back if I came in that heap. Leontius furrowed his brow at the comments. Come now, friends. Let us reserve judgment until we meet them. Power lies also in perseverance. The Ark suddenly veered left as a mangled engine on its right side sputtered, leaking smoke. The movement caused its broken left wing to finally tear free completely. The now useless slab of metal spun towards the clouds below. As the elders watched the crippled ship desperately try to stay aloft, an ear-splitting roar resonated across the seventh heaven. Their heads swiveled towards the sound. Approaching rapidly from the north was a massive, winged beast covered in crackling electricity. Spanning over 50 meters, from its 3 savage heads to the tip of its scorpion-like tail, the ascendant-level lightning chimera emitted a crazed bloodlust. Each of its 3 heads sported a thick mane that flickered from white to blue to purple. Leontius's eyes widened. A heavenly beast? Here? Heavenly beasts were creatures forged out of a natural elemental chi that accumulated in certain areas of the upper heavens. Based on the Chimera's aura, Leontius estimated it to be at the late Ascendant realm, a difficult opponent for any of the present cultivators to handle alone. Yet the Chimera ignored the elders, its gaze fixed on the damaged Ark sputtering through the clouds. Opening all 3 of its fanged maws, the beast released an earth-shaking roar and shot towards the ship like a bolt of lightning. It appears this will be over quickly. Astrid raised an eyebrow. That wreck is done for, Zofia grinned wildly. Callius and Leontius remained silent as they watched the Chimera rapidly close in on the crippled Ark. Nothing good ever came from angering a heavenly beast. This Chimera would never stop hunting the Ark until it or the cultivator was dead. On the Ark's crumbling deck, Slifer's eyes widened at the sight of the monstrous Chimera barreling towards him, electricity cackling around its 3 sets of gnashing teeth. You have got to be kidding me, he groaned, staggering as the ship listed to one side.
He had spent almost all his credits on preparing to face the Ascendant beings, and now a crazed beast wanted him dead before he could even make it to the meat? Ding! Your disciple Amelia has defeated the Son of Heaven. Your luck has returned to its normal state. Reward 500 karmic credits. With my luck no longer being dog shit, I can see if this card works. It was time to show the overgrown kitten what true lightning was. A 99% chance of failure. What could possibly go wrong? Slifer laughed as he crushed the card. Chapter 61. Have a taste of heavenly tribulation, Slifer roared. A blinding pillar of white lightning tore through the clouds, hitting the beast in the chest. The impact sent the chimera tumbling away with a pained screech, but the beast righted itself quickly, shaking off the daze with a vengeful glare. The heavenly tribulation strike card had failed to do any real damage. Of course, it wasn't the ascendant level bolt I needed, just my crap luck at work as usual. He grimaced. That had been a measly origin realm strike at best. Still, it had stalled the beast for a moment. Time to put the real plan into motion. Slifer scrambled into the hold of the ark, nearly tripping over his robes. He slid into the control seat of the main cannon, glancing at the mess of levers and buttons that controlled the ancient weapon. Now where was that blasted firing manual? Never mind. No time to figure this thing out properly. Slifer closed his eyes, channeling his chi into the cannon. With a lurch, a building hum filled the chamber as energy gathered within the enormous barrel. Come on, it just needs enough power to roast the overgrown pigeon. There! Boom! The deafening blast nearly burst Slifer's eardrums, but he grinned as the cannon fired an orb of condensed chi out into the open sky. His smile quickly disappeared, though, as the blast sailed clean over the chimera, continuing towards the gathering of ascendants. Whoops, he muttered, wincing as the blast closed in on the female elder. To her credit, Zofia reacted quickly to the surprise attack. With an elegant spin, she swung her broadsword in a wide arc, deflecting the cannon blast skyward, where it burst harmlessly amongst the clouds. My apologies for the friendly fire, Slifer called out as he returned to the ark's deck, but Zofia's only response was an icy glare. Clearly, he owed her one now. Wonderful. Well, no time to worry about that now. The chimera had recovered and now dove towards the ark with renewed fury, jaws crackling with electricity. Two of its heads snapped at the ship's hull, tearing off large chunks of metal plating as if it were paper. The other head targeted him. Slifer again channeled his chi, steadying his aim before launching another cannon blast towards the chimera. The chimera tried to twist out of the path of the beam, but it was too late. The orb exploded against it, blasting off one of the heads into a cloud of gore. Direct hit! Ha! Not so confident now, eh? But despite the missing head, the chimera refused to give up. With an enraged howl, it lunged towards Slifer once more. Just die already! Slifer yelled, infusing the cannon with all the power he could muster. Too slow! The chimera was nearly on him! At the last possible second, the cannon discharged, catching the chimera mid-roar with a massive orb of chi directly down its throat. This time, the damage was beyond recovery. The chimera seized up as electricity discharged randomly from its spasming body. Then, all at once, the light left its eyes, and the massive beast began to plummet from the sky. Ding! You have gained 1,500 karmic credits. You're mine! Slifer flew the limping ark beneath the falling chimera. He wasn't about to let anyone take his hard-earned spoils. With a heavy thud, the metal deck dented under the weight of the beast. There we go! All in a day's work, Slifer grinned, quickly storing the corpse into his spatial ring. The materials harvested from a heavenly beast would fetch a hefty profit, not to mention the beast core. This lucky break almost made up for his unlucky encounter with the Chimera in the first place. Almost. Now to deal with the peanut gallery watching his display. Slifer turned to face the Supreme Elders, noticing the looks of approval. Power spoke loudly in the cultivation world, after all. Leontius smiled, clearly impressed that Slifer had eliminated such a dangerous threat on his own. Astrid gave a thoughtful nod. She acknowledged that she had underestimated Slifer and his damaged ship. Callius's expression remained neutral, but a hint of greed crept into his dark eyes. That ship, as broken as it was, seemed interesting, though it would probably be more useful in my hands. But Zofia, Slifer noted nervously that her beautiful face had twisted into a scowl. He swallowed hard. That did not bode well. "Humph! So you got in a lucky shot while hiding away on your junk pile," Zofia snapped, crossing her arms. "If I had an ascendant weapon like that, I could have roasted that beast just as easily." The other ascendant cultivators looked at each other awkwardly. Then Leontius spoke up, trying to steer past the hot-headed girl's comment.
Come, let us get the meeting started.
Leontius gestured to an open cloud where Slifer could join the others. But Slifer shook his head, remaining aboard the battered ark.
"I appreciate the offer, but I need to stay on the ship to maintain its functions."
A half-truth at best, since he lacked the protective chi to withstand the seventh heaven's pressure. If he even took one step off the ship, he would be flattened to a pulp. But the elders didn't need to know that little detail.
"I wasn't finished talking!"
Zofia rose swiftly into the air, landing gracefully upon the deck across from him. Up close, the intensity of her presence was even more apparent. This woman was not one to let grievances go unaddressed.
"What do you want?"
Slifer's eyes narrowed, not pleased that she had entered his personal space. "Humph. Let us get to the point, then. Your handling of the beast was adequate, I'll grant you that much." Zofia's razor tone left no room for argument. "Yet something puzzles me. For a supposed ascendant cultivator, your aura seems awfully limited." She tilted her head as if puzzling over a complex problem. "An esteemed Supreme Elder, such as yourself, should have no trouble proving your cultivation, so let us see it." The challenge was clear. Prove that you're an ascendant cultivator, or get the hell out of here. Leontius interjected gently.
Now, let's not fight among ourselves. I'm sure Supreme Elder Slifer has his reasons.
But Zofia ignored him, continuing her tirade as she leveled her sword at the ark. "You hide behind your ships and treasures like a coward. I say you have no right to be here unless you can prove your cultivation level. Fight me!" Slifer shrugged, keeping his carefree mask in place while silently cursing. Zofia clearly suspected him of hiding his low cultivation. He would have to handle this carefully to avoid exposing himself.
"Bold words," he replied lightly.
But I'm not one for pointless fights. Our sects are here to cooperate, after all.
Astrid found herself agreeing with Zofia. If Slifer was, in fact, not an ascendant cultivator, then that would free up another spot for the sealed realm. A spot that the White Tiger sect disciples would happily take. "Enough talk," Astrid interrupted the duo. "If you both believe so strongly, then let us settle this simply. An exchange of 3 strikes to test your skills should suffice." "I won't even need 3 strikes to expose this fool," Zofia scoffed.
"I'll try not to embarrass you too badly."
Slifer yawned. If this arrogant woman wished to be humiliated, who was he to deny her the privilege? Zofia bristled at the dismissal, cheeks flaming. "Humph! Since you're so confident, let's make this interesting," she retorted, eyeing the ark's cannon. "When I win, I'll be taking a scrap heap off your hands." Slifer raised an eyebrow at the bold wager.
"And what do I receive when you lose?"
Zofia let out a derisive laugh. "As if that would happen, but sure. If by some miracle you win, you can have this." She retrieved a glowing red cube from her robe. An essence of fire. The other elders stared in disbelief. Essence cubes were exceptionally rare, containing the very mysteries of a specific element. They proved invaluable when comprehending an element which was crucial for immortal ascension. And this arrogant woman gambled one so casually. Though Slifer kept his face an impassive mask, inwardly he trembled with excitement. His comprehension of fire was only at 5%. Using an essence cube so early in his cultivation would give him a chance to comprehend a fire domain before even reaching the origin realm.
"Ladies first,"
Slifer said with a mock bow. Zophia's eyes narrowed, storing away the cube. She channeled her chi into the sword, causing crimson flames to cover the blade. In a blur, she appeared before Slifer, slashing directly at his head with unbelievable speed. Yet Slifer didn't even twitch, standing calmly as death whirled towards him. When the strike was a mere inch from his face, a translucent barrier materialized and blocked the blow. Ding! Critical block card activated. The backlash knocked Zofia backwards several steps.
You're a space cultivator!"
She spat accusingly. If she had known his affinity, Zofia would never have challenged him. Space cultivators were known to be tricky to deal with. Damn those slippery rogues. Kalius and Astrid gave each other looks of astonishment. Leontius merely nodded, having already suspected there was more to the new ascendant. Controlling space itself was no meager feat.
"One strike down, two to go,"
Slifer reminded her cheekily. Face still burning with embarrassment and rage, Zofia took a deep breath to calm herself. She would need absolute focus now. This opponent was far trickier than she anticipated. Activating Sword Heart increased her perception. Now his tricks would prove useless before her foresight. Her chi came off her in waves, trapping Slifer in her sword domain. 1,000 gleaming swords materialized around her, ready to attack. With a decisive slash of her blade, the endless sword rain descended upon Slifer from all directions. But before they found their mark, his spherical barrier flashed into existence once more. The wild tempest of blades glanced off harmlessly. Ding! Critical block card activated.
"One strike left. Make it count,"
Slifer said, examining his nails in feigned boredom. Gripping her sword with white knuckles, Zofia uttered an invocation. The blade ignited into a massive conflagration, scorching the very air.
"Burn all things! Zelahima!"
She slashed with all her might, unleashing the enormous firestorm point-blank towards Slifer, vaporizing metal and cooking the clouds beneath their feet. If he wished to play with fire, she would grant his wish. But instead of incinerating Slifer, the raging inferno simply vanished, absorbed into his barrier. Zofia's eyes widened in disbelief. How had he nullified her ultimate technique? Ding! Reflection barrier card activated. Slifer dusted off his robe casually.
"Now then, I believe that concludes your 3 strikes. Allow me to demonstrate how it's done. In 1 strike."
Zofia shook her head in denial.
"Impossible! No one except the Sect Master could—"
Her objection died on her lips as Slifer waved his hand, splitting open reality itself. From the yawning rift emerged Zofia's own firestorm, redirected right back at her.
No! How is this possible?"
Raising her sword defensively, Zofia poured every ounce of power she had into resisting the hellish flames. But her defense paled before her most powerful technique. The raging firestorm easily overpowered it, slamming into the woman with the force of a collapsing mountain. By the time the blaze cleared, Zofia remained standing through sheer force of will alone, swaying and half-naked amidst the ruins of cloth and armor. Her flawless skin now appeared cracked and blackened. Through the haze of pain, one thought dominated her mind. How could she have lost to this nobody?
I expected more.
Silence descended on the seventh heaven as Slifer's words sunk in. This unknown newcomer had just casually trounced one of the most powerful women alive. With her own attack, no less. Ding! Task complete. Awe the Ascendant Cultivators. Reward 1,000 karmic credits for each Ascendant Cultivator awed. Credits gained, 4,000 karmic credits.
I'll be taking the cube now,
Slifer declared, extending his hand towards Zofia. Despite the agony, Zofia lifted her head and glared at Slifer with eyes burning nearly as hot as the flames. With a pained grunt, she retrieved the promised essence cube from her storage ring and tossed it towards Slifer's outstretched hand. Catching the pulsing cube, the Black Rose Supreme Elder graced Zofia with a small nod.
You have my thanks for the generous gift.
In response, Zofia spat a glob of red phlegm to the deck before limping back to her cloud. Only once settled upon its surface did she retrieve a medicinal pill and consume it. Slowly, muscle and skin began to regrow across her ruined body as the medicine worked its magic. Ignoring her seething glare, Slifer addressed the remaining ascendants.
Now then, are we done here?
His tone carried an unspoken warning. No more games. Any other challengers would face similar consequences. But inwardly, Slifer was praying that they fell for his bluff. He had no more cards that could save him. The 2 critical block cards and the 1 reflection barrier card were all he had. Seeing the Ascendant Cultivators refuse to meet his eyes, Slifer held back a sigh of relief. The bluff had paid off.
In that case, let the meeting begin.
Chapter 62.
As we all know, the Intersect tournament takes place once every century to decide which disciples enter the sealed realm,
Leontius continued.
Each sect is allowed a number of guaranteed places based on how many ascendant cultivators they possess.
The Heavenly Light sect has 3 ascendants, so we get 3 guaranteed slots, Zofia interrupted, sitting taller. As one of those 3 ascendants, she would definitely claim a slot for her personal protégé. The girl showed promise, and the resources of the sealed realm would aid her growth immensely.
The Pure Soul sect has 2 ascendant cultivators, so we shall claim 2 slots,
Leontius said. Slifer had yet to meet the Pure Soul sect master. He wondered what sort of righteous paragon they must be to match someone like Leontius. 1 slot for the White Tiger sect, Astrid declared. She had already chosen which elite disciple would inherit that coveted spot. The boy showed exceptional talent with the White Tiger and deserved the chance.
And the Black Rose sect will have 2 slots,
Slifer commented. All eyes turned to Kallius, waiting for him to claim the Black Heart sect's allotment.
1 slot for my sect as well,
he said after a pause. In truth, Kallius wished he could claim more slots. Unfortunately, the Black Heart sect only had himself at the Ascendant level currently, a deficiency he was working to remedy, the only issue being he didn't trust his Grand Elders enough to help them break through.
Excellent. That leaves 10 remaining tournament slots, to be contested by the most talented disciples of each sect,
Leontius said.
Now we must decide which sect shall host the Intersect tournament this time.
At his words, Zofia shot to her feet. The Heavenly Light sect will be hosting the tournament, of course, she stated it, as if it were already decided. We hosted the last 2 tournaments, so by tradition the honor falls to us again. Also, Zofia continued, our Cloud Rise Arena is the largest and most renowned dueling ground in the mortal realm. Its facilities and protections are unmatched, perfect for such a competition. Her tone left no room for argument. After all, who could possibly object to the most powerful sect in the mortal realm? Slifer listened to her ramblings with a detached interest, leaning casually on the railing of his ship. He weighed the pros and cons of the Black Rose Sect hosting the prestigious tournament. The main advantage would be avoiding an unfamiliar environment filled with potential threats. Slifer disliked leaving the relative safety of his own territory. Venturing into another sect's domain meant surrendering control. And it would be twice as difficult to hide his identity there. Not to mention needing to interact with more self-righteous cultivators. I would rather not. Remaining within the Black Rose Sect's headquarters also granted the home advantage for their disciples. Familiarity with the terrain could prove the difference between victory and defeat during critical rounds. It's like in sports. Teams always do better when they play at home. However, being a host had disadvantages as well. If any conflicts arose as the Supreme Elder, it was expected that he would intervene. I can't just slip away. Also, entertaining a horde of cultivators just sounded exhausting. But at least I'll be in my element.
Actually, I believe it's the Black Rose Sect's turn to host the tournament this time.
His casual interjection cut off Zophia's building momentum. She turned on him, eyes blazing.
Absolutely not. There's no way I'd let a bunch of demonic cultivators organize something so important. It is the Heavenly Light Sect's duty to steer the righteous path forward.
She emphasized righteous, while looking disdainfully in Slifer's direction. In her eyes, he and his whole demonic sect were a blight needing to be cleansed. But Slifer only shrugged, not bothered by her scathing tone. She was just another hypocrite in his eyes.
Don't be petty.
He tapped his fingers against one of the cannons before continuing.
As the newest Supreme Elder, I wish to prove my sect's capabilities by hosting this tournament. Don't you agree, honored elders?
Slifer directed the last part to the other ascendants. Outnumbered, Zophia fumed but stayed silent, waiting to hear their reactions. Surely they would actually consider allowing those vile demonic cultivators to host something so important? Surprisingly, Astrid was the first to respond. The White Tiger Sect has no objections. She ignored Zophia's shocked look. If Supreme Elder Slifer believes his sect is ready for the responsibility, we shall not stand in his way. After her initial dismissive attitude towards Slifer, even Astrid found herself gaining respect for the mysterious man. The way he handled the earlier crises earned her vote. Leontius smiled reassuringly at the spluttering Zophia. Come now, let us give him a chance. The Intersect Tournament is meant to be an opportunity for all the sects to come together in fellowship. His gently chiding tone made Zophia duck her head grudgingly. When the kindly Supreme Elder phrased it like that, even she couldn't continue arguing so stubbornly, at least not without losing face. Kallius merely nodded. I have no objections either. The Blackheart sect will respect whatever is decided here. His bland words gave no hint of his true thoughts. In truth, Kallius looked forward to visiting the Black Rose Sect territory. It would grant him a rare opportunity to investigate the Black Rose Sect master who was rumored to be close to a mortal ascension. Realizing she stood alone, Zophia slowly retook her seat.
Fine. The Heavenly Light Sect will tolerate this break from tradition just this once,
she bit out, as though she had a say in the matter. Slifer got the sense that it physically pained her to make that concession. Well, letting go of petty grudges was an important lesson for one to learn, one he assumed someone so old should have learned by now. Then it's decided. We shall reconvene in 1 month's time at the Black Rose Sect for the official start of the tournament. Leontius smiled. The pure soul elder's faith in harmony between the sects shone through. He seems oddly naive for someone who's lived a few millennia. Slifer hoped Leontius's idealism wouldn't backfire one day. Or maybe this is all an act. Wouldn't surprise me. With the matter of the tournament settled, the ascendants exchanged a few more pleasantries before gradually dispersing. Back in the disciplinary hall, Slifer leaned back and stretched out on his throne, finally relaxing his stiff shoulders. Dealing with those insufferable elders had been utterly exhausting. At least the meeting had accomplished its purpose. The Black Rose Sect would host the Intersect tournament. As Slifer reached for a steaming bun from the feast laid out on the table beside him, the doors to the hall creaked open. Glancing up in annoyance at the interruption, he saw Grand Elder Wyatt shuffle inside. Ah, yes, time to deal with another nuisance. Slifer's eyes narrowed as he recalled Wyatt's attempt to sabotage him by lying about the time of the meeting. Slifer only realized when Zofia commented that he had turned up late. 3 days late.
To what do I owe the pleasure, Grand Elder Wyatt?
Slifer asked mildly, setting down the bun.
Have you come to beg forgiveness for your lapse in judgment earlier?
Wyatt froze mid-step as Slifer's words registered, his wrinkled face paling. So, the brat realized I intentionally tried to make him look foolish before the other elders.
Supreme Elder, of course not,
Wyatt sputtered, sweat beading on his forehead. The events of the Ascendant meet had reached his ears. He never expected that the Supreme Elder would be able to defeat Zofia, Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Light Sect, in one move.
It was merely an oversight on my part. No harm was intended.
Likely story, Slifer snorted. But intentions matter little, only results. And your bungling nearly cost this sect greatly.
But more importantly, nearly cost me. If Amelia could whip some sense into this old fool, that would be perfect. Unfortunately, our cultivation is just too low to beat up this old man.
However, the matter resolved itself nicely, Slifer continued. I'm feeling rather magnanimous at the moment, so I believe no further punishment is required.
Wyatt sagged in relief. Thank the heavens for small mercies. Perhaps he could still salvage something out of this mess.
You are too kind, Supreme Elder, he fawned. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds.
Slifer rolled his eyes at the blatant flattery before fixing Wyatt with a piercing stare that instantly silenced his groveling.
However, steps must be taken to avoid any further oversights, he continued. Effective immediately, I will be taking control of the treasury. Temporarily.
Slifer knew the old man wouldn't allow him to take it permanently. If Slifer pushed him into a corner, then the Grand Elder would retaliate with another scheme, and Slifer did not need Wyatt monitoring his actions.
What? You can't!
Wyatt burst out before catching himself. He attempted to smooth over his outburst.
That is to say, the treasury has always been under my discretion during the sect master's reclusion. To disturb the natural order over one small mistake would be premature, don't you agree?
Wyatt forced a placating smile, though inside he seethed at this outrageous demand. Relinquishing control of the sect's wealth was untenable. He would lose all standing. But Slifer was unmoved by his arguments. The Grand Elder needed to understand that he wasn't a pushover.
While I understand this may disrupt our natural order, extreme circumstances call for extreme measures. Let us call this an insurance policy to avoid potential catastrophes during my handling of the Intersect tournament.
Recognizing there was no convincing Slifer, Wyatt bowed.
Of course, Supreme Elder, I shall begin the process immediately. The treasury will be fully under your command within the hour.
See that it is.
Slifer leaned back casually, popping another dumpling into his mouth. Wyatt took the cue and quickly bowed out of the hall, but not before his wrinkled face briefly twisted into a ferocious scowl once his back was turned. That impudent brat! Wyatt cursed silently before schooling his features back into a mask of subservience. Patience is required here. A lot of patience. With the sect's power structure now firmly under his thumb, Slifer retired to his private chambers. An important matter required his attention, preparing for the sealed realm. He had already given Elder Fred responsibility on arranging the intricate details of the tournament. The old man didn't seem too pleased with the added work, but Slifer had to admit Fred was quite efficient. Slifer looked at the card floating in front of him. Avatar card. Create a complete clone of the user that can cultivate independently. Warning: the avatar cannot access the system or its cards. Slifer nodded thoughtfully. If he created an avatar, it could enter the sealed realm competition legitimately. The avatar would enter the competition and earn their sect another slot in the sealed realm. Then Slifer could reap the benefits and keep his identity hidden. It was a foolproof plan. But there was one obvious problem. Without access to the system, the avatar would not have access to any cards. It would need to cultivate through traditional methods. No pain, no gain, Slifer shrugged. Also, it would be a useful lesson in discipline for the clone. First, though, he needed to disguise his avatar's appearance. Having a second elderly Slifer running around wouldn't help his cause. He had the perfect solution. Another face card. Another face card. Description: allows the user to change appearance for up to 6 months. Activate. The character customization panel materialized before him, and Slifer clapped his hands together. It's just like a video game. After adjusting the various sliders and toggles, an appearance emerged that he felt would be worthy of his avatar. A handsome young man, around 18 years old, with tousled black hair and piercing green eyes. The lean, athletic physique with 6 stone-hard abs certainly didn't hurt either. This guy could easily pass for a model, handsome little bastard. With another wave of his hand, Slifer confirmed the new look. Before his eyes, his wrinkled hands smoothed and white hair darkened. Glancing at his reflection in a nearby water basin, Slifer nodded in approval at the roguish teen smirking back at him. Not bad at all, he mused, turning his face this way and that as if admiring a work of art. After a few moments enjoying his temporary makeover, it was at last time to create the clone. This time, when Slifer activated the avatar card, the process went smoothly. On the floor before him materialized a perfect copy of his new look, bare skin layered over lean muscle, limbs sprawled haphazardly. It looked like the clone was just waking up. With a soft groan, the clone opened his eyes, the same vivid green as Slifer's temporary ones, and slowly stood, gazing curiously around the chamber.
Well now, let's see what we have here,
Slifer murmured, beginning to circle the clone closely, as if inspecting a prize stallion. The resemblance truly was uncanny, from the unruly dark hair down to the elegant hands and feet. In fact, Slifer's gaze dipped lower, and his eyes widened in surprise.
Wow! Is that what I look like under all these robes?
He let out an impressed whistle.
I chose well during character creation.
The clone followed his gaze downwards and chuckled.
I know. I'm gorgeous. What can I say? We have excellent taste.
His voice emerged as a deeper echo of Slifer's own. Slifer laughed out loud at that. Perhaps creating a clone wasn't such a bad idea after all. It seemed they shared the same witty sense of humor. I have my own Kage Bunshin! After testing the clone's capabilities, Slifer was glad to find it an exact copy in every way except for system access. The two of them could even share thoughts and experiences if Slifer activated that function. This meant Slifer could share any insights or techniques he uncovered with his clone and vice versa. It was like having a customizable player 2 by his side. Now there was just one problem. What to name his new disciple? Somehow, little Slifer didn't seem quite right. The clone pursed his lips.
What about Zack?
He eventually suggested. Slifer froze in surprise. Zack. That had been his name before all this cultivation business began.
Zack, eh? I like it. Has a nice ring to it,
Slifer laughed, clasping the avatar's shoulder.
Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're my copy.
Zack gave a wry grin at that.
Wouldn't dream of it.
The two shared a look.
Welcome to the Black Rose Sect, my disciple. I'm at your command, Master.
Yes. Slifer had a good feeling about this partnership. Chapter 63. Slifer stood shirtless beneath a waterfall, the crashing water pounding down on his shoulders. In each hand he held a massive boulder, their rough surfaces digging into his palms and fingers as he focused on maintaining his grip. As much as he hated working out, he couldn't let his body cultivation fall behind. After a few more minutes, Slifer heard a distinct crack as the tendons in his arms stretched and expanded. He could feel the beast meat chi coursing through him, assimilating into his body. His lean muscles grew tighter, more defined. Ding! Congratulations! You have broken through to the late Foundation Establishment realm. Reward 250 karmic credits. Just one more sub-realm, then my spiritual and body cultivation will be the same. Slifer planned to enter the core formation realm as a double cultivator. Laughing, he turned off the chi restricting cuff. With the limiter removed, the boulders now felt like mere pebbles in his hands. He casually flung them out towards the lake with a flick of his wrists. The massive rocks went flying out in a blur, kicking up huge spouts of water as they skipped across the surface. One of the boulders zoomed to the shore where Nomad was walking. At the last second, he noticed and leapt out of the way. The boulder hit the shore with explosive force, sending debris flying in all directions. Is he trying to kill me? Nomad clutched at his chest, breathing heavily. He glanced back towards the waterfall just in time to see his master waving, apparently oblivious to how close he'd come to crushing his own disciple.
Ah, Nomad, you're finally here.
Slifer gestured for Nomad to come closer as he reached for a robe hanging from a nearby tree. Earlier, Slifer had dismissed his avatar to go cultivate in seclusion. He planned to eventually introduce Zack as a new disciple, but first he needed to deal with Huey's wavering loyalty. So he decided, whilst he waited for Morvran to return, he would do some training and check up on his new disciple. The young man quickly gathered himself and rushed over, going down on one knee before Slifer. Master, you called me?
Yes. How goes your cultivation with the Cathedral of Celestial Radiant Scripture?
As part of the chi refining stage, Nomad had to construct a cathedral within his danchan to store chi. Nomad shifted awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Truth be told, Master, my progress has been slower than I would like. I've only managed to finish about half of the cathedral so far. I suppose that puts me at the peak of the 5th level of chi condensation. My talents are meager compared to my senior brothers. No, talent isn't the issue. Slifer's eyes narrowed. With a talent of 8, Nomad should have been at the 7th stage of chi refining by now. The Cathedral of Celestial Radiant Scripture just isn't compatible with Nomad. I should try to convince him to pick a different method. He's only just begun his cultivation journey. It would be better to change methods now than later.
Have you considered switching to a different cultivation method? The Scripture of Broken Shadows may complement your constitution better.
But Nomad rapidly shook his head. No, Master! It has to be this one. Slifer held back a sigh. The boy's stubbornness was admirable, yet counterproductive. But then again, the boy was a protagonist-like figure. It was best to let him decide his own path. I just need to give some advice when I can.
The path of cultivation is yours to walk, and you must follow your heart,
Slifer said sagely.
Keep working hard, and you may earn a chance to enter the Intersect tournament and maybe even the Sealed Realm.
At the mention of the Sealed Realm, Nomad's eyes lit up, though he quickly hid it. I will try my best, Master. Slifer nodded, stroking his beard when a thought suddenly occurred.
Come to think of it, I haven't yet imparted any techniques to you, have I?
While a cultivation method provided the core foundation, supplementary techniques were needed for offense, defense, and movement. Without any techniques, a cultivator was a sitting duck. Slifer waved a hand, summoning one of his death warriors.
Escort Nomad to the treasury. You can pick one attack skill, one defense skill, and one movement technique.
The Death Warrior bowed in acknowledgement. Now that Slifer controlled the Sect treasury, he could freely hand out techniques to his disciples without needing to waste credits. But he was careful not to overwhelm Nomad by giving too many options right away. One of each type would be enough for now. But it wouldn't hurt to dangle a few more for encouragement. Turning back to Nomad, Slifer said,
If you can break through to the Foundation Establishment realm before the Intersect tournament, I'll let you pick another set of techniques.
Thank you, Master. Nomad bowed before following the Death Warrior. Nodding to himself, Slifer reflected on how smoothly everything was proceeding. Perhaps he had a knack for this whole master business after all. Ding! Your disciple Nomad's loyalty increased by 3%. Only 3%? Oh, maybe I'm not so good at this after all. As he was lost wondering what went wrong, Morvran appeared before him. Slifer's face cracked into a smile at the sight of his bald lackey.
How was the mission?
Locating the hidden village of his wayward disciple's secret lover had proved unusually difficult, but if anyone could accomplish it, it was Morvran. There was a reason he was the original's right-hand man. It was a success, Master. Morvran relayed the village's exact coordinates.
Ha-ha! Excellent work!
Morvran flushed at the praise. Think nothing of it, Master. Serving you is this one's sole purpose. As good as that is for me, it is a sad life.
Nonetheless, I am grateful,
Slifer replied.
Come, let us pay this young lady a visit.
With a rippling motion of his fingers, Slifer opened a portal. He strode through, with Morvran close behind. The gateway sealed shut after them. They emerged along a dusty road on the outskirts of the village. The common folk milling about the street froze at the sudden appearance of two immortals. A young child pointed and squealed, "Look, Mama, immortals!" The mother quickly gathered up her child, eyeing the strangers warily. "Hush now, don't stare," she murmured. Slifer raised his hands in a peaceful gesture, offering what he hoped was a disarming smile.
We're only here to visit Olivier. Could anyone point me in the right direction?
The villagers looked at one another. The old man in front of them had one of those faces that you just couldn't trust. After a brief pause, one of the villagers spoke up. "That'd be the place there, Lord Immortal," he said, pointing to a modest but well-kept cottage down the lane.
Here!
Slifer flicked a golden coin to the villager, who fumbled to catch it. "Bless you, Immortal!" the man cried in delight, quickly pocketing the coin. The other villagers murmured in relief, seeing that the immortals were not like the other ones that visited their village a few months back. Villagers really are simple. Slifer allowed himself a small smile at winning them over so easily. Approaching the front door, Slifer rapped his knuckles against the wood. He thought it was better not to simply barge into the home unannounced like most immortals would have done. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a petite girl with chestnut hair and sapphire eyes set in a heart-shaped face of flawless cream. No wonder Huey fell for her. Slifer sucked in a sharp breath. She was the very image of a classical jade beauty. After a few moments of awkward silence, the young woman bit her lip anxiously. The strange old man was just staring. Had she opened the door to some senile vagrant?
"Can I help you, sir?"
Slifer coughed, realizing his gawking had nearly frightened the poor woman away.
Olivier, is it? I'm Huey's master.
At the mention of Huey, the girl seemed to relax. A faint blush colored her cheeks.
"Oh, yes, that's me. Is Huey here?"
She craned her neck, trying to see behind Slifer. Finding only a plump baldy there, her face fell. Slifer shook his head.
No, I'm afraid not. But I was hoping to speak with you. Can we come inside?
"Oh, please, come in."
Walking inside, Slifer immediately noticed an older man sitting by the window, whittling away at a small block of wood. He had thinning white hair and resembled Olivier somewhat. The man looked up, taking in Slifer's cultivator robes. His expression darkened.
Oi, girl! What are you thinking, inviting a strange immortal into our home?
Brom stood protectively in front of his daughter. Slifer couldn't help but agree with the old man. As soon as Huey's name was mentioned, the girl was a little too quick to let her guard down. Not that she could have done anything to protect herself from an immortal. Slifer held back a sigh. The disparity between mortals and cultivators was too great of a chasm. Resistance against an immortal was useless.
This is Huey's master, father.
At the familiar name, the old man relaxed slightly, though his eyes remained suspicious.
And what business does he have here?
A thought seemed to occur to him, and his scowl deepened.
If you come to snatch my girl, you can turn right back around.
Slifer's brows shot up in surprise. He had expected curiosity, perhaps suspicion given their immortal status, but not outright hostility. And such assumptions! Though it was common knowledge that old immortals loved to kidnap young girls. I'm not actually an old man, and I'm definitely not dumb enough to steal a protagonist's lover.
It is nothing like that. I would like to take Olivier into my sect as a disciple.
Since Slifer wasn't planning on taking Olivier as his own personal disciple, the system would have no issue with it. In truth, Slifer didn't care which of the elders took her in. As long as Huey was happy, that was all that mattered. And then we can work together to deal with that grandpa. Olivier's eyes grew round with surprise at the offer. She never imagined she might have the talent to become an immortal herself.
The hell she will,
Brom snapped, jabbing his carving knife towards Slifer.
I'll not have some immortal coot taking my daughter away, no matter how grand he thinks he is. Your kind brings nothing but trouble.
At his side, Morvran bristled angrily.
Mind your tongue, mortal! You are talking to the Supreme Elder of the Black Rose Sect. Show respect!
Slifer gently motioned for Morvran to be calm. Personally, Slifer was more shocked than offended. This sort of defiance was intriguing. The old Slifer would have just killed the insolent fool on the spot. Most mortal parents would be overjoyed at the prospect of their child joining a sect. Just how was he to persuade this stubborn old bastard? Brute force clearly wasn't the answer. As he pondered this dilemma, a loud gurgling sound erupted from Slifer's stomach. Olivier's eyes widened at the sound. She made a move towards the hearth, saying,
You must be hungry, master. Please allow me to prepare something quickly.
No, there's no need for that.
An idea was forming in Slifer's mind.
In fact, I believe a celebration is in order tonight, a feast for the entire village. A fine meal won't be enough to sway me.
Brom narrowed his eyes.
You immortals always want something in return for your generosity.
He spat the last word. Morvran once again took a step forward, but Slifer held him back. As much as he liked Morvran standing up for him, antagonizing the man further wouldn't help matters. No, he would need a soft touch here.
This is merely a small gesture of goodwill, nothing more.
Slifer gave his most innocent smile. The old man continued glaring, but said nothing more. Slifer mentally counted this as a minor victory. He had planted the first seeds. Now he just needed to help them grow. Night fell, and the village square was lit up with lanterns and a great bonfire. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the mouth-watering smell of roasting beast meat. Slifer sat in the seat of honor with Morvran standing dutifully behind him. Slifer had tried to encourage Morvran to sit down and join them, but Morvran refused, saying something about how he needed to stay sober whilst at work. Food does drive him crazy. Probably something to do with the great cock bloodline. To Slifer's left were Olivier and her father Brom, eating with somewhat less enthusiasm than their neighbors. The villagers were thoroughly enjoying the rare treat of beast meat and fine wine. The children ran about playing games while adults chatted and sang merrily. Many bowed or waved in thanks towards Slifer for his generosity. He nodded and smiled in return. He had to give off the impression that he was approachable and not a recluse with zero social skills. They were the ones known to resort to kidnapping. Overall, his plan seemed to be working smoothly. The villagers were warming to him, and Brahm was even engaging in small talk with him. Just a little more time and effort, Slifer mused, and the girl will be mine. Huey's. As Slifer took a sip of the immortal wine, his spiritual sense detected something in the darkness beyond the village outskirts. Multiple somethings, in fact, and headed this way.
Well, well,
Slifer murmured under his breath.
Right on schedule.
Chapter 64. 30 minutes later.
And my daughter Callista, you must meet her,
Wilhelm bellowed, swaying tipsily as he gestured towards a plain-faced girl across the village square.
A true beauty, ripe for the picking, strong hips, perfect for bearing many sons. You will find a better bride in the region, I tell you.
The old man laughed uproariously as if he'd just told the most hilarious joke in history. Slifer nodded along politely, only half listening as he tore into a juicy beast leg coated in savory sauce. Slifer loved food, but dry meat was the bane of his existence. As for the drunken villager's ramblings, or his daughter, Slifer had zero interest. Mortals were often quiet in the presence of cultivators, but a drink or two was enough to change that. Best to simply let the man prattle on. Most of Slifer's attention was focused out beyond the edges of the village, where his spiritual sense tracked the multiple figures closing in through the darkness. 9, to be precise. They surrounded the village from all directions, and their cultivation, core formation at least. Slifer's eyes flicked to Morvran, and with a subtle tilt of his head, signaled for his companion to take no action yet. Morvran gave an almost imperceptible nod in response. They would wait for the other party to make the first move.
A fine, strong lass, my Callista,
Wilhelm rambled on, oblivious to the silent exchange happening right in front of him.
Sturdy, obedient, and skilled in all the womanly arts.
A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The music and chatter died abruptly as all heads turned towards the cry. Wilhelm blinked sluggishly, wine sloshing from his cup.
What's all this, then?
He peered at the seat beside him, only just realizing it was now empty. That strange immortal who'd been there moments before had vanished, and his grim, bald sidekick, too. Odd. Very odd. Brahm and Olivier exchanged tense glances from where they sat nearby.
I warned you these immortals would bring trouble,
Brahm grumbled.
We don't know that, Father. Don't be so quick to judge.
Olivier shook her head, but her voice lacked conviction. Her father did have a point. Whenever immortals visited the village, trouble seemed to follow. Always.
Stay close to me, girl,
Brahm ordered, standing protectively by her side as they began carefully making their way back to their house. Meanwhile, the screams had come from the far side of the village, where a young woman who had decided to leave the feast early was now cowering behind the corner of a building. Before her stood a hulking black beast with the sleek fur and feline features of a panther. Violet, predatory eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it stalked towards the frozen girl, razor fangs bared. With a guttural snarl, the beast sprung forward, lethal claws extended to tear through flesh and bone. But faster than a blink, a blinding arc of silver flashed through the air. Blood sprayed, and the panther's headless body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, its severed head rolling away into the shadows. Behind the corpse stood an elderly man in orange robes, face grim as he flicked the residual gore off the blade. The young woman looked up at the old man and tried to say something. Her mouth was working, but no sound emerged. Slifer wrinkled his nose at the stench of voided bowels. Always unsightly business, that.
Go inside where it's safe,
he instructed before shifting his focus back to the matter at hand. Ding! You killed a core formation beast. 25 karmic credits gained. Ding! You killed a core formation beast. 25 karmic credits gained. Ding! Save the villagers. Reward 100 karmic credits. Current progress, 4 out of 9 beasts defeated. Slifer's spiritual sense rapidly swept the area, taking stock of the situation. There were 5 panther-like beasts left, and Morvran was making quick work of them. Slifer recognized the beasts from the original's memories. They were known as Pantherions. They typically hunted in groups, known as prides. The pride that was attacking the village were at the core formation realm. Slifer's eyes narrowed in consideration. These beasts were clearly more cunning than the average wild animal. They had been patiently staking this village, waiting for the right moment to strike. The scent of roasting beast meat from tonight's feast must have lured them in prematurely. In truth, this surprise attack aligned perfectly with Slifer's own intentions for the night. He had known the panther beasts were lurking nearby and planned to draw them out in order to display his strength and protection to the villagers. Now they could witness for themselves what would have befallen them without the cultivators' intervention. A necessary step to softening old Brahm's stance against the sect taking in his precious daughter.
But core formation beasts attacking a simple village?
Typically, only chi condensation or foundation establishment creatures would actively hunt mortals. Those at core formation and above required the rich spiritual energy found in cultivator cores to advance. The Pantherions were stealthy, opportunistic hunters, but mortals were essentially useless to them, so why were they here? The chilling sound of a low, rumbling growl snapped Slifer from his musings. Whirling around, he saw another Pantherion creeping from the shadows. It moved cautiously, muscles tensed as it sniffed the air. Its eyes landed on the headless corpse of its fellow panther and widened in shock.
Oh, good! You're finally here! I was starting to think you got lost on the way to the feast.
Slifer waved his blood-stained sword in a beckoning gesture. The Pantherion tensed, fangs bared threateningly, but it hesitated to attack. Slifer's cultivation level was only at peak foundation establishment after all. By all rights, these core formation creatures could make short work of him. Yet this human exuded an air of absolute confidence, even eagerness for battle. It was strange. The Pantherion paced, its eyes locked onto the human. The prudent thing would be to retreat for now, but its pride stung at abandoning its fallen comrade so easily. Sensing its indecision, Slifer laughed.
As much as I'd love to play with you all night, I've more important matters to attend to.
With that, Slifer lunged forward and swung his sword towards the Pantherion's head. The beast yowled in surprise and narrowly dodged the attack, leaping aside at the last instant. Its eyes lit up as it realized that its prey was slower than it expected. Perhaps it had overestimated this human. It pounced, claws extended, and fangs bared as it aimed for the vulnerable flesh of Slifer's neck. But Slifer's face showed no hint of fear at the oncoming assault. Instead, his lips pulled back in a fierce, mocking grin just before the killing blow could land.
Gotcha!
In the next instant, the panther's claws and fangs passed harmlessly through Slifer's body as though it was an illusion. Its eyes went wide with shock as it stumbled and slammed into the ground where the human had stood only a heartbeat ago. Before the disoriented beast could react, Slifer's form solidified behind it and nearly slashed through the vulnerable back of its neck with a precise swing of his sword. With a final snarl, the light faded from the beast's eyes, and its lifeless body collapsed to the dusty ground. Ding! You killed a core formation beast. 25 karmic credits gained.
Love that trick,
Slifer chuckled to himself as he flicked the blood from his blade. The phase technique was incredibly useful, and if he was being honest, it made him feel pretty badass too. If only I could spam it like Obito did. Just as Slifer got caught up admiring his handiwork, his spiritual sense picked up a powerful aura, and it seemed to be heading towards Olivier's house.
Shit!
As Olivier stepped inside the house, Brahm quickly shut the door behind them and slid the iron bolt securely into place. He doubted such measures would stop a rampaging beast, but the action provided some meager comfort nonetheless. There now, We should be safe enough here, Brahm said, attempting to inject confidence into his voice. Inside, his heart pounded against his ribs.
Do you think everyone else is okay, Father?
Olivier asked softly, voicing the worry gnawing at both their minds. Brahm chose not to voice the bleak thoughts swirling through his mind. The others likely weren't okay. When beasts attacked settlements this small and remote, rarely did anyone escape with their lives. Instead, he merely grunted, settling on a stool by the hearth and attempting to project a calm demeanor. He had to be strong for his daughter.
All we can do is wait here for now and pray,
he rumbled wearily, removing a chunk of wood and a small paring knife from his vest. Fighting against these beasts would be suicide, and he would not risk his daughter's life. Focusing on the familiar task of whittling would help settle his nerves. The rhythmic rasping of blade on wood filled the heavy silence as he carefully shaved curling strips from the block clutched between calloused fingers.
That man, Huey's master. He seemed kind,
Olivier said after a while.
Surely he would help protect the villagers.
Brahm's steady strokes paused briefly at the mention of the white-bearded stranger.
Or he and his portly companion ran at the first sign of danger,
he muttered darkly. Before Olivier could offer any rebuttal, Brahm's head jerked up, the hairs on his neck and arms standing on end. The air had changed, grown heavier somehow. It was here. Olivier gasped softly as she too sensed it, eyes darting fearfully between the door and her father. Together they rose slowly from their seats, Brahm placing himself between his daughter and whatever lay in wait beyond that feeble wooden barrier. His palms grew slick around the grip of his carving knife. Memories of the last time monsters had visited their village flickered through his mind, bringing bile to the back of his throat. His wife, No. He would not let that happen again. A floorboard just outside the door creaked under some tremendous weight. Brahm's breath stalled in his lungs. Silence hung for a torturous moment. Then, with an ear-splitting crack, the barred door exploded inwards, shredded by claws longer than a man's arm. A huge pantherion stalked inside, lips peeled back to reveal jagged teeth capable of crushing bone. Hot saliva dripped from its maw as violet eyes focused on the cowering mortals. Powerful limbs tensed, ready to pounce and tear these humans apart in an instant. But quick as a flash, Brahm lunged forward with a wordless cry. Years of handling sharp tools had honed his reflexes and precision. But the resistance of a mortal was futile. Massive paws batted Brahm aside as easily as one might a bothersome fly. The old carpenter flew across the room and hit the far wall with bone-jarring force before crumpling to the floor. "Father!" Olivier cried, dodging around the thrashing monster. She fell to her knees at Brahm's side, desperately pressing her apron against the deep gashes torn across his abdomen by those razor talons. Blood seeped hot over her fingers no matter how hard she tried to staunch the flow. Seeing the brute turn towards them, Olivier curled over her father's body protectively. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable, as the pantherion towered over her.
"Huey's master, where are you?"
Chapter 65. Slifer reappeared inside Olivier's cottage just in time to see an enormous clawed paw press down on Olivier's back. The pantherion was easily twice the size of the others, with fur the deep purple of twilight. It turned its head towards Slifer. A low snarl emanated from its throat. The message was clear. One wrong move from him, and the girl would pay the price. Slifer clenched his jaw, weighing his options. Of all the ways this could have gone, getting caught in a hostage situation ranked pretty low on the list. I didn't even know beasts were smart enough to take hostages. From the weight of the leader's aura, the Pantherion King had clearly reached the nascent soul stage. Slifer then remembered that Pantherions were able to reach human-like intelligence earlier than most beasts. Negotiating safely out of this predicament wouldn't be easy.
"Seems we found ourselves at an impasse here,"
Slifer called out mildly.
"So what do you want?"
The Pantherion rumbled again in response. "Right, no baby dragon around to conveniently translate. I'll just have to wing it." Slifer tried to decipher meaning from the Pantherion's noises and body language. The beast appeared reluctant to actually make good on its threat unless provoked. It seemed like it knew that its ambush had failed, and that Slifer wasn't the Foundation establishment cultivator that his aura indicated he was. Now the beast just wanted to secure safe passage for the remaining members of its pride. As for why it targeted Olivier, either the beast was intelligent enough to sense that the girl was the only villager Slifer cared about, or Slifer just had dogshit luck. No matter what happens, I can't let her die. I think I can work with this.
"How about we make a deal?"
The Pantherion scoffed at the notion of cooperating with the man who'd slaughtered half its kin. As if reading its thoughts, Slifer laughed.
"Look, you attacked us first. If I were set on killing you all, would any of your pride still be breathing? I'm offering you a chance here."
Grudgingly, the Pantherion had to acknowledge the logic in his words. Among beasts, it was kill or be killed. Temporary alliances were common when mutually beneficial. And right now, with most of the male members of his pride dead, the females and cubs were vulnerable. Perhaps this arrangement could work. But how could this human help him, and what exactly was being asked in return? Sensing he needed to show his worth, Slifer subtly adjusted his aura until it surpassed even the nascent soul beast, stopping just short of half-step origin realm. Who knew the peaked Slifer aura card would be useful? Immediately, the Pantherion tensed, claws flexing as that oppressive pressure settled over it.
"Let me sweeten the deal. Swear your allegiance, and I'll help you rule the nearby lands."
Slifer smiled. The Pride was in a precarious situation. Before the ambush, the Pantherion Pride was one of the weaker beast groups in the area. Had it not been for their speed and intelligence, they would have been wiped out long ago. If what the human was promising was true... After a stretched silence, a fire of ambition lit up the Pantherion's gaze. It dipped its head and stepped away from Olivier. Well, I'm glad that worked out. And here I thought I'd have to waste another card. Crisis averted. For now, anyway. Slifer's aura dissipated as he approached the girl and her father. He pulled a small brown pill from his sleeve.
"Here, he needs to take this quickly."
Brahm's eyelids fluttered weakly at the sound of Slifer's voice. With Olivier's help, he managed to tilt his head back enough to swallow the medicinal pellet. The effect was immediate. Color returned to Brahm's cheeks as the bleeding stopped and torn flesh began knitting back together. Within moments, only faint scars remained across his abdomen. As Brahm struggled to rise on still shaky legs, he eyed Slifer warily.
"I suppose you think yourself quite clever, then,"
he huffed, nodding pointedly to the hulking Pantherion king.
"Lure the beasts here with a feast, only to play the hero?"
Slifer raised his brows, looking vaguely offended by the accusation.
"The Pantherion Pride has been stalking your village for some time. I sensed them closing in even before we arrived. It was mere coincidence that provided an opportunity to, kill two birds with one stone."
Brahm's expression remained skeptical. Slifer tilted his head towards the Pantherion king.
"Ask it yourself if you don't believe me."
After a moment of what seemed like silent communication between man and beast, Brahm grunted ambiguously.
"It seems you weren't lying. But the arrival of you mortals always brings trouble. You can't blame an old man for being cautious."
Cautious? That's a nice way of putting it. The old man was downright rude. But Slifer didn't care enough to argue. He did see the old guy's point.
"I understand. I know you only want to keep your daughter safe. But left unprotected, even a peaceful village such as yours can become prey."
Slifer placed a hand gently on Brahm's shoulder.
"The path of cultivation could give her the power to defend herself when you no longer can. Is that not worth thinking about?"
Brom stared silently at the ground. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with resignation.
You may be right. I'm just an old fool. I can't decide for her. The girl must choose her own path now.
Olivier clutched her father's arm, smiling up at him brightly.
Don't say such things, Father. But becoming an immortal could help keep our family and village safe. With your blessing, I will try my best.
Brom patted her hand.
You have it, though it pains me to see you leave. Do an old man proud.
Slifer had considered changing Brom's mortal fate, but he knew that it would be extremely difficult for the old man to cultivate at his age. The body tempering stage was too difficult. Most mortals couldn't bear it. Some even described it as torture. If it was like my situation where he would be recultivating, that would be a different situation. Seeing the father and daughter pair embrace, Slifer motioned to the Pantherion king to follow him. On the way to Morvran, the Pantherion king recovered corpses of its kin. When they finally found Morvran, they arrived in time to see the bald steward grinning savagely as he smashed the heads of 2 Pantherions together repeatedly. The Pantherion king growled at the sight.
Had enough fun?
Clearing his throat, Slifer got Morvran's attention. Morvran, realizing that the Pantherion king had submitted to his master, let the beasts go. The beasts immediately scurried over to cower behind their leader, letting out whines of complaint. Ah, master! We're done? Morvran wiped the blood off his hands. With a slight shake of his head and chuckle, Slifer nodded.
We are. The sect can dispatch someone to deal with the rest.
The nascent soul elder would be sent to guard the village until the Pantherion deal was secured. Together they returned to Brom's cottage, where Olivier waited for them. Slifer tore open a portal back to the Black Rose sect. There was one final piece of business before this night's work was concluded.
It's time to see Huey.
Slifer sat casually in his courtyard, orange robes draped loosely across his shoulders, as he nibbled on a freshly steamed pork dumpling. Beside him stood Morvran, hands clasped behind his back. As usual, the plump baldy looked ready to beat someone up at the slightest provocation. Across the courtyard, standing alone near an ornamental rock garden, was a young woman in pale blue cultivator robes. She fidgeted nervously with the fabric, eyes downcast and cheeks flushed. Olivier's heart pounded as she waited for Huey. She was eager to see him after so long apart, but what if he reacted poorly to her presence here? What if there was another girl? Maybe coming to the sect had been a foolish wish. Noticing the girl's nervous fidgeting, Slifer smiled to himself. Ah, young love. How nauseatingly sweet. No matter the realm, some things never changed. A faint whistle sounded from above. Slifer tipped his head back lazily, catching sight of a dark figure rapidly descending from the sky. Right on time. Slifer popped the last dumpling into his mouth just as Huey landed on the ground and bowed. You summoned me, master. Huey's dark eyes flicked briefly to the shy, brown-haired girl standing off to one side. He did a double take. Was that... No, it couldn't be.
Allow me to introduce our newest recruit.
Slifer rose and gestured to the blushing young woman.
This is...
Olivier? Huey blurted out in disbelief. Olivier's eyes widened at being addressed so directly. A pretty blush colored her cheeks as she gave a nervous nod. Yes. Greetings, senior brother Huey, she stammered, gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Now that she was a member of the sect, Huey would be her senior brother, and she had to address him as such. He wasn't just her Huey anymore. Huey stared, mouth agape. He seemed torn between rushing forward to embrace her and remaining rooted in place out of shock. Meanwhile, Slifer watched on in amusement. To be young and in love again. Takes me back to my first girlfriend, Kylie. Or was it Kaylee? Can't seem to recall her name. Probably wasn't important. They're probably more realistic AI models now anyway.
I don't understand. Huey finally found his voice. Olivier doesn't have the aptitude to cultivate. Why is she here?
At his words, Olivier's smile faltered.
After all this time, that's the first thing he says?
Olivier bit her lip and turned away before Huey could see her eyes water. A lover spat? I guess it's up to me to fix it. Slifer cleared his throat.
Yes, well, it's true she doesn't have a spiritual root. But after hearing how my favorite disciple had lost his heart to a mortal girl, what sort of master would I be if I didn't help my disciple out?
Slifer paused, eyebrow cocked as if waiting for some praise at his benevolence. When there was no reaction, he huffed and continued.
As I was saying, a lack of spiritual roots poses no real obstacle for someone like myself. She'll have some spiritual roots soon enough. Then you'll be free to pursue your romantic interests openly.
You really found a way?
Huey breathed, scarcely daring to hope.
Of course. Why else would I have brought her all the way here? Humph! Your master lies! No treasure in the mortal realms could awaken a non-existent spiritual root!
Li Fengao scoffed from within the ring. Huey ignored the skeptical immortal spirit, too focused on Slifer's words to care. All that mattered was the possibility of a life with Olivier. He dropped to his knees before Slifer.
Master, I beg you, please help make Olivier a cultivator!
His voice cracked with emotion. Slifer looked profoundly uncomfortable with this sudden display of gratitude. He waved his hands frantically.
All right, that's enough bowing. Just doing my duty as your master, no need for all this.
His face slightly flushed, he quickly rummaged through his storage ring.
Now let's get this over with.
He retrieved an unremarkable circular medallion on a long cord and gestured for Olivier to approach.
Here, place this on your forehead and close your eyes, he instructed gently.
Olivier glanced nervously at Huey, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. With a small gulp, she raised the talisman to her brow. The talisman pulsed with a soft blue glow the moment it touched her skin. Gasps echoed around the courtyard as glowing runes began flowing outwards, slowly enveloping Olivier's body in an intricate web of light. The runes spun faster, weaving together to form the image of a massive wheel rotating around and around her slender frame. Huey stared transfixed as the hypnotic pattern swirled, holding his breath. After several moments, the runes flickered and faded. The now dark talisman slipped from Olivier's brow as her knees buckled. Huey darted forward just in time to catch her limp body before it hit the ground. Cradling her close, he frantically swept his spiritual sense over Olivier.
She's all right,
he announced with clear relief. A smile broke across Huey's face.
No, more than that. She has a spiritual root now. I can't believe it.
Overjoyed, Huey spun Olivier's slumbering form in an impromptu dance across the courtyard.
Yes, the Wheel of Fate talisman is remarkably effective, if a bit rough on the user, Slifer remarked. She will probably sleep for a few hours. When she wakes up, she will be at the chi-refining realm.
He was rather curious what sort of root the girl had awakened, but using spiritual sense without permission to scan another's body was rude, especially when their lover was right there. I can just ask later when she wakes up. Huey paused his celebratory jig.
You mean she'll skip the body tempering stage completely?
Slifer simply chuckled.
The sleep is her tempering. When she wakes, she can begin refining spiritual energy. Consider it a bonus for having such a benevolent master.
He finished with a roguish wink.
Master, thank you. This means more than I can say.
Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Huey's loyalty has reached 100%. New option available. Convert Huey to a righteous cultivator. Reward, a righteous disciple will earn ×3 credit. Finally. It's done. Slifer let out a tired sigh. His plan had worked. Ding! New mission. 1 righteous disciple is worth more than 1,000 demonic trash. Description: your disciple is ready to join the righteous path. Give him a sermon and ask him to join. Huey carefully set Olivier's sleeping form on a bench. He turned to face his master once more, his expression turning serious.
Master, there is something important I need to tell you.
Don't you dare, boy!
Li Fengao shrieked.
Have you mushrooms for brains?
But Huey didn't care what the grandpa thought.
No more lies. No more hiding. It's time for Master to learn everything.
Chapter 66. Huey faltered, dropping his gaze.
I haven't been fully honest with you, Master. There are things I've kept hidden.
Is this what I think it is? Slifer raised an eyebrow.
Back when you were in closed-door cultivation, Olivier gave me this ring as a parting gift,
Huey confessed.
I didn't think much of it at first, but then I realized there was an immortal spirit trapped inside.
Li Fengao let loose a string of expletives, cursing the boy's foolish honesty. Huey winced but pressed on.
His name is Li Fengao. Apparently he is some kind of greater immortal.
Huey kept his gaze fixed firmly on the ground, unable to meet his master's eyes. Would Slifer be angry? Would he punish Huey? For a long moment, Slifer simply looked at Huey with an unfathomable expression. Then he threw back his head and laughed.
Yes. I've known about your ghostly roommate for a while now.
You did?
Seeing Huey's dumbfounded expression, Slifer chuckled.
Did you really think anything could escape my notice?
Relief washed over Huey in a great wave.
Of course his master had already known.
Slifer's abilities were beyond comprehension.
Huey silently berated himself for doubting him.
I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Master. After everything with the treasures, I was worried you might take the ring for yourself.
Huey's cheeks reddened.
But you've changed a lot recently. I should have trusted you.
Slifer waved off Huey's concern. The original had taken advantage of Huey on more than one occasion. He couldn't blame the boy for being reluctant.
That's fine. I am just glad you felt comfortable enough to open up to me now.
Now I just need to check this Li Fengao out myself and find out if he is a threat. Can't have parasitic grandpas leeching off my disciples. With no cards that could protect him, Slifer had been reluctant to interact directly with the immortal spirit. However, now that Huey had opened up to him, Slifer had to basically do a security check if he didn't want to come off as suspicious. Even if he is evil, if I only send my spirit sense into the ring, the worst that could happen is it gets destroyed. And then I'll stock up credits until I can get a card powerful enough to kill the old man.
I'd like to have a chat with this grandpa of yours,
Slifer said lightly.
Just to make sure he isn't up to any funny business.
Huey shifted his feet awkwardly.
Actually, Master, I can't sense his presence right now. I think he's hiding.
Hiding? Wait a minute. Is the immortal grandpa scared of me? This was unexpected. An indignant squawk sounded from the ring.
Hiding? This old man hides from no one.
Oh, wait, never mind, Huey laughed. He's back.
Great. Let him know I only want to chat.
The last thing I need is for this grandpa to go all kamikaze on me. Huey nodded.
Just go easy on him, okay? He's very proud, but I don't think he means any real harm.
Slifer held back an eye roll at Huey's naivete. Clearly the boy had gotten attached to the ring spirit. Doesn't matter. I'll just assess the situation myself. Closing his eyes, Slifer sent a wisp of spiritual sense into the ring. When he opened them again, Slifer found himself standing in an endless white void. Strange, he thought. He had expected at least some attempt at a pocket dimension illusion. This greater immortal was either incredibly weak or astronomically lazy. Perhaps a bit of both, Slifer amended, catching sight of a robed figure floating towards him. Despite not having a physical form, the weight of Li Fengao's aura was immense, causing Slifer's spiritual projection to tremble. This guy, he isn't simple, Slifer thought, keeping a tight grip on his spiritual form.
You're not what I expected,
Li Fengao said, brow furrowing.
The boy thinks you're only an ascendant cultivator, yet your abilities far exceed any mortal cultivator. In fact, some of your skills should be impossible even in the immortal realm."
The old man drifted closer, scrutinizing Slifer intently.
"Even standing before me now, you seem like a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator."
Slifer remained silent, allowing Li Fengao's monologue to continue. No need to interrupt an immortal fond of hearing his own voice. From his experience in this world, the greatest lesson Slifer learned was that the more he talked, the greater the chance that he would slip up.
"Just what are you? Have you surpassed the great immortal realm?"
Li Fengao's eyes widened. Interesting. The old man thinks I'm hiding my strength. Guess it's time to pretend to be something that can scare even a greater immortal. Slifer adopted a mysterious air.
"The mortal realm? The immortal realm? Such things are beneath my notice. The world is far more vast than you know."
He let that hang in the air for a moment. Nothing Slifer had said was a lie. This whole xianxia world was just one of many worlds, another being Earth. Even if the immortal had an ability that could call out lies, it didn't matter. Li Fengao looked vaguely offended, but also intrigued. It's working. Time to reel him in.
"In fact, with your limited perspective, I doubt you could understand even if I explained it to you."
It was just vague and mystical enough to reinforce Li Fengao's assumptions without making any definitive claims. Ha! Eat your heart out, Gandalf. The immortal spirit bristled, pride stung. But he could not refute Slifer's words. He'd witnessed the mysterious cultivator's inexplicable power many times. After a lengthy pause, Li Fengao rubbed his beard.
"I see. I apologize, Senior."
Phew, it worked. Now I can get some answers of my own.
"What do you want from Huey?" I just wanted his help getting a new body." Is that so? Then you haven't been secretly plotting to make Huey your disciple the moment you escape this prison?"
Slifer replied, one brow raised.
"Aye, well, that is,
Li Fengao spluttered, indignant denials dying on his tongue. With a scowl, he switched tactics.
"The boy shows promise. I didn't want you demonic insight."
Name, Li Fengao. Realm, Peak, Greater Immortal, sealed. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, NA. Disposition, NA. Comprehension, 8. Luck, 7. Talent, 9. Will, 6. 8. As expected from a Greater Immortal, he's got protagonist-level stats. But Slifer wasn't too bothered with the grandpa stats. The only reason he used the insight skill was to give the grandpa a little scare. The higher the cultivation, the more aware a person was of their soul. Slifer assumed a greater immortal would feel an uncomfortable sensation as he used insight, especially since Slifer activated it so blatantly. It's that look again. A bead of spectral sweat trickled down the old man's brow as he snapped his mouth shut. Slifer's gaze made Li Fengao feel as if the demonic cultivator was peering through his soul. Compared to the previous time, this was twice as intense. He felt like he was laid out utterly bare. He felt insignificant. As a greater immortal, he couldn't remember the last time he felt like this.
"I'm sorry," he coughed.
"I won't try to steal your disciple." Li Fengao also couldn't remember the last time those words left his mouth. It galled him to humble himself this way, but the life essence technique weighed heavily on his mind. He could not risk provoking this man's wrath. Satisfied that his scare tactic had succeeded, Slifer inclined his head.
"Take good care of my Huey, and don't try to turn him against me. It would be unwise."
With that, Slifer's projection faded away. The immortal spirit sagged in relief. Dealing with beings of higher cultivation was always stressful, even for someone at his realm, and this Slifer unnerved him more than most.
"Still, perhaps I can use this to my advantage," Li Fengao mused aloud. "The boy has gotten closer to me. If I help him out more, I might be able to curry more favor from his master."
The opportunity to gain a few words of advice from a being who had surpassed the greater immortal realm was too great to pass up. Even if Li Fengao escaped the ring, he didn't have the confidence to succeed in breaking through. His only hope was this mysterious immortal.
Yes, that should work nicely.
Back in the courtyard, Slifer, unaware of the old man's plan to kiss up to him, withdrew his spiritual sense and turned to Huey with a reassuring smile.
The grandpa won't be any trouble. In fact, you could learn a thing or two from him. Just be careful if he tries turning you against your master.
Slifer's expression turned sly.
Not that he could hide such a thing from me, of course.
Allowing Huey to keep the ring was a calculated risk. The boy's loyalty was high, but prolonged exposure to Li Fengao's influence could become a problem. I'll need to monitor the situation closely. At the first sign of wavering loyalty, the ring goes.
Thank you, Master.
Huey's shoulders relaxed. He felt a bit guilty for revealing Li Fengao's presence without permission, but it seemed things had worked out for the best. Neither Slifer nor the immortal spirit had come to blows, at least.
Oh, there is one more thing before you go,
Slifer added casually. Huey looked at him quizzically.
Yes, Master?
It's time for you to walk the righteous path.
Huey's eyes bulged.
Had he heard that right?
His demonic master suggesting he become a righteous cultivator. It was the last thing he would have ever expected.
But why?
He asked uncertainly.
You've always followed the demonic Tao.
Slifer smiled.
My own path doesn't matter. What is important is helping my disciples reach their full potential. Your heart has turned to the light, even if you remain afraid to show it.
He cast a meaningful glance at where Olivier still slept peacefully on the courtyard bench. A small smile tugged Huey's lips as understanding washed over him. Slifer nodded sagely.
Love is the light that guides us through the dark.
Wow! That one gave me goosebumps. I really need to write these down.
Master,
Huey faltered, overcome with emotion.
You're right. After meeting Olivier, I have felt conflicted about being a demonic cultivator. I don't want her to see me as a monster.
Ha ha! There's no need to suppress your righteous urges anymore. Follow your heart from now on.
Slifer clasped his shoulder.
Thank you, Master. I will be a better man.
Ding! Huey is now a righteous cultivator. Ding! Name Huey card. Description: once a day you can activate any of your loyal disciples' techniques. Warning: if your disciples' loyalty goes below 100%, you will lose access to this card. Phew. Just 3 left. Over the next few weeks, Slifer spent many hours trying to convert Leah. While their relationship had grown less hostile, the brooding girl remained skeptical of Slifer's intentions. Looks like converting her will take more than just a few heart-to-heart chats with her father's killer, Slifer mused wryly. Still, the occasional playful smirk or snippy comment gave him hope she would come around eventually. The girl just needed more time. But with the Sect tournament looming, time was in short supply right now. Slifer sighed. He could only do so much. The rest was up to Leah and the mysterious workings of karma. As the Sect tournament approached, Slifer spent more time training. I hope it's enough to win the tournament, he thought, sitting in his courtyard and biting into an apple. His disciples, who sat in a circle around him, glanced at each other in confusion before resting their gazes on their master. This was the first time they had seen him even touch a fruit. I've not checked my status in a while. It wouldn't hurt to have a look. Name: Slifer, race human, alignment demonic. Lifespan remaining 100 years. Karmic credits 11,570. Skills: Fire Breath, Insight, Intermediate, Mirror Mastery Level 2, Nascent Soul Armor Level 2, Phase Ability Level 1, Void Being Aura Level 1. Items: Reversal cards, Peak Slifer card, Critical Block cards times 5. Affinities: Light 25%, Fire 15%, Space 20%, Abilities, Mirror Mastery Level 2. Techniques: Sunrise Slash Level 3, Stellar Nova Strike Level 2, Dimensional Slide Level 2, Nascent Soul Armor Level 1, Void Piercer Level 1, Weapon Mastery Sword 20%. Over 10,000 karmic credits. Finally, Slifer smiled. The credits were all thanks to the tasks completed by the disciplinary hall members. His new farming system had played out perfectly. It's mainly due to that Dentos fella. He's always number one on the leaderboard. Slifer then took a look at his skills. Leveling up the Sunrise Slash and Stellar Nova Strike was the right call. Both techniques will let Zack finish fights quickly. Slifer's game plan was for his avatar to show as little of his arsenal as possible. The similarity between their techniques could be explained through their master-disciple relationship, but some of the other ascendants may grow suspicious and suspect that Zack was a clone. The armor will be my trump card. Slifer nodded to himself as he looked at the level 2 nascent soul armor technique. Through grueling practice, Slifer was able to increase the duration to 30 seconds if he activated it through the system. Without the system's aid, he was only able to use it for 10 seconds. It still wasn't much, but a few seconds could make all the difference in the tournament. Theory! Slifer spit out the apple. Never again! He had noticed quite a few disciples in the sect eating apples. He had to admit they did look juicy. He couldn't resist trying one for himself. He had thought that maybe they tasted different in this world, but no, he was wrong. It tasted just like a regular apple. Nothing can compare to the satisfaction of real food, like dumplings.
You have all trained hard these past weeks,
Slifer began, wiping his mouth with the edge of his sleeve.
Well, for the next 2 days, you can relax.
The disciples all nodded enthusiastically. The inter-sect tournament was starting in 3 days. Their master had warned them that they needed to give their bodies a few days' rest. Participating in the tournament when injured or tired could ruin what was likely their one and only chance to enter the sealed realm.
I'm sure we'll dominate the tournament and secure the most spots for the sealed realm,
Slifer went on.
But it's not just you four I'm relying on.
Here he paused for dramatic effect. His disciples leaned forward, wondering what or who their master was referring to.
Allow me to explain,
Slifer chuckled. With a flourish, Slifer gestured towards the entrance to his quarters. All eyes turned. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a figure emerged into the courtyard. It was a young man who looked to be in his late teens, with artfully tousled brown hair and chiseled features that would make the statues of celestial immortals weep with envy. He had the sort of ridiculous physique that could only be achieved through years of cultivator training, wide shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, with muscular arms that looked as though they would burst through the thin robes at any moment. The disciples gaped. Just who was this absurdly handsome newcomer? Hey, I'm Zack. Chapter 67.
Please, no need to fawn. There's plenty of me to go around.
Zack flashed a roguish wink, the motion parting his robes further to reveal impressively sculpted abs that caused Amelia to make a strangled noise low in her throat. Huey shook his head. He was just relieved not to be the sole focus of Slifer's attentions anymore. Watching this exchange, Calum barely restrained an eye roll. So, they had a cocky junior brother now. Wonderful. As if keeping Huey and Amelia in check wasn't work enough. Ignoring their odd reactions, Slifer clapped Zack on the back.
I must admit I too was blown away at first by this young man's talents,
Slifer nodded. He had decided to go down the Zack is a prodigy among prodigies route. It would explain why Zack used similar technique to himself. Not to mention, giving yourself a few compliments here and there couldn't hurt, right? Master, I heard you have a slot for the sealed realm. We were wondering which one of us will be getting it, Nomad piped up. Slifer remained silent as he looked at his disciples, who looked at him expectantly.
The slot will go to none of you.
The disciples glanced at each other in confusion. If they were not getting the slot, then who was? Huey noticed that the new disciple, Zack, nodded smugly. Just what did Master's new favorite know? Nomad held back a frown. He had to enter the sealed realm. But as an early Foundation establishment cultivator, he was at a clear disadvantage. Despite there being 5 slots and a separate tournament for Foundation Establishment cultivators, most participants would be at the late or peak stage, and that was just their apparent cultivation. Their battle prowess likely reached the core formation realm. And now he also had to compete against a new prodigy. At his master's words, Fenlock shrugged. As a nascent soul expert, the tournament didn't concern him. Only those below the nascent soul realm were able to enter the sealed realm. Whilst his juniors were busy training, Fenlock took junior sister Lenvari on date after date. He really felt like he was making progress. Who knows, if the heavens smiled down on him, he might even be a married man by the end of the year.
Don't worry about the free slot. I want each of you to focus on earning a slot for yourself,
Slifer continued. He knew better than to give any of his disciples a free slot. Some of them, like Huey or Amelia, would be tempted to grow lax and not prepare, and this was something Slifer knew pretty well. After all, he was guilty of it during his school exams. The disciples slowly nodded. Their master may have changed, but it seemed like he was still the stingy old Slifer they knew and loved.
Cheer up,
Slifer laughed at their dismay.
Your master isn't going to leave you empty-handed.
As the Black Rose Sect oversaw the tournament, Slifer was privy to what trials would be involved. More accurately, Elder Fred consulted Slifer before preparing each trial. Slifer would be a fool not to take advantage of that knowledge, and perhaps the trials happened to favor his disciples. It was not like anyone would dare question an ascendant cultivator over such matters. It was expected. It wasn't without reason why the Heavenly Light Sect were adamant with wanting to host the tournament. During their time as the host, they had used every trick in the book to increase their disciples' chances of entering the sealed realm. They weren't the most powerful sect in the land for nothing. Cracking his knuckles, Slifer grinned savagely.
So here's what we're going to do.
2 days later. The Black Rose Sect was bustling with activity. Disciples scurried to and fro, busy making last-minute preparations. Pennants and banners in the demonic sect's signature dark rose color decorated the normally stark walls and archways. For the first time in its long history, the Black Rose Sect would be hosting the prestigious tournament. It was a great honor, but also a grave responsibility. Slifer had given Elder Fred free access to the sect's resources to ensure they displayed their best to their guests. The Intersect tournament was designed to allocate slots for the sealed realm. However, it was also an opportunity for sects to feel each other out. Presenting a strong front was necessary if they wanted to avoid war. Despite Slifer never having experienced war back on Earth, he had read about it. The pains and tribulations of war were not something he wanted to partake in, especially in a world where beings could destroy stars with a flick of the wrist. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of credits that he would need to spend to survive one. Wars in this world could easily last centuries. It was the last thing Slifer wanted. 3 young female disciples struggled under the weight of a huge ornamental urn, bickering and snapping at one another as they lugged the cumbersome pottery towards the sect's front gate. It was said to be a heaven-ranked treasure, containing the remnant spirit of a demonic general. In the main square, 2 disciples were busy hanging up banners when one turned to the other. "Can you believe they're actually letting us host the tournament this year?" he said with a grin. His friend laughed. "I know, right? The righteous sects must have lost their minds." They chuckled together as they worked. Nearby, a group of female disciples swept the ground diligently. One girl paused and leaned on her broom. "Hosting the tournament is a big responsibility," she said seriously. "We have to make sure we represent the Black Rose Sect properly." The other girls nodded in agreement. As a demonic sect, they rarely got opportunities like this. They couldn't mess it up. As the disciples worked, a commotion at the sect entrance drew their attention. A group of cultivators had arrived, all dressed in white robes embroidered with the image of a tiger. "Ugh, look who it is," one of the Black Rose disciples muttered. "The giddy tigers." At the head of the White Tiger group was a beautiful young woman with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. She wore an arrogant expression as her gaze swept disdainfully over the Black Rose disciples. "This place is even uglier than I remember," she said loudly. "I can't believe the sect master approved these demons hosting the tournament." Her White Tiger disciples tittered obnoxiously. One of the Black Rose disciples scowled, dropping the lantern he was hanging. "You're not wrong, Elder. I can practically smell the stench of demonic energy here," one of the white-robed men complained, wrinkling his nose. Angry mutters broke out amongst the Black Rose disciples. How dare these self-righteous fools insult them in their own sect? One stocky Black Rose disciple stepped forward, an angry flush on his cheeks.
"You come to our home and dare insult us? If you think you'll only get a beating for those words, you're wrong. I'll take your life!"
He unleashed his late core formation cultivation base, prepared to attack. The White Tiger disciple paled initially, but quickly matched the aura with his own, refusing to back down in front of the elder. The blonde woman watched with an amused smile, always eager to see demonic cultivators put in their place. Things were just getting interesting. But before it could escalate further, a sudden gust of wind blew through the square. A figure appeared between the two groups. "Still starting trouble wherever you go, I see." "Leora," the man sighed, shaking his head. Leora's eyes widened briefly in recognition before narrowing. "It's you! Don't think I've forgotten what happened." The young man wore the black robes of the Black Rose Sect. He regarded Leora calmly. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who challenged me last time, and you couldn't defeat me." A faint blush colored Leora's cheeks at the memory. It had been utterly humiliating that she hadn't been able to defeat the youth in one move. She had only recently reached the nascent soul realm while Calum was still in the peak core formation stage, yet he was still able to fight evenly against her somehow. "That was just luck," she snapped. "If the Grand Elder hadn't stopped the fight—" "Excuses," Calum interrupted. He cast a meaningful look at the other White Tiger disciples who were still glaring daggers at the Black Rose Sect members. "How can I expect you to keep your disciples in check when you can't even control yourself?" Leora trembled with rage. She wasn't used to being spoken to in such a manner. How dare this demonic scum lecture her on etiquette? With great difficulty, she reined in her anger. As much as she itched to put Calum in his place, she could not afford to lose control. As an elder, she needed to set a good example. "You're lucky that I don't qualify to enter the tournament," was all she said. The look in her eyes promised that this wasn't over between them, not by a long shot. Calum simply inclined his head politely in response, though inwardly he was surprised by Leora's restraint. Seemed like the proud girl had matured, even if just a little. Before either could say more, a sudden spike of energy drew their attention. In the distance, the unmistakable sounds of battle could be heard. Calum and Leora exchanged a glance, and with a burst of speed they raced towards the source of the commotion. To their surprise, it led them right to the doors of the disciplinary hall. A crowd had gathered, kept back by several black-robed disciples. "All right, people, nothing to see here," one disciplinary member called out. "Just a minor disciplinary issue. The boss is taking care of it." At the mention of this boss, the other disciples nodded sagely. "That's our boss, always so diligent," a short, pudgy disciple gushed. "Never have I seen someone so devoted to upholding sect rules." Calum and Leora exchanged puzzled glances. Just who was this boss they spoke so highly of? Noticing Calum, the disciplinary disciples quickly moved aside to let him through. As one of the Supreme Elder's personal disciples, he warranted some respect around here. Stepping past the doors, Calum was greeted by the sight of a skinny young disciple mercilessly wailing on another student. The victim was a boy in golden robes, likely a disciple of the Heavenly Light sect based on his attire. "Please stop!" the Heavenly Light disciple cried, covering his head. Blood dripped from his broken nose and split lip. Nearby, more disciples in golden robes were pinned face down by the disciplinary hall members, unable to come to their comrades' aid. They struggled and shouted curses but could not break free. "That's it, boss! Teach that punk a lesson!" one of the disciplinary hall members yelled. The others shouted their own encouragement. Leora watched in disgust. Despicable. This is exactly why demonic cultivators cannot be trusted. However, since it wasn't any of her men, she decided not to get involved. She could even sense auras that made her tremble hidden within the hall. Calum remained silent, eyes narrowed as he took in the situation. The Heavenly Light disciple, being beaten, sniffled loudly, snot mixing with the blood on his face. "It's not fair," he whined. "That Black Rose disciple was causing problems too. Why am I the only one being punished?" The lanky youth paused his assault, smiling creepily down at the crumpled form beneath his foot. "Patience, friend, I will get to him." With 2 final punishing strikes, the boss stepped back, examining his handiwork. The Heavenly Light disciple lay groaning at his feet, face swollen and purpling. "You know the rules. No fighting during the tournament," the lanky youth said calmly, as if he hadn't just tenderized the boy's face mere moments ago. "But it seems like you needed an extra lesson." He looked to the side where a Black Rose disciple was restrained. His eyes widened in fear. The lanky youth beckoned him closer with a crooked finger. "As do you!" The boss grabbed the Black Rose disciple and slammed him viciously into the wall. "No, please, I don't want any trouble!" The Black Rose disciple tried getting back up, but the disciplinary hall members grasped his arms tightly. Other disciples watched on with pale faces as the lanky man continued pummeling the poor disciple. "Does he have to be so harsh to his own sect member?" one muttered fearfully. "That's just how Boss Dentos is, ruthless even to us," another replied. So this was the notorious Dentos, who had rapidly risen to number 1 on the karmic ledger. Caleb had heard the rumors of his methods, but seeing the sheer sadistic glee on his face as he unleashed such violence reminded him of a certain junior sister. When Dentos finally stepped back, both disciples lay moaning on the ground. He rubbed his hands together, as if dusting them off after a job well done. "Hopefully that will prevent any further incidents," he said lightly. "If not, I'm always happy to provide another lesson. But next time, I might not be so nice." "You're lucky it was me who found you." He leaned in close. "And believe me, you don't want senior sister Amelia to be the one to find you instead." At the mention of Amelia, the other disciplinary hall members visibly shivered. One leaned to whisper to his companion, "Not sure who is worse, Boss Dentos or senior sister Amelia. They're both completely deranged."
Too true,
the other agreed. Dentos tossed the 2 disciples aside carelessly to land in a groaning heap. One of the Heavenly Light disciples helped his friend up, throwing a venomous glare back at Dentos. "Just you wait! Once our senior brother hears of this, you'll regret it!" The other conscious Heavenly Light disciples were quick to chime in. "Yeah, senior brother will crush you for this! He just joined our sect, but he is a never-before-seen genius, broke through the core formation stage faster than anyone on record, defeated numerous senior brothers one after another in sparring matches. Even nascent soul experts can't hold a candle to him." Their words blurred together as all the disciples began yelling about the incredible talents of their senior brother. Surely someone so cool and gifted could put this demonic beast in his place. But Dentos didn't seem fazed by their threats. He crossed his arms, staring down at the disciples. "I don't care if he's the son of heaven himself," Dentos said flatly. "No one will cause any problems here while I'm in charge." For a brief moment, his eyes took on a distant, almost haunted look. "I won't allow it. I can't," he muttered to himself, as he thought of an old man in orange robes. He shook his head sharply, regaining focus. He was given a job to do, and failure was not an option. He would enforce discipline with an iron fist. He's here!" The nearby disciples quieted down as approaching footsteps echoed down the hall. They parted to allow a tall, muscular young man with shoulder-length black hair to pass. His golden robes had the insignia for the Heavenly Light sect. He emanated an overwhelming aura of confidence. It was the genius senior brother. The youth glanced around coolly, taking in the scene. When his eyes found Dentos, he raised one eyebrow. "So,
You're the demonic scum causing trouble.
Dentos met his gaze calmly. And who might you be? The corner of the man's lip curved up mockingly.
I'm Zeven.
Chapter 68. Zeven smirked, sure that he would easily put this demonic scum in his place. But before he could make a move, Dentos suddenly vanished. Zeven's eyes widened in surprise. Where did that weirdo go? A split second later, Zeven felt a strong hand clamp down over his face as Dentos reappeared directly in front of him. With lightning speed, Dentos tried to smash him down towards the ground. Caught completely off guard, Zeven only just managed to twist his body and blast out a surge of chi to counter the attack. The force was enough to throw Dentos back. Zeven touched his face and scowled as he regained his footing.
I should have expected such a cowardly sneak attack from demonic filth like you, he spat.
Dentos merely smiled. A true demonic cultivator didn't care about honor. Honor only led to a swifter death.
I'm going to wipe that smirk off your face,
Zeven said, concentrating chi into his legs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Dentos, hand formed into a sharp wind claw aimed right for his face. He would return the favor. But Dentos easily avoided the blow, his movements smooth like flowing water.
How can you be this fast?
Zeven's eyes narrowed in frustration. He was renowned for his speed, yet this lanky guy with a dumb-looking smile not only matched his speed, but exceeded it. Zeven knew this was a bad matchup, but with so many eyes on him, he couldn't just walk away now. It wasn't easy for him to enter the Heavenly Light Sect and rise to the level of Legacy Disciple. He couldn't fail. Not yet. Before Zeven could attack again, his senses screamed at him to move. He immediately did a backflip, just barely dodging a blast of purplish energy that tore through the space he had occupied only a moment before. Zeven growled as he recognized the energy. There was only one person he knew that used soul-based attacks. He turned to face the silver-haired woman.
You!
He snarled. Amelia smirked, her long silver hair flowing behind her like a snake.
I'm surprised you have the audacity to show your face here after you scurried away with your tail between your legs last time, she laughed.
You bitch!
Zeven's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger at the memory. After some fortunate encounters, his own battle prowess had increased tremendously since their last meeting. He was certain he could wipe that annoying smirk off that girl's face now. But looking between the troublesome Dentos and the infuriating Amelia, Zeven noticed a black-robed youth reaching for the sword in his scabbard. He's not like the other two. He's dangerous. Cursing internally, Zeven took a step back.
Just you wait. In the tournament, you won't have anyone to bail you out, he declared.
With that, he strode away, the other Heavenly Light disciples hurrying after him. As they retreated, the other disciples shot their own heated glares and curses.
You just wait, demon scum! Our senior brother Zeven is invincible! He'll crush you all when he gets serious! Yeah, he was only playing with you!
Their arrogant words faded into the distance. Amelia turned to Calum as the Heavenly Light group disappeared from view.
Master was right. That brat really did find his way into the tournament, she said.
Calum nodded, releasing his hold on Bloodthorn. Their master had warned them to be on the lookout for Zeven, instructing them to kill him if they encountered the arrogant youth in the competition. Killing him before the tournament began would cause more than a ruckus. The strongest sect in the mortal realm, the Heavenly Light Sect, would not let that slide. If he doesn't die in the tournament, then I'll just end him in the sealed realm. Even though Calum was now a righteous cultivator, he didn't shy from killing when it was necessary. He shouldn't have attacked Amelia. And he definitely shouldn't have threatened Master. I will go inform Master of this development, Calum muttered as he walked away. As he left, he heard Dentos calling out behind him,
Don't forget to let Master know what I did here. Them two troublemakers won't be walking for a few weeks at least. And the same with the arrogant kid when I next see him.
Calum just shook his head, wondering, not for the first time, about the eccentricities of those that surrounded his master. Zack soared through the sky atop his flying sword, wind whipping through his hair. The Intersect tournament began tomorrow, but he still had one final task from the main body: reach the Peak Foundation establishment stage as a dual cultivator. Zack smirched to himself. As an avatar rather than the main consciousness, he could act however he wanted without damaging Slifer's image. While the main body had to play the part of an all-powerful old man, Zack could be cocky and carefree, kind of like a high school student. And he planned to enjoy every moment of it. If only I knew my stats, then I could see how I compare to the disciples. The main body had tried using his insight skill on Zack, hoping to learn his stats and cultivation level, but unfortunately the only information that came up identified Zack as Slifer's clone. At least he bought me some cool stuff. Now that they had a steady influx of karmic credits, the main body no longer had to be stingy. He had purchased a high heaven-ranked spiritual cultivation method for himself and another for Zack as well. Having two separate methods was better than sharing the exact same skills. After all, what was the point of an avatar if it was just a carbon copy? Different cultivation methods provided unique abilities to develop, and since Zack didn't have access to the system, he needed to rely on cunning rather than brute force. So the main body had chosen methods well suited to Zack's needs. The high heaven-ranked Thunder Wings focused on speed enhancement, perfect for Zack's preference to dodge rather than block attacks. Not to mention it sounded incredibly cool. Who wouldn't want wings? Even Amelia loved wings. Grinning, Zack leaned back and rested his hands behind his head. The wind whipped through his hair dramatically. Oh yeah, I bet I look so cool right now. After a few moments, Zack coughed. He couldn't get distracted, no matter how handsome he looked. I need to keep my spiritual cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm. Zack could feel it itching to break through to the core formation stage, but he firmly reined it in. For the tournament, he intended to compete at the Foundation establishment level, where he would have the greatest advantage. There was no need to rush into the early core formation stage against all those peak experts. Thanks, but no thanks, Zack thought, nodding to himself. He planned to simply make the breakthrough inside the sealed realm instead. That's why reaching Peak Foundation establishment now was so crucial. As a dual cultivator, Zack knew he wouldn't be quite so outmatched when the core formation cultivators entered the nascent soul realm. With the treasures the main body gave me, I should be able to achieve my goal in the sealed realm. Arriving at his destination, Zack looked down at the scroll in his hand, checking the instructions one last time. His body cultivation level already hovered at late Foundation establishment from the main body passing the early stages. Now it was time for the final push to peak. Zack hovered over the base of the Lightning Peak Mountain, a place coveted by all lightning-aligned cultivators. The very core of the mountain was said to harbor a rare heaven-ranked treasure that attracted heavenly lightning, the strikes growing even more frequent and intense the higher one ascended. Though impressive, such lightning-tempering grounds could be found in all the top sects across the mortal realm. The reason why it was so common was because the benefits were limited to those below the origin realm. But that's good enough for me. The Lightning Peak Mountain was separated into 9 sections. The first 2 sections were for chi refining cultivators. The 3rd and 4th sections were for foundation establishment cultivators. The 5th and 6th sections were for core formation, whilst the 7th and 8th sections were for nascent soul cultivators. As for the 9th section, it was for the breakthrough to origin realm. All Zack had to do was bear with the 4th section. Doesn't sound too bad. Hopefully it isn't too painful. Well, it doesn't really matter. I better start climbing. Lightning flashed overhead in agreement. Zack landed lightly on top of the rocks. Immediately, a bolt of lightning cracked down from above, splicing through the space he had just occupied. Zack didn't move, allowing the violet fork to splash over his body. Rather than turning him to ash, the lightning was rapidly absorbed. Zack closed his eyes briefly, sensing the lightning chi flowing in a spiral as it circulated through his meridians, subtly enhancing his muscles, organs, and bones. Opening his eyes, Zack continued onward. The strikes came faster and stronger in the 2nd region, though still manageable. Only at the 3rd section did he need to slow his pace, each Foundation establishment level bolt requiring more time to temper his body without harm. Finally entering the fourth section, Zack had to stop completely after each step, the force of the blows nearly buckling his knees. Gritting his teeth, Zack stood his ground. Immediately, a thick cord of lightning crashed down, the impact driving him to one knee. His teeth ground together as he desperately channeled the Thunder God cultivation method, trying to subdue the volatile energy before it destroyed him. For those several heart-pounding seconds, Zack grappled with the lightning. It was like a raging dragon trying to break his will. His meridians felt like they would rupture, his organs were on the verge of liquefaction. But Zack only threw his head back and laughed maniacally.
You think that's enough to make me quit? I'm Zack! A little lightning won't stop me! How could he return to the main body as a failure? He was the Avatar. He was created for this exact purpose.
His robes, despite being buffed by runes, had turned to ash, but he wouldn't give up.
Better it than me, but this is enough.
With a roar, Zack summoned his sword from his storage ring and launched himself into the sky, sweat dripping off his face. It was done. His task was complete. He had become a Peak Foundation establishment dual cultivator. Being an Avatar was such exhausting work! Slifer was back under that rigid waterfall with 4 massive boulders over his head. The waterfall not only helped strengthen his body, but also muffled any embarrassing noises he made as he pushed his limits. Ding! Your avatar Zack broke through to the Peak Foundation establishment realm. Karmic credits gained 250. Slifer burst out laughing, the boulders shaking over him.
I've lost against myself!
He and Zack had made a challenge to see whose body could reach the Peak Foundation establishment stage first. Since I'm the main body, whenever the avatar wins, so do I. Slifer nodded to himself. With a final loud grunt, he felt his body break through the bottleneck, the telltale sign of popping tendons announcing his advancement. Ding! Congratulations on the breakthrough to the Peak Foundation establishment realm. Karmic credits gained 250. Only a few seconds late. With a wry grin, Slifer tossed the huge rocks aside and stretched. It always felt strange when he experienced a breakthrough. His body would naturally adapt to the sudden increase in power. Well, as long as he wasn't breaking through multiple stages at once. Ding! Your spiritual and body cultivation are now equal. You have unlocked a perk. Dual Cultivator perk. Combining both cultivations and attacks increases battle prowess by 35%. Slifer's brows shot up in surprise. He had hoped that something would happen when both his spiritual and body cultivation reached the same stage. He just hadn't expected a perk. He didn't even know the system even had such things as perks. It certainly wasn't in the shop. Maybe it's saved for version 2. Reading the description, he nodded to himself. So this explained the legendary fighting ability of dual cultivators at the same stage. An innate buff was granted to anyone meeting the criteria. Just one more hidden advantage among many, it seemed. As the Supreme Elder of the Black Rose Sect, it would be foolish for him not to read the stories of the exceptional cultivators that graced this world. The stories were not only interesting, but gave him a few ideas on how to increase his battle prowess without having to rely on the system. At least Zack now has another trump card. His avatar was already set to dominate the Foundation Establishment Tournament. But inside the sealed realm, Zack would need to face the top core formation, and even nascent soul experts. A 35% power boost could prove invaluable, especially when he used some of the toys that Slifer provided him with. Now I just need a few cards that could keep me alive. His eyes narrowed. The thought of being in the company of the other Ascendants for any duration of time unnerved him. Now that I have a modest number of credits, I don't have to rely on my luck gambling, he thought as he brought up the system. But the smart thing to do would be to save some credits. Who knows? Luck may save me once again. 30 minutes later, Slifer laid back as he closed the system's interface. Since he entered this new world, he had relied on cards that disappeared after one use. Now that he wasn't dirt poor, he had the chance to go a different route. Master, the Ascendants, they've arrived.
Ah, yes, Morvran. I'm ready.
More than ready. Chapter 69.
Supreme Elder Slifer, nice of you to finally grace us with your presence,
Zofia said sarcastically, eyeing the orange-robed man as he strode into the grand hall. Slifer waved a dismissive hand.
My apologies. As the sole Supreme Elder of the Black Rose Sect, I actually have responsibilities to attend to, he retorted.
Inwardly, Slifer laughed. Most of those so-called responsibilities he pawned off on his underlings. Wasn't that what they were for, after all? Let them handle the tedious day-to-day affairs while he focused on the important stuff, like pretending to be an ascendant cultivator when he had just reached the Foundation establishment stage. Zofia's face darkened at Slifer's flippant response, and for a moment it looked as if she might lunge across the table and throttle him. She was too used to letting her fists do the talking whenever she couldn't best someone verbally. But one humiliating defeat at this man's hands was enough, no matter how much his nonchalant attitude grated on her nerves. Sensing the tension, Leontius stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture.
Now, let's not argue. It is an honor to be here at the esteemed Black Rose Sect.
Slifer raised an eyebrow. Is this guy being serious? He thought. Kalius leaned forward.
So won't the Black Rose Sect master be hosting the tournament himself?
Slifer shook his head.
I'm afraid he is still deep in closed-door cultivation.
Kalius nodded slowly, a calculating look in his eyes.
I see, huh? Unfortunate.
Yes, quite unfortunate indeed, Slifer agreed mildly, but we will manage somehow in his stead.
Enough wasting time on pleasantries, Astrid cut in impatiently. True to her no-nonsense personality, she wanted to get right down to business. Just show us to our quarters already so we can rest and prepare for the tournament. Slifer nodded. For formality's sake, he only came to greet them. He turned to lead them out of the hallway, but before he could take a step, Zofia spoke up.
By the way, it seems the Black Death Sect really isn't participating this time around.
The Supreme Elders exchanged glances. This was unprecedented. Never before had one of the major sects declined to join the tournament and lose their chance to enter the sealed realm. Astrid scowled, crossing her arms. If the Black Death Sect doesn't attend, how will we open the gateway to the sealed realm? We each hold a piece of the key. Without their piece... Each of the major sects held a fragment of the key needed to open the path to the sealed realm. Without all the pieces united, it would be nearly impossible to breach its defenses, even for ascendant cultivators.
I contacted their sect master after he failed to appear for the ascendant meet, Leontius explained. He assured me that if the Black Death disciples do not come, he will send an envoy with their key fragment.
If, Zofia echoed, one elegant eyebrow raised.
It seems there is still a chance they may participate after all, Kalius mused.
Astrid shook her head firmly. Missing the ascendant meet is the same as forfeiting their right to join the tournament. If they want to enter the sealed realm, they'll have to do it through the one guaranteed slot allowed for their sect.
I agree, said Zofia. The rules clearly state...
Now, let's not be too hasty, Leontius gently interrupted. I'm sure if we give them a chance to explain themselves, this can all be resolved amicably. Zofia whirled on him.
If I didn't know how naive you pure sect cultivators are, I'd think you were secretly a demon yourself with how much you defend them.
Leontius simply sighed and shook his head. There was no reasoning with that woman once she got an idea in her mind. Slifer observed all this whilst trying to hold back a laugh. The politics of the so-called righteous path were endlessly entertaining. Zofia seemed satisfied that the matter was settled, at least for now. She turned her gaze back to Slifer.
Well, what are you waiting for? Lead the way.
Suppressing a sigh at the pushy woman, Slifer proceeded out of the hall, the 4 ascendant cultivators trailing behind him. This was going to be a long month. William laid awake in bed, staring up at the ceiling. Tomorrow morning was the start of the intersect tournament. His chance to secure a slot to enter the sealed realm. Just thinking about it made his heart race with anticipation. And nerves, mostly nerves, if he was being honest. Could he actually win one of the open slots? As an early Foundation establishment cultivator, the odds were stacked against him. The field would be packed with peak Foundation establishment opponents. William gritted his teeth, hands clenching the blankets. He wasn't confident. And William hated feeling uncertain. Ever since that night when that man visited his family home, William's cocky confidence had wavered. It was the first time he truly comprehended how powerless he was, how fragile his family's lives hung by a thread at the whims of those stronger than himself. If he wanted to protect them, he had no choice but to become a puppet on the man's strings. Securing a spot in the sealed realm was the first step, though William still did not fully understand the man's ultimate goals. The Black Rose Sect's resources were the only reason he managed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage at all, but would that be enough? You don't have a choice, he reminded himself. His family's safety depended on him securing a spot in the tournament. The man had been very clear. Succeed and his family would be spared. Fail and... William shoved that thought away. He refused to fail. At least the man had provided some resources to help him accomplish that goal. Treasures and talismans that William could activate once inside the sealed realm itself. The rules of the Intersect tournament forbid the use of external tools, restricting cultivators to only their personal skills and weapons. A buzzing sensation in his mind interrupted William's brooding. The communication talisman! Heart racing, he jumped out of bed and hurriedly threw on a dark robe. The sensation grew more intense as William slipped out of his room, keeping to the shadows as he navigated the dim halls. Despite the late hour, the sect was still bustling with activity as disciples finished their preparations for tomorrow. He spotted several disciplinary hall disciples patrolling the grounds on the lookout for any troublemakers. William held his breath as he snuck past, praying they wouldn't sense his presence. After what felt like an eternity, William made it through the sect entrance and escaped into the forest. Only once he was certain he hadn't been followed did he dare pull out the glowing talisman. "Yes, I'm here," he whispered into the stone. A deep voice came from the talisman.
"Is everything prepared?"
William's jaw clenched. "Yes, as you instructed." The voice chuckled.
"Excellent. Remember, activate it as soon as you get near the target. This is almost over. Succeed, and your family will be safe."
"I understand," William bit out, even as doubts flooded his mind. Could he really trust the word of this mysterious man? But what choice did he have? Clenching the talisman tightly, William steeled himself for what was to come. Soon, everything would change. For better or worse. "Man, you're so lucky you got your own place," Dusty said through a mouthful of bone as he lounged back on Nomed's bed. "You got your own chef, no chores, servants to boss around whenever you want." Nomed smiled at his plump friend. To Dusty, this luxurious lifestyle must seem like paradise compared to the rugged training under his strict master. "It's not all fun and games," Nomed replied lightly. "Being alone can weigh on you after a while. I'm grateful for Master Slifer's generosity, but I do miss having you around to liven things up." That seemed to delight Dusty. Beaming, he chomped down on another bone from the pile on the bed. Nomed wasn't sure where his friend kept getting these bones from, and he wasn't certain he wanted to know. Dusty's cultivation method seemed to have some unique aspects. "Well, you don't gotta worry about me and Master Morfran," Dusty declared, bits of bone flying. "He's got me on this special training regimen to help my cultivation, although," here Dusty scowled, "he's making me grow my own food. Can you believe it?" Nomed raised an eyebrow curiously. "What do you mean, grow it?" "It's part of my new cultivation method, the way of the cock," Dusty explained through his perpetual mouthful of food. "I gotta raise chickens from eggs, care for them and stuff, let them grow big and healthy. Then when the time's right, I absorb their energy to aid my cultivation." Nomed frowned, not quite following Dusty's rambling explanation. "But can't you just buy full-grown chickens from the market and use those? Seems much easier than raising them yourself." Dusty adamantly shook his head, strands of his black hair swinging. Nah, doesn't work like that. The method said I gotta raise them myself from eggs to chickens. Something about the process strengthening my spirit or whatever. He shrugged. Mainly, it's just a lot of boring work. But Master Morvran said it's necessary, so I gotta do it. Huh, Nomad replied. That's quite an unusual method. Are you making much progress with it? At this, Dusty laughed sheepishly. I don't know. See, the first chicken I raised, old Clucky, me and him got kind of close, you know? Spent every day together, fed him the best seeds and bugs. I'd chat with him while we walked the grounds. Dusty's expression turned reflective. Old Clucky was a good listener. Squawked back now and then, but mostly let me ramble. Nomad nodded as he listened patiently. So yeah, me and Clucky got to be buddies, Dusty continued, snacking on a rib bone now. But then, when it came time for the ritual harvesting, I don't know what happened, exactly. It's all a blur. But the next thing I knew, I was surrounded by bloody bones, hands covered in feathers, and one very satisfied belly. He blinked at Nomad. Weird, huh? Nomad stared. That was certainly not the heartwarming conclusion he anticipated. Trust Dusty to turn a charming tale into something much more macabre. Well, Master Morvran said that was a good sign, Dusty went on cheerfully. Means my cultivation instincts are developing well. Anyway, now I'm raising Clucky II. Hopefully the harvest goes smoother this time. I see, Nomad said slowly. Well, I'm glad your training is progressing, if a bit unconventionally. Nomad felt relieved his friend would not be participating in the tournament. As an early Foundation establishment cultivator, Dusty didn't meet the qualification standards to enter the tournament. The sealed realm would be dangerous enough without Dusty losing himself in some feeding frenzy at an inopportune moment. As if reading his mind, Dusty flopped back on the bed with a sigh of content. Yeah, no big tournament for me. Don't gotta worry about fighting other disciples or crazy life or death battles. Too much effort. I'm happy sticking to my chickens. Nomad chuckled. It does sound exhausting. Best leave the glory-seeking to the others. Inwardly, though, his thoughts took a more somber turn. Dusty was right to be grateful he could avoid the tournament. With everything looming on the horizon, it was better if his friend remained far away from the coming storm. Nomad repressed a wince as a familiar burning sensation erupted across his chest. Speaking of his role, it seemed events were being set in motion once again tonight. He hid his discomfort behind an easy smile. It's getting late, Nomad said apologetically. I should rest before tomorrow. Oh, yeah, good idea, Dusty said, sitting up and brushing bone fragments off the sheets. Big day coming up! You're gonna kick butt in that tournament. I know you got this! Thank you, my friend, Nomad replied. I'll do my best. After Dusty left, Nomad waited several minutes before slipping a black robe over his sleep clothes and disappearing into the night. Kalius sat stiffly on the cushion the Black Rose sect had so generously provided, gazing around his lavish quarters with thinly veiled disgust. This place dares call itself a demonic sect. The environment was fit for royalty, not proper demonic cultivators. In Kalius' own Blackheart sect, disciples lived in harsh conditions like inside a volatile volcano. And rather than wasting resources on such useless luxuries, the Blackheart sect's funds went towards more practical things, like weapons, assassination equipment, and information gathering. Not that they needed money when anything they desired could simply be taken by force. It was survival of the fittest. The weak culled out quickly in the merciless environment. Only the strongest, most ruthless cultivators thrived. Kalius curled his lips contemptuously. The Black Rose sect was soft, an insult to everything demonic cultivation stood for. They even allowed laughter and cheer in their streets. Outrageous! He wondered if their disciples even killed each other over treasure. They behaved more like a righteous sect. Well, he wouldn't have to tolerate it for much longer. Closing his eyes, Kallias extended his spiritual sense past the confines of his room, stealthily probing through the sect. He took care to avoid the residences housing the other ascendant cultivators, no need to arouse undue suspicion. Satisfied he wasn't being observed, Kallias's mouth curved into a razor-thin smile. In a blur of shadow, he slipped out into the night. Kallias flitted through the Black Rose sect under the cover of darkness, disdainfully eyeing the ostentatious buildings and perfectly manicured gardens. How disgustingly decadent. One figure caught his eye. A young man dressed in dark robes making his way towards the sect gates. How curious. What business did he have sneaking away on this eve of all nights? Examining closely, Kallias saw the youth had only reached the early Foundation establishment realm, in other words, a nobody. Whatever mischief he was up to, it would have no impact on someone of Kallias's stature. Dismissing the matter, Kallias shifted his attention elsewhere. There was little of interest occurring within the disciples' residences. No, what Kallias sought was information on the Black Rose sect's greatest secret, their sect master. Rumored to be secluded in attempt to reach the immortal stage, the sect master's hidden location was not known to anyone. But Kallias was not so easily deterred. If the Black Rose sect master was in the middle of a breakthrough, then that would be the best time for him to strike. Devouring his cultivation will be enough to attempt my own breakthrough, Kallias grinned. Extending his spiritual sense towards the sect headquarters, Kallias searched for anything out of the ordinary. He knew all sects had secret chambers and facilities hidden away, even from their own members. There, along the edge of his sense, Kallias detected several powerful energy signatures that were trying to appear inconspicuous gathered in one area. Upon closer inspection, they were shockingly all at the Origin Realm. For so many Origin Realm masters to be clustered together could only mean one thing. They were standing as guards over something, or rather, someone. Found you at last. Locking onto the Origin Realm experts' positions, he traced their presence deeper into the sect. Their trail led to a hidden cave entrance, secreted away in a remote mountain valley. How delightfully sinister, Kallias thought, lips curling. Finally, something befitting the alleged demonic nature of this sect. He dissolved into shadow and slipped past the entrance, descending into the cavernous tunnels below. Immediately, a powerful demonic aura blasted his face, so concentrated it was nearly tangible. Kallias's cultivation method activated as it greedily drank it in. Delicious. The farther in he went, the more the demonic energy grew. An unsettling roar echoed up ahead, reverberating off the stone walls. This is no ordinary demonic cultivation, Kallias hesitated. Just what is the Black Rose sect master doing down here? Before he could proceed further, an enormous cavern opened up before him. Kallias's pupils contracted to pinpricks, and he inhaled sharply. Lurking in the shadows was a hulking form, crimson eyes glowing as they fixed on him. Demon! He choked out, before the world went dark.